Section 18 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cao Xueqin in Singapore. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2 by Cao Xueqin. Translated by Henry Bencraft Joly. Chapter 34, Part 1. Tai-yü loves Pao-yü with extreme affection, but on account of this affection, her female cousin gets indignant. Xuepan commits a grave mistake, but Pao-ch'ai makes this mistake a pretext to tender advice to her brother. When Xi saw Dowager Lady Jia, Madame Wang and the other members of the family take their leave, our narrative says she entered the room. And, taking a seat next to Pao-yü, she asked him, while she did all she could to hide her tears, how was it that he beat you to such extremes? Pao-yü heaved a sigh. It was simply, he replied, about those trifles. But what's the use of your asking me about them? The lower part of my body is so very sore. Do look and see where I'm bruised. At these words, Xi put out her hand, and inserting it gently under his clothes, she began to pull down the middle garment. She had but slightly moved them, however, when Pao-yü ground his teeth and groaned, "Ai ya!" Xi at once stayed her hand. It was after 3 or 4 similar attempts that she, at length, succeeded in drawing them down. Then, looking closely, Xi discovered that the upper part of his legs was all green and purple, one mass of scars 4 fingers wide, and covered with huge blisters. Xi gnashed her teeth. "My mother!" she ejaculated. "How is it that he struck you with such a ruthless hand? Had you minded the least bit of my advice to you, things wouldn't have come to such a pass. Luckily, no harm was done to any tendon or bone, for had you been crippled by the thrashing you got, what could we do?" In the middle of these remarks, she saw the servant girls come, and they told her that Miss Pao-ch'ai had arrived. Hearing this, Xi saw well enough that she had no time to put on his middle garments, so forthwith snatching a double-gauge coverlet, she threw it over Pao-yü. This done, she perceived Pao-ch'ai walk in, her hands laden with pills and medicines. "At night," she said to Xi, "take these medicines and dissolve them in wine, and then apply them on him. And, when the fiery virus from that stagnant blood has been dispelled, he'll be all right again." After these directions, she handed the medicines to Xi. "Is he feeling any better now?" she proceeded to inquire. "Thanks," rejoined Pao-yü. "I'm feeling better." He at the same time went on to say, after which he pressed her to take a seat. Pao-ch'ai noticed that he could open his eyes wide, that he could speak, and that he was not as bad as he had been, and she felt considerable inward relief. But nodding her head, she sighed. "If you had long ago listened to the least bit of the advice tendered to you by people, things would not have reached this climax today," she said. "Not to speak of the pain experienced by our dear ancestor and Aunt Wang, the sight of you in this state makes even us feel at heart." Just as she had uttered half of the remark she meant to pass, she quickly suppressed the rest, and smitten by remorse for having spoken too hastily, she could not help getting red in the face and lowering her head. Pao-yü was realizing how affectionate, how friendly, and how replete with deep meaning were the sentiments that dropped from her mouth, when, of a sudden, he saw her seal her lips and, flashing crimson, droop her head, and simply fumble with her girdle. Yet so fascinating was she in those timid blushes, which completely baffled description, that his feelings were roused within him to such a degree that all sense of pain flew at once beyond the empyrean. "I've only had to bear a few blows," he reflected, "and yet every one of them puts on those pitiful looks sufficient to evoke love and regard. So were, after all, any mishap or untimely end to unexpectedly befall me, who can tell how much more afflicted they won't be? And as they go on in this way, I shall have them, were I even to die in a moment, to feel so much for me, So there will indeed be no reason for regret, albeit the concerns of a whole lifetime will be thus flung entirely to the winds. While indulging in these meditations, he overheard Pao-ch'ai ask Xi Ren, how is it that he got angry without rhyme or reason and started beating him? And Xi Ren told her in reply the version given to her by Bei Ming. Pao-yü had, in fact, no idea as yet of what had been said by Jia Huan, and when he heard Xi Ren's disclosures, he eventually got to know what it was. But as it also criminated Xuepan, he feared that Pao-ch'ai might feel unhappy, so he lost no time in interrupting Xi Ren. Cousin Xue, he interposed, has never been like that. You people mustn't therefore give way to idle surmises. These words were enough to make Pao-ch'ai see that Pao-yü had thought it expedient to say something to stop Xi Ren's mouth, apprehending that her suspicions might get aroused, and she consequently secretly mused within herself, he has been beaten to such a pitch, and yet, heedless of his own pains and aches, he's still so careful not to hurt people's feelings. But since you can be so considerate, why don't you take a little more care in greater concerns outside, so that your father should feel a little happier, and that you also should not have to suffer such bitter ordeals? But notwithstanding that the dread of my feeling hurt has prompted you to interrupt Xi Ren in what she had to tell me, is it likely that I am blind to the fact that my brother has ever followed his fancies, allowed his passions to run riot, and never done a thing to exercise any check over himself? His temperament is such that he some time back created, all on account of that fellow Qin-zhong, a rumpus that turned heaven and earth topsy-turvy, and, as a matter of course, he's now far worse than he was ever before. You people, she then observed aloud, at the close of these cogitations, shouldn't bear this one or that one a grudge. I can't help thinking that it's, after all, because of your usual readiness, Cousin Pao-yü, to hobnob with that set that your father recently lost control over his temper. But assuming that my brother did speak in a careless manner, and did casually allude to you, Cousin Pao-yü, it was with no design to instigate anyone. In the first place, the remarks he made were really founded on actual facts, and secondly, he's not one to ever trouble himself about such petty trifles as trying to guard against animosities. Ever since your youth up, Miss Xi, you've simply had before your eyes a person so punctilious as Cousin Pao-yü. But have you ever had any experience of one like that brother of mine, who neither fears the powers in heaven or in earth, and who readily blurts out all he thinks? Xi Ren, seeing Pao-yü interrupt her, at the bare mention of Xuepan, understood at once that she must have spoken recklessly, and gave way to misgivings lest Pao-ch'ai might not have been placed in a false position. But when she heard the language used by Pao-ch'ai, she was filled with a keener sense of shame, and could not utter a word. Pao-yü, too, after listening to the sentiments which Pao-ch'ai expressed, felt, partly because they were so magnanimous and noble, and partly because they banished all misconception from his mind, his heart and soul throb with great emotion than ever before. When, however, about to put in his word, he noticed Pao-ch'ai rise to her feet. "I'll come again to see you tomorrow," she said, "but take good care of yourself. I gave the medicines I brought just now to Xi Ren. Let her rub you with them at night, and I feel sure you'll get all right." With these recommendations, she walked out of the door. Xi Ren hastened to catch her up and escorted her beyond the court. "Miss," she remarked, "we've really put you to the trouble of coming. Some other day, when Mr. Secundus is well, I shall come in person to thank you." "What's there to thank me for?" replied Pao-ch'ai, turning her head round and smiling. "But mind, you advise him to carefully tend his health, and not to give way to idle thoughts and reckless ideas, and he'll recover. If there's anything he fancies to eat or amuse himself with, come quietly over to me and fetch it for him. There will be no use to disturb either our old lady or Madame Wang, or any of the others, for in the event of its reaching Mr. Jia Zheng's ear, nothing may at the time come of it, but if by and by he finds it to be true, we will doubtless suffer for it." While tendering this advice, she went on her way. Xiren retraced her steps and returned into the room, fostering genuine feelings of gratitude for Pao-ch'ai. But on entering, she espied Pao-yü silently lost in deep thought, and looking as if he were asleep, and yet not quite asleep, so she withdrew into the outer quarters to comb her hair and wash. Pao-yü meanwhile lay motionless in bed. His buttocks tingled with pain, as if they were pricked with needles or dug with knives, giving him to boot a fiery sensation, just as if fire were eating into them. He tried to change his position a bit, but unable to bear the anguish, he burst into groans. The shades of evening were by this time falling. Perceiving that though Xiren had left his side, there remained still 2 or 3 waiting maids in attendance, he said to them, as he could find nothing for them to do just then, "You might as well go and comb your hair and perform your ablutions. Come in when I call you." Hearing this, they likewise retired. During this while, Pao-yü fell into a drowsy state. Jiang Yuhan then rose before his vision and told him all about his capture by Minn from the Zhongshui mansion. Presently, Jing Chuan too appeared in his room, bathed in tears, and explained to him the circumstances which drove her to leap into the well. But Pao-yü, who was half dreaming and half awake, was not able to give his mind to anything that was told him. Unawares, he became conscious of someone having given him a push, and faintly fell on his ear the plaintive tones of some person in distress. Pao-yü was startled out of his dreams. On opening his eyes, he found it to be no other than Lin Tai-yü. But still fearing that it was only a dream, he promptly raised himself, and drawing near her face, he passed her features under a minute scrutiny. Seeing her 2 eyes so swollen as to look as big as peaches, and her face glistening all over with tears, "If it is not Tai-yü," he thought, "who else can it be?" Pao-yü meant to continue his scrutiny, but the lower part of his person gave him such unbearable sharp twitches that, finding it a hard task to keep up, he, with a shout of "Aiyo," lay himself down again, as he heaved a sigh. "What do you once more come here for?" he asked. "The sun, it is true, has set, but the heat remaining on the ground hasn't yet gone, so you may, by coming over, get another sunstroke. Of course, I had a thrashing, but I don't feel any pains or aches. If I behave in this fashion, it will be all put on to work upon their credulity, so that they may go and spread the reports outside in such a way as to reach my father's ear. Really, it's all sham, so you must treat it as a fact." Though Lin Tai-yü was not giving away at the time to any wails or loud sobs, yet the more she indulged in those suppressed plaints of hers, the worse she felt her breath get choked and her throat obstructed, so that when Pao-yü's assurances fell on her ear, she could not express a single sentiment, though she treasured thousands in her mind. It was only after a long pause that she at last could observe, with agitated voice, "You must after this turn over a new leaf." At these words, Pao-yü heaved a deep sigh. "Compose your mind," he urged. "Don't speak to me like this, for I'm quite prepared to even lay down my life for all those persons." But scarcely had he concluded this remark than someone outside the court was heard to say, "Our Lady Secunda has arrived." Lin Tai-yü readily concluded that it was Lady Feng coming, so springing to her feet at once, "I'm off," she said, "out by the back court. I'll look you up again by and by." "This is indeed strange," exclaimed Pao-yü as he laid hold of her and tried to detain her. "How is it that you've deliberately started living in fear and trembling of her?" Lin Tai-yü grew impatient and stamped her feet. "Look at my eyes," she added in an undertone. "Must those people amuse themselves again by poking fun at me?" After this response, Pao-yü speedily let her go. Tai-yü, with hurried step, withdrew behind the bed, and no sooner had she issued into the back court than Lady Feng made her appearance in the room by the front entrance. "Are you better?" she asked Pao-yü. "If you fancy anything to eat, mind you send someone over to my place to fetch it for you." Thereupon Mrs. Hsüeh also came to pay him a visit. Shortly after, a messenger likewise arrived from old lady Jia to inquire after him. When the time came to prepare the lights, Pao-yü had a couple of mouthfuls of soup to eat, but he felt so drowsy and heavy that he fell asleep. Presently, Zhou Rui's wife, Wu Xingdeng's wife, and Zheng Haoshi's wife, all of whom were road dames who frequently went to and fro, heard that Pao-yü had been flogged, and they too hurried into his quarters. Xi promptly went out to greet them. "Aunts," she whispered, smiling, "you've come a little too late. Master Secundus is sleeping." Saying this, she led them into the room on the opposite side, and, pressing them to sit down, she poured them some tea. After sitting perfectly still for a time, "When Master Secundus awakes," the dames observed, "do send us word." Xi assured them that she would, and escorted them out. Just, however, as she was about to retrace her footsteps, she met an old matron, sent over by Madame Wang, who said to her, "Our mistress wants one of Master Secundus' attendants to go and see her." Upon hearing this message, Xi communed with her own thoughts. Then, turning round, she whispered to Qingwen, Sheyue, Qiuwen, and the other maids, "Our lady wishes to see one of us, so be careful and remain in the room while I go. I'll be back soon." At the close of her injunctions, she and the matron made their exit out of the garden by a short-cut, and repaired into the drawing-room. Madame Wang was seated on the cool couch, waving a banana-leaf fan. When she became conscious of her arrival, "It didn't matter whom you sent," she remarked. "Anyone would have done, but have you left him again? Who's there to wait on him?" At this question, Xi lost no time in forcing a smile. "Master Secundus," she replied, "just now fell into a sound sleep. Those 4 or 5 girls are all right now. They are well able to attend to their master. So please, madam, dispel all anxious thoughts. I was afraid that your ladyship might have some orders to give, and that if I sent any of them, they might probably not hear distinctly, and thus occasion delay in what there was to be done." "There's nothing much to tell you," added Madame Wang. "I only wish to ask how his pains and aches are getting on now." "I applied on Mr. Secundus," answered Xi "the medicine which Miss Pao-ch'ai brought over, and he's getting better than he was. He was so sore at one time that he couldn't lie comfortably, but the deep sleep in which he's plunged now is a clear sign of his having improved." "Has he had anything to eat?" further inquired Madame Wang. "Our dowager mistress sent him a bowl of soup," Xi continued, "and of this he has had a few mouthfuls. He shouted and shouted that his mouth was parched and fancied a decoction of sour plums, but remembering that sour plums are astringent things, that he had been thrashed only a short time before, and that not having been allowed to groan, he must, of course, have been so hard-pressed that fiery virus and heated blood must unavoidably have accumulated in the heart, and that were he to put anything of the kind within his lips, it might be driven into the cardiac regions and give rise to some serious illness. And what then would we do? I therefore reasoned with him for ever so long, and at last succeeded in deterring him from touching any. So, simply taking the syrup of roses, prepared with sugar, I mixed some with water, and he had half a small cup of it. But he drank it with distaste, for, being surfeited with it, he found it neither scented nor sweet. "Ai ya!" ejaculated Madame Wang. "Why didn't you come earlier and tell me? Someone sent me the other day several bottles of scented water. I meant at one time to have given him some, but as I feared that it would be mere waste, I didn't let him have any. But since he is so sick and tired of what preparation of roses that he turns up his nose at it, take those 2 bottles with you. If you just mix a teaspoonful of it in a cup of water, it will impart to it a very strong perfume." So saying, she hastened to tell Cai-yun to fetch the bottles of scented water, which she had received as a present a few days before. "Let her only bring a couple of them, they'll be enough," Xi chimed in. "If you give us more, it will be a useless waste. If it isn't enough, I can come and fetch a fresh supply. It will come to the same thing." Having listened to all they had to say, Tai-yü left the room. After some considerable time, she, in point of fact, returned with only a couple of bottles, which she delivered to Xueqin. On examination, Xueqin saw 2 small glass bottles, no more than 3 inches in size, with squaring silver stoppers at the top. On the glossing yellow labels was written, on one, pure extract of olea fragrance, on the other, pure extract of roses. What fine things these are! Xueqin smiled. How many small bottles the like of this can there be? They're of the kind sent to the palace, rejoined Madame Wang. Didn't you notice that gosling yellow slip? But mind, take good care of them for him. Don't fritter them away. Xueqin assented. She was ready to depart when Madame Wang called her back. I've thought of something, she said, that I want to ask you. Xueqin hastily came back. Madame Wang made sure that there was no one in the room. I've heard a faint rumour, she then inquired, to the effect that Pao-yü got a thrashing on this occasion on account of something or other which Huang told my husband. Have you perchance heard what it was that he said? If you happen to learn anything about it, do confide in me, and I won't make any fuss and let people know that it was you who told me. I haven't heard anything of the kind, answered Xueqin. It was because Mr. Secundus forcibly detained an actor, and that people came and asked master to restore him to them that he got flogged. It was also for this, continued Madame Wang as she nodded her head. But there's another reason besides. As for the other reason, I honestly haven't the least idea about it, explained Xueqin, but I'll make bold today, and say something in your presence, madam, about which I don't know whether I am right or wrong in speaking. According to what's proper. She had only spoken half a sentence when hastily she closed her mouth again. You are at liberty to proceed, urged Madame Wang. If your ladyship will not get angry, I'll speak out, remarked Xueqin. Why should I get angry? Observed Madame Wang. Proceed. According to what's proper, resumed Xueqin, our Mr. Secundus should receive our master's admonition, for if master doesn't hold him in check, there's no saying what he might do in the future. As soon as Madame Wang heard this, she clapped her hands and uttered the invocation, 阿弥陀佛. Unable to resist the impulse, she drew near Xueqin. My dear child, she added, you have also luckily understood the real state of things. What you told me is in perfect harmony with my own views. Is it likely that I don't know how to look after a son? In former days, when your elder master Zhu was alive, how did I succeed in keeping him in order? And can it be that I don't, after all, now understand how to manage a son? But there's a why and wherefore in it. The thought is ever present in my mind now, that I'm already a woman past 50, that of my children there only remains this single one, that he too is developing a delicate physique, and that, what's more, our dear senior prizes him as much as she would a jewel, that were he kept under strict control, and anything perchance to happen to him, she might, an old lady as she is, sustain some harm from resentment, and that as the high as well as the low will then have no peace or quiet. Won't things get in a bad way? So I feel prompted to spoil him by overindulgence. Time and again I reason with him. Sometimes I talk to him. Sometimes I advise him. Sometimes I cry with him. But though, for the time being, he's all right, he doesn't, later on, worry his mind in any way about what I say, until he positively gets into some other mess, when he settles down again. But should any harm befall him through these floggings, upon whom I depend by and by? As she spoke, she could not help melting into tears. End of section 18. Recording by Cao Xueqin in Singapore. Section 19 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Yuqing in Singapore. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2 by Cao Xueqin. Translated by Henry Bencraft Joly. Chapter 34, Part 2. At the sight of Madame Wang in the disconsolate mood, Xi herself unconsciously grew wounded at heart, and as she wept along with her, "Mr. Secundus," she ventured, "is your ladyship's own child, so how could you not love him? Even we, who are mere servants, think it a piece of good fortune when we can wait on him for a time, and all parties can enjoy peace and quiet. But if he begins to behave in this manner, even peace and quiet will be completely out of the question for us. On what day, and at what hour, do I advise Mr. Secundus? Yet I can't manage to stir him up by any advice. But it happens that all that crew are ever ready to court his friendship, so it isn't to be wondered that he is what he is. The truth is that he thinks the advice we give him is not right and proper. As you have today, madam, alluded to this subject, I've got something to tell you which has weighed heavy on my mind. I've been anxious to come and confide it to your ladyship, and to solicit your guidance, but I've been in fear and dread lest you should give way to suspicion. For not only would then all my disclosures have been in vain, but I would have deprived myself of even a piece of ground wherein my remains could be laid." Madame Wang perceived that her remarks were prompted by some purpose. "My dear child," she eagerly urged, "go on, speak out. When I recently heard one and all praise you secretly behind your back, I simply fancied that it was because you were careful in your attendance on Pao-yü, or possibly because you got on well with everyone, all on account of minor considerations like these. But I never thought it was on account of your good qualities. As it happens, what you told me just now concerns, in all its bearings, a great principle, and is in perfect accord with my ideas, so speak out freely if you have aught to say. Only let no one else know anything about it, that is all that is needed." "I've got nothing more to say," proceeded Xi. "My sole idea was to solicit your advice, madam, as to how to devise a plan to induce Mr. Secundus to move his quarters out of the garden by and by, as things will get all right then." This allusion much alarmed Madame Wang, speedily taking Xi's hand in hers. "Is it likely," she inquired, "that Pao-yü has been up to any mischief with anyone?" "Don't be too suspicious," precipitately replied Xi. "It wasn't at anything of the kind that I was hinting. I merely expressed my humble opinion. Mr. Secundus is a young man now, and the young ladies inside are no more children. More than that, Miss Lin and Miss Pao may be two female maternal first cousins of his, but albeit his cousins, there is nevertheless the distinction of male and female between them, and day and night, as they are together, it isn't always convenient, when they have to rise and when they have to sit, so this cannot help making one give way to misgivings. Were, in fact, any outsider to see what's going on, it would not look like the propriety which should exist in great families. The proverb appositely says that, when there's no trouble, one should make provision for the time of trouble. How many concerns there are in the world of which there's no making head or tail, mostly because what persons do without any design is construed by such designing people as chance to have their notice attracted to it, as having been designedly accomplished, and go on talking and taking till, instead of mending matters, they made them worse. But if precautions be not taken forehand, something improper will surely happen, for your ladyship is well aware of the temperament Mr. Secundus has shown all along. Besides, his great weakness is the first in our midst, so if no caution be exercised, and the slightest mistake be sooner or later committed, there will be then no question of true or false. For when people are many, one says one thing and another, and what is there that months of that Minn lot will shun with any sign of respect? Why, if their hearts be well disposed, they'll maintain that he is far superior to Buddha himself. But if their hearts be badly disposed, they will at once knit a tissue of lies to show that he cannot even reach the standard of a beast. Now, if people by and by speak well of Mr. Secundus, we'll all go on smoothly with our lives. but should he perchance give reason to any one to breathe the slightest disparaging remark, won't his body, needless for us to say, be smashed to pieces, his bones ground to powder, and the blame which he might incur be made 10,000 times more serious than it is? These things are all commonplace trifles, but won't Mr. Secundus' name and reputation be subsequently done for life? Secondly, it's no easy thing for your ladyship to see anything of our master. A proverb also says, "The perfect man makes provision beforehand." So wouldn't it be better that we should, this very minute, adopt such steps as will enable us to guard against such things? Your ladyship has much to attend to, and you couldn't, of course, think of these things in a moment. And as for us, it would have been well and good had they never suggested themselves to our minds. But since they have, we should be the more to blame did we not tell you anything about them, madam. Of late, I have racked my mind both day and night on this score, and though I couldn't very well confide to anyone, my lamp alone knows everything. After listening to these words, Madame Wang felt as if she had been blasted by thunder and struck by lightning, and, as they fitted so appositely with the incident connected with Jing Chuang, her heart was more than ever fired with boundless affection for Xiren. "My dear girl," she promptly smiled, "it's you who are gifted with enough foresight to be able to think of these things so thoroughly. Yet, did I not also think of them? But so busy have I been these several times that they slipped from my memory. What you've told me today, however, has brought me to my senses. It's thanks to you that the reputation of me, his mother, and of him, my son, is preserved intact. I really never had the faintest idea that you were so excellent. But you had better go now. I know of a way. Yet, just another word. After your remarks to me, I'll hand him over to your charge. Please be careful of him. If you preserve him from harm, it will be tantamount to preserving me from harm, and I shall certainly not be ungrateful to you for it." Xiren said several consecutive yeses and went on her way. She got back just in time to see Pao-yü awake. Xiren explained all about the scented water, and, so intensely delighted was Pao-yü, that he at once asked that some should be mixed and brought to him to taste. In very deed, he found it unusually fragrant and good, but as his heart was a prey to anxiety on Tai-yü's behalf, he was full of longings to dispatch someone to look her up. He was, however, afraid of Xiren. Readily, therefore, he devised a plan to first get Xiren out of the way, by dispatching her to Pao-ch'ai's to borrow a book. After Xiren's departure, he forthwith called Qing-wen. "Go," he said, "over to Miss Lin's and see what she's up to. Should she inquire about me, all you need tell her is that I'm all right." "What shall I go empty-handed for?" rejoined Qing-wen. "If I were, at least, to give her a message, it would look as if I had gone for something." "I have no message that you can give her," added Pao-yü. "If it can't be that," suggested Qing-wen, "I might either take something over or fetch something. Otherwise, when I get there, what excuse will I be able to find?" After some cogitation, Pao-yü stretched out his hand and, laying hold of a couple of handkerchiefs, he threw them to Qing-wen. "These will do," he smiled. "Just tell her that I bade you take them to her." "This is strange," exclaimed Qing-wen. "Will she accept these two half-worn-out handkerchiefs? She'll besides get angry and say that you were making fun of her." "Don't worry yourself about that," laughed Pao-yü. "She will certainly know what I mean." Qing-wen, at this rejoinder, had no help but to take the handkerchiefs and go to Xiaoxiang Lodge, where she discovered Chun-hsien in the act of hanging out handkerchiefs on the railings to dry. As soon as she saw her walk in, she vehemently waved her hand. "She's gone to sleep," she said. Qing-wen, however, entered the room. It was in perfect darkness. There was not even so much as a lantern burning, and Tai-yü was already ensconced in bed. "Who's there?" she shouted. "It's Qing-wen," promptly replied Qing-wen. "What are you up to?" Tai-yü inquired. "Mr. Secundus," explained Qing-wen, "send you some handkerchiefs, miss." Tai-yü's spirits sunk as soon as she caught her reply. "What can he have sent me handkerchiefs for?" she secretly reasoned within herself. "Who gave him these handkerchiefs?" She then asked aloud. They must be fine ones, so tell him to keep them and give them to someone else, for I don't need such things at present." "They're not new," smiled Qingwen. "They're of an ordinary kind, and old." Hearing this, Lin Tai-yü felt downcast, but after minutely searching her heart, she at last suddenly grasped his meaning, and she hastily observed, "Leave them and go your way." Qingwen was compelled to put them down, and turning round, she betook herself back again. But much though she turned things over in her mind during the whole of her way homewards, she did not succeed in solving their import. When Tai-yü guessed the object of the handkerchief, her very soul unawares flitted from her. "As Pao-yü has gone to such pains," she pondered, "to try and probe this dejection of mine, I have, on one hand, sufficient cause to feel gratified, but there's no knowing what my dejection will come to in the future there is. On the other, enough to make me sad." There he abruptly and deliberately sent me a couple of handkerchiefs, and were it not that he has divined my inmost feeling, the mere sight of these handkerchiefs would be enough to make me treat the whole thing as ridiculous. The secret exchange of presents between us," she went on to muse, "fills me also with fears, and the thought that those tears which I am ever so fond of shedding to myself are of no avail, drives me likewise to blush with shame." And by dint of musing and reflecting, her heart began in a moment to bubble over with such excitement that, much against her will, her thoughts in their superabundance rolled on incessantly. So speedily directing that a lamp should be lighted, she little concerned herself about avoiding suspicion, shunning the use of names or any other such things, and set to work and rubbed the ink, soaked the pen, and then wrote the following stanzas on the two old handkerchiefs. "Vain in my eyes the tears collect, those tears in vain they flow, which I in secret shed. They slowly drop, but for whom though? The silk kerchief, which he so kindly troubled to give me, however could they not with anguish and distress fill me?" The second ran thus: "Like falling pearls or rolling gems, they trickled on the sly. Daily I have no heart for aught, listless all day am I. As on my pillow or sleeve's edge I may not wipe them dry, I let them dot by dot, and drop by drop to run freely." And the third: "The coloured thread cannot contain the pearls covering my face. Tears were of old at Xiaoxiang shed, but faint has waxed each trace. Outside my window thousands of baboons, also grow, but whether they be stained with tears or not, I do not know." Lin Tai-yü was still bent upon going on writing, but feeling her whole body burn like fire, and her face scalding hot, she advanced towards the cheval glass, and, raising the embroidered cover, she looked in. She saw at a glance that her cheeks were so red that they, in very truth, put even the peach blossom to the shade. Yet little did she dream that, from this day her illness would assume a more serious phase. Shortly she threw herself on the bed, and, with the handkerchief still grasped in her hand, she was lost in a reverie. Putting her aside, we will now take up our story with Xiren. She went to pay a visit to Pao-ch'ai, but as it happened, Pao-ch'ai was not in the garden, but had gone to look up her mother. Xiren, however, could not very well come back with empty hands, so she waited until the second watch, when Pao-ch'ai eventually returned to her quarters. Indeed, so correct an estimate of Xuepan's natural disposition did Pao-ch'ai ever have, that from an early moment she entertained within herself some faint suspicion that it must have been Xuepan who had instigated some person or other to come and lodge a complaint against Pao-yü. And when she also unexpectedly heard Xiren's disclosures on the subject, she became more positive in her surmises. The one who had, in fact, told Xiren was Minn, but Minn too had arrived at the conjecture in his own mind, and could not adduce any definite proof, so that everyone treated his statements as founded partly on mere suppositions and partly on actual facts. But despite this, they felt quite certain that it was Xuepan who had intrigued. Xuepan had always enjoyed this reputation, but on this particular instance the harm was not, actually, his own doing. Yet, as everyone, with one consent, tenaciously affirmed that it was he, it was no easy matter for him, much though he might argue, to clear himself of blame. Soon after his return on this day from a drinking bout out of doors, he came to see his mother, but finding Pao-ch'ai in her rooms, they exchanged a few irrelevant remarks. "I hear," he consequently asked, "that cousin Pao-yü has got into trouble. Why is it?" Mrs. Hsüeh was at the time much distressed on the score. As soon, therefore, as she caught this question, she gnashed her teeth with rage, and shouted, "You good-for-nothing, spiteful fellow! It's all you who are at the bottom of this trouble, and do you still have the face to come and ply me with questions?" These words made Pao-yü wince. "When did I stir up any trouble?" he quickly asked. "Do you still go on shaming?" cried Mrs. Hsüeh. "Everyone knows full well that it was you who said those things, and do you yet prevaricate?" "Were everyone," insinuated Xuepan, "to assert that I had committed murder, will you believe even that?" "Your very sister is well aware that they were said by you," Mrs. Hsüeh continued. "And is it likely that she would accuse you falsely, pray?" "Mother," promptly interposed Pao-ch'ai, "you shouldn't be brawling with brother just now. If you wait quietly, we'll find out the plain and honest truth." Then turning towards Xuepan, "Whether it's you who said those things or not," she added, "is of no consequence. The whole affair, besides, is a matter of the past, so what need is there for any argument? They will only be making a mountain of a molehill. I have just one word of advice to give you. Don't, from henceforward, be up to such reckless mischief outside, and concern yourself a little less with other people's affairs. All you do is day after day to associate with your friends and foolishly gad about. You're a happy-go-lucky sort of creature. If nothing happens, well and good, but should by and by anything turn up, every one will, though it's none of your doing, imagine again that you are at the bottom of it. Not to speak of others, why, I myself will be the first to suspect you." Xuepan was naturally open-hearted and plain-spoken, and could not brook anything in the way of innuendos, so, when on the one side, Pao-ch'ai advised him not to foolishly gad about, and his mother, on the other, hinted that he had a foul tongue, and that he was the cause that Pao-yü had been flogged, yet once got so exasperated that he jumped about in an erratic manner, and did all in his power, by vowing and swearing, to explain matters. "Who has," he ejaculated, heaping abuse upon everyone, "laid such a tissue of lies to my charge? I'd like to take the teeth of that felon and pull them out. It's clear as day that they shove me forward as a target, for now that Pao-yü has been flogged, they find no means of making a display of their zeal. But is Pao-yü forsooth the Lord of the heavens, that because he has had a thrashing from his father, the whole household should be fussing for days? The other time he behaved improperly, and my uncle gave him 2 whacks, but our venerable ancestor came, after a time, somehow or other, I don't know how, to hear about it, and, maintaining that it was all due to Mr. Jiazhen, she called him before her, and gave him a good blowing up. And here today they have gone further, and involved me. They may drag me in as much as they like, I don't fear a rap, but wouldn't it be better for me to go into the garden, and take Pao-yü and give him a bit of my mind, and kill him? I can then pay the penalty by laying down my life for his, and one and all will enjoy peace and quiet." While he clamoured and shouted, he looked about him for the bar of the door, and, snatching it up, he there and then was running off, to the consternation of Mrs. Hsüeh, who clutched him in her arms. "You murderous child of retribution!" she cried. "Whom would you go and beat? Come first and assail me." From excitement, Xuepan's eyes protruded like copper bells. "What are you up to?" he vociferated. "That you won't let me go where I please, and that you deliberately go on calumniating me. But every day that Pao-yü lives, the longer by that day I have to bear a false charge. So it's as well that we should both die, that things be cleared up." Pao-ch'ai too hurriedly rushed forward. "Be patient a bit," she exhorted him. "Here's Mama in an awful state of despair, not to mention that it should be for you to come and pacify her. You contrariwise kick up all this rumpus. Why, say nothing about her who is your parent, or even a perfect stranger, to advise you. It would be meant for your good. But the good counsel she gave you has stirred up your monkey instead." "From the way you are now speaking," Xueqin rejoined, "it must be you who said that it was I. No one else but you." "You simply know how to feel displeased with me for speaking," argued Pao-ch'ai, "but you don't feel displeased with yourself for that reckless way of yours of looking ahead and not minding what is behind." "You now bear me a grudge," Xueqin added, "for looking to what is ahead and not to what is behind. But how is it you don't feel indignant with Pao-yü for stirring up strife and provoking trouble outside? Leaving aside everything else, I'll merely take that affair of Jingchuangers, which occurred the other day, and recount it to you as an instance. My friends and I came across this Jingchuanger 10 times at least, but never has he made a single intimate remark to me. But how is it that, as soon as he met Pao-yü the other day, he at once produced his sash and gave it to him, though he did not so much as to know what his surname and name were? Now is it likely, forsooth, that this too was something that I started?" "Do you still refer to this?" exclaimed Mrs. Hsüeh and Pao-ch'ai, out of patience. "Wasn't it about this that he was beaten? This makes it clear enough that it's you who gave the thing out." "Really, you're enough to exasperate one to death," Xueqin exclaimed. "Had you confined yourself to saying that I had started the yarn, I wouldn't have lost my temper. But what irritates me is that such a fuss should be made for a single Pao-yü as to subvert heaven and earth." "Who fusses?" shouted Pao-ch'ai. "You are the first to arm yourself to the teeth and start a row, and then you say that it's others who are up to mischief." Xueqin, seeing that every remark made by Pao-ch'ai contained so much reasonableness that he could with difficulty refute it, and that her words were even harder for him to reply to than were those uttered by his mother, he was consequently bent upon contriving a plan to make use of such language as could silence her and compel her to return to her room, so as to have no one bold enough to interfere with his speaking. But, his temper being up, he was not in a position to weigh his speech. "Dear sister," he readily therefore said, "you needn't be flying into a huff with me. I've long ago divined your feelings. Mother told me some time back that for you with that gold trinket must be selected some suitor provided with a jade one, as such a one will be suitable match for you. And having treasured this in your mind, and seeing that Pao-yü has that rubbishy thing of his, you naturally now seize every occasion to screen him." However, before he could finish, Pao-ch'ai trembled with anger, and clinging to Mrs. Hsüeh, she melted into tears. "Mother," she observed, "have you heard what brother says? What is it all about?" Xueqin, at the sight of his sister bathed in tears, became alive to the fact that he had spoken inconsiderately, and, flying into a rage, he walked away to his own quarters and retired to rest. But we can well dispense with any further comment on the subject. Pao-ch'ai was, at heart, full of vexation and displeasure. She meant to give vent to her feelings in some way, but the fear again of upsetting her mother compelled her to conceal her tears. She therefore took leave of her parent, and went back all alone. On her return to her chamber, she sobbed and sobbed throughout the whole night. The next day she got out of bed as soon as it dawned, but feeling even no inclination to cover her chevelure or perform her ablutions, she carelessly adjusted her clothes and came out of the garden to see her mother. As luck would have it, she encountered Tai-yü standing alone under the shade of the trees, who inquired of her where she was off to. "I'm going home," Hsüeh Pao-ch'ai replied, and as she uttered these words, she kept on her way. But Tai-yü perceived that she was going off in a disconsolate mood, and, noticing that her eyes betrayed signs of crying, and that her manner was unlike that of other days, she smilingly called out to her from behind, "Sister, you should take care of yourself a bit. Were you even to cry so much as to fill 2 water jars with tears, it shouldn't heal the wounds inflicted by the cane. But as what reply Hsüeh Pao-ch'ai gave is not yet known to you, reader, lend an ear to the explanation contained in the next chapter. End of section 19. Recording by Cao Xueqin in Singapore.
Section 20 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2 by Cao Xueqin. Translated by Henry Bencraft Joly. Chapter 35, Part 1. Weiyuan tastes to the lotus leaf soup. Wang Jingying skillfully plaits the plum-blossom nut nets. Pao-ch'ai had, our story goes, distinctly heard Lin Tai-yü sneer, but in her eagerness to see her mother and brother, she did not so much as turn her head round, but continued straight on her way. During this time, Lin Tai-yü halted under the shadow of the trees. Upon casting a glance in the distance towards the Yuqing, she observed Li Gongcai, Ying Chun, Tan Qin, Si Chun, and various inmates wending their steps in a body in the direction of the Yuqing court. But after they had gone past, and company after company of them had dispersed, she only failed to see Lady Feng come. How is it, she cogitated within herself, that she doesn't come to see Pao-yü, even supposing that there was some business to detain her? She should also have put in an appearance, so as to curry favor with our venerable senior and Madame Wang. But if she hasn't shown herself at this hour of the day, there must certainly be some cause or other. While preoccupied with conjectures, she raised her head. At a second glance, she discerned a crowd of people, as thick as flowers in a bouquet, pursuing their way also into the Yuqing court. On looking fixedly, she recognized dowager Lady Jia leaning on Lady Feng's arm, followed by Madame Xing and Wang, Mrs. Zhou, and serving girls, married women, and other domestics. In a body, they walked into the court. At the sight of them, Tai-yü unwittingly nodded her head, and reflected on the benefits of having a father and mother, and tears forthwith again bedewed her face. In a while, she beheld Pao-ch'ai, Mrs. Hsüeh, and the rest likewise go in. But at quite an unexpected moment, she became aware that Zijun was approaching her from behind. "Miss," she said, "you had better go and take your medicine. The hot water too has got cold." "What do you, after all, mean by keeping on pressing me so?" inquired Tai-yü. "Whether I have it or not, what's that to you?" "Your cough," smiled Zijun, "has recently got a trifle better. And won't you again take your medicine? This is, it's true, the 5th moon, and the weather is hot. But you should, nevertheless, take good care of yourself a bit. Here you've been at this early hour of the morning, standing for ever so long in this damp place, so you should go back and have some rest." This single hint recalled Tai-yü to her senses. She, at length, realized that her legs felt rather tired. After lingering about abstractly for a long while, she quietly returned into the Xiaoshan lodge, supporting herself on Zijun. As soon as they stepped inside the entrance of the court, her gaze was attracted by the confused shadows of the bamboos which covered the ground, and the traces of moss, here thick, there thin, and she could not help recalling to mind those 2 lines of the passage in the Xixiang Ji. In that long look someone saunters about. White dew coldly bespeck the verdant moss. Cheng-Wen, she consequently secretly communed within herself, as she signed, had of course a poor fate, but she nevertheless had a widowed mother and a young brother. But in the unhappy destiny to which I, Tai-yü, am at present doomed, I have neither a widowed mother nor a young brother. At this point in her reflections, she was about to melt into another fit of crying, when of a sudden the parrot under the veranda caught sight of Tai-yü approaching, and with a shriek, he jumped down from his perch and made her start with fright. "Are you bent upon compassing your own death?" she exclaimed. "You have covered my head all over with dust again." The parrot flew back to his perch. "Xue Yan," he kept on shouting. "Quick, raise the portiere. Miss is come." Tai-yü stopped short and rapped on the frame with her hand. "Have his food and water been replenished?" she asked. The parrot forthwith heaved a deep sigh, closely resembling in sound the groans usually indulged in by Tai-yü, and then went on to recite. "Here I am fain these flowers to inter, but humankind will love me as a fool. Who knows who will, in years to come, commit me to my grave?" As soon as these lines fell on the ear of Tai-yü and Ji-zhuan, they blurted out laughing. "This is what you were repeating some time back, miss," Ji-zhuan laughed. "How did he ever manage to commit it to memory?" Tai-yü then directed someone to take down the frame and suspend it instead on a hook outside the circular window, and presently entering her room, she seated herself inside the circular window. She had just done drinking her medicine when she perceived that the shade cast by the cluster of bamboos planted outside the window was reflected so far on the gauze lattice as to fill the room with a faint light, so green and mellow, and to impart a certain coolness to the teapoys and mats. But Tai-yü had no means at hand to dispel her ennui, so from inside the gauze lattice she instigated the parrot to perform his pranks, and selecting some verses which had ever found favor with her, she tried to teach them to him. But without descending to particulars, let us now avert to Hsüeh Pao-ch'ai. On her return home, she found her mother alone combing her hair and having a wash. "Why do you run over at this early hour of the morning?" she speedily inquired when she saw her enter. "To see," replied Pao-ch'ai, "whether you were all right or not, mother." "Did he come again, I wonder, after I left yesterday and make any more trouble or not?" As she spoke, she sat by her mother's side, but unable to curb her tears, she began to weep. Seeing her sobbing, Mrs. Che herself could not check her feelings, and she too burst out into a fit of crying. "My child," she simultaneously exhorted her, "don't feel aggrieved. Wait, and I will call that child of wrath to order. For were anything to happen to you, from whom will I have anything to hope?" Xue Peng was outside and happened to overhear their conversation. So, with alacrity, he ran over and facing Pao-ch'ai, he made a bow, now to the left and now to the right, observing the while, "My dear sister, forgive me this time. The fact is that I took some wine yesterday. I came back late, as I met a few friends on the way. On my return home, I hadn't as yet got over the fumes, so I unintentionally talked a lot of nonsense. But I don't so much as remember anything about all I said. It isn't worth your while, however, losing your temper over such a thing." Pao-ch'ai was, in fact, weeping as she covered her face, but the moment this language fell on her ear, she could scarcely again refrain from laughing. Forthwith, raising her head, she sputtered contemptuously on the ground. "You can well dispense with all this sham," she exclaimed. "I'm well aware that you so dislike us both, that you are anxious to devise some way of inducing us to part company with you, so that you may be at liberty. Hsüeh Pao, at these words, hastened to smile. Sister, he argued, what makes you say so? Once upon a time, you weren't so suspicious and given to uttering anything so perverse. Mrs. Hsüeh hurriedly took up the thread of the conversation. All you know, she interposed, is to find fault with your sister's remarks as being perverse. But can it be that what you said last night was the proper thing to say? In very truth, you were drunk. There is no need for you to get angry, mother, Hsüeh Pao rejoined, nor for you, sister, either. For from this day I shan't any more make common cause with them, nor drink wine or get about. What do you say to that? That's equal to an acknowledgment of your failings, Pao-ch'ai laughed. Could you exercise such strength of will? Added Mrs. Hsüeh. Why, the dragon too would lay eggs. If I again go and get about with them, Hsüeh Pao replied, and you, sister, come to hear of it, you can freely spit in my face and call me a beast and no human being. Do you agree to that? But why should you too be daily worried, and all through me alone? For you, mother, to be angry on my account is anyhow excusable, but for me to keep on worrying you, sister, makes me less than ever worthy of the name of a human being. If now that father is no more, I manage, instead of showing you plenty of filial piety, mamma, and you, sister, plenty of love, to provoke my mother to anger and annoy my sister, why, I can't compare myself to even a four-footed creature. While from his mouth issued these words, tears rolled down from his eyes, for he too found it hard to contain them. Mrs. Hsüeh had not at first been overcome by her feelings, but the moment his utterances reached her ear, she once more began to experience the anguish which they stirred in her heart. Pao-ch'ai made an effort to force a smile. You've already, she said, been the cause of quite enough trouble. And do you now provoke mother to have another cry? Hearing this, Hsüeh Pao promptly checked his tears. As he put on a smiling expression, when did I, he asked, make mother cry? But never mind, enough of this. Let's drop the matter, and not allude to it any more. Call Cheng-Gao to come and give you a cup of tea, sister. I don't want any tea, Pao-ch'ai answered. I'll wait until mother has finished washing her hands and then go with her into the garden. Let me see your necklet, sister, Hsüeh Pao continued. I think it requires cleaning. It is so yellow and bright, rejoined Pao-ch'ai, and what's the use of cleaning it again? Sister, proceeded Hsüeh Pao, you must now add a few more clothes to your wardrobe. So tell me what color and what design you like best. I haven't yet worn out all the clothes I have, Pao-ch'ai explained, and why should I have more made? But in a little time, Mrs. Hsüeh effected a change in her costume, and hand in hand with Pao-ch'ai, she started on her way to the garden. Hsüeh Pao thereupon took his departure. During this while, Mrs. Hsüeh and Pao-ch'ai trudged in the direction of the garden to look up Pao-yü. As soon as they reached the interior of the Yihong court, they saw a large concourse of waiting maids and matrons standing inside as well as outside the antechambers, and they readily concluded that old Lady Chia and the other ladies were assembled in his rooms. Mrs. Hsüeh and her daughter stepped in. After exchanging salutations with everyone present, they noticed that Pao-yü was reclining on the couch, and Mrs. Hsüeh inquired of him whether he felt any better. Pao-yü hastily attempted to bow. I'm considerably better, he said. All I do, he went on, is to disturb you, aunt, and you, my cousin, but I don't deserve such attentions. Mrs. Hsüeh lost no time in supporting and laying him down. Mind you, tell me, whatever may take your fancy, she proceeded. If I do fancy anything, retorted Pao-yü smilingly, I shall certainly send to you, aunt, for it. What would you like to eat? Likewise inquired Madame Wang, so that I may, on my return, send it round to you. There's nothing that I care for, smiled Pao-yü, though the soup made for me the other day with young lotus leaves and small lotus cores was, I thought, somewhat nice. From what I hear, its flavor is nothing very grand, Lady Feng chimed in lovingly, from where she stood on one side. It involves, however, a good deal of trouble to concoct, and here you deliberately go and fancy this very thing. Go and get it ready, cried Dowager Lady Chia several successive times. Venerable ancestor, urged Lady Feng with a smile, don't you bother yourself about it. Let me try and remember who can have pushed the motes away. Then turning her head round, go and bid, she enjoined an old matron. The chief in the cookhouse go and apply for them. After a considerable lapse of time, the matron returned. The chief in the cookhouse, she explained, says that the 4 sets of molds for soups have all been handed up. Upon hearing this, Lady Feng thought again for a while. Yes, I remember, she afterwards remarked. They were handed up, but I can't recollect to whom they were given. Possibly they are in the tea room. Thereupon she also dispatched a servant to go and inquire of the keeper of the tea room about them. But he too had not got them, and it was subsequently the butler entrusted with the care of the gold and silver articles who brought them round. Mrs. Hsüeh was the first to take them and examine them. What, in fact, struck her gaze was a small box, the contents of which were 4 sets of silver molds. Each of these was over a foot long and 1 square inch in breadth. On the top, holes were bored of the size of beans. Some resembled chrysanthemums, others plum blossom, some were in the shape of lotus seed cases, others like water chestnuts. They numbered in all 30 or 40 kinds and were ingeniously executed. In your mansion, she felt impelled to observe smilingly to old Lady Chia and Madame Wang, everything has been amply provided for. Have you got all these things to prepare a plate of soup with? Hadn't you told me, and I happened to see them, I wouldn't have been able to make out what they were intended for. Lady Feng did not allow time to anyone to put in her word. Aunt, she said, how could you ever have divined that these were used last year for the imperial viands? They thought of a way by which they devised, somehow or other, I can't tell how, some dough shapes, which borrow a little of the pure fragrance of the new lotus leaves. But as all mainly depends upon the quality of the soup, they are not, after all, of much use. Yet who often goes in for such soup? It was made once only, and that's at a time when the molds were brought. And how is it that he has come to think of it today? So speaking, she took the molds and handed them to a married woman to go and issue directions to the people in the cookhouse to procure at once several fowls, and to add other ingredients besides and prepare 10 bowls of soup. What do you want all that lot for? Observed Madame Wang. There's good reason for it, answered Lady Feng. A dish of this kind isn't, at ordinary times, very often made, and were, now that Brother Pao-yü has alluded to it, only sufficient prepared for him, and none for you, dear sinner, you, aunt, and you, Madame Wang. It won't be quite the thing. So isn't it better that this opportunity should be availed of to get ready a whole supply, so that everyone should partake of some, and that even I should, through my reliance on your kind favor, taste this novel kind of relish? You are sharper than a monkey, Dowager Lady Chia laughingly exclaimed in reply to her proposal. You make use of public money to confer boons upon people. This remark evoked general laughter. This is a mere bagatelle, eagerly laughed Lady Feng. Even I can afford to stand you such a small treat. Then, turning her head round, tell them in the cookhouse, she said to a married woman, to please make an extra supply, and that they'll get the money from me. The matron assented and went out of the room. Pao-ch'ai, who was standing near, thereupon interposed with a smile. During the few years that have gone by since I've come here, I've carefully noticed that sister-in-law Secunda cannot, with all her acumen, outwit our venerable ancestor. My dear child, forthwith replied old Lady Chia at these words. I'm now quite an old woman, and how can there still remain any wit in me? When I was, long ago, of your man-like cousin Feng's age, I had far more wits about me than she has. I bet she now avers that she can't reach our standard. She's good enough. And compared with your Aunt Wang, why, she's infinitely superior. Your aunt, poor thing, won't speak much. She's like a block of wood, and when with her father and mother-in-law, she won't show herself off to advantage. But that girl Feng has a sharp tongue, so is it a wonder if people take to her? From what you say, insinuated Pao-yü with a smile, those who don't talk much are not loved. Those who don't speak much, resumed elder Lady Chia, possess the endearing quality of reserve. But among those with clipped tongues, there's also a certain despicable lot. Thus, it's better, in a word, not to have too much to say for one's self. Quite so, smiled Pao-yü. Yet, though senior sister-in-law Jia Zhu doesn't, I must confess, talk much, you, venerable ancestor, treat her just as you do cousin Feng. But if you maintain that those alone who can talk are worthy of love, then among all those young ladies, Sister Feng and cousin Lin are the only ones good enough to be loved. With regard to the young ladies, remarked dowager Lady Chia, it isn't that I have any wish to flatter your Aunt Hsüeh in her presence, but it is a positive and incontestable fact that there isn't, beginning from the 4 girls in our household, a single one able to hold a candle to that girl, Pao-ch'ai. At these words, Mrs. Hsüeh promptly smiled. Dear venerable senior, she said, you are rather partial in your verdict. Our dear senior vehemently put in Madame Wang, also smiling, has often told me in private how nice your daughter Pao-ch'ai is. So this is no lie. Pao-yü had tried to lead old Lady Chia on, originally with the idea of inducing her to speak highly of Lin Tai-yü. But when unawares she began to eulogize Pao-ch'ai instead, the result exceeded all his thoughts and went far beyond his expectations. Forthwith he cast a glance at Pao-ch'ai and gave her a smile, but Pao-ch'ai at once twisted her head round and went and chatted with Zheren. But of a sudden, someone came to ask them to go and have their meal. Dowager Lady Chia rose to her feet and enjoined Pao-yü to be careful of himself. She then gave a few directions to the waiting maids, and resting her weight on Lady Feng's arm, and pressing Mrs. Hsüeh to go out first. She and all with her left the apartment in a body. But still she kept on inquiring whether the soup was ready or not. If there's anything you might fancy to eat, she also said to Mrs. Hsüeh and the others, mind you, come and tell me, and I know how to coax that hussy Feng to get it for you as well as me. My venerable senior, rejoined Mrs. Hsüeh, you do have the happy knack of putting her on her mettle. But though she has often got things ready for you, you've, after all, not eaten very much of them. Aunt, smiled Lady Feng, don't make such statements. If our worthy senior hasn't eaten me up, it's purely and simply because she dislikes human flesh as being sour. Did she not look down upon it as sour? Why, she would long ago have gobbled me up. This joke was scarcely ended when it so tickled the fancy of old Lady Chia and all the inmates that they broke out with one voice in a boisterous fit of laughter. Even Pao-yü, who was inside the room, could not keep quiet. Really, Xueqin laughed, the mouth of our mistress Secunda is enough to terrify people to death. Pao-yü put out his arm and pulled Xueqin. You have been standing for so long, he smiled, that you must be feeling tired. Saying this, he dragged her down and made her take a seat next to him. Here you've again forgotten, laughingly exclaimed Xueqin. Avail yourself now that Miss Pao-ch'ai is in the court to tell her to kindly bid the heir come and plait a few girdles with twisted cords. How lucky it is you've reminded me, Pao-yü observed with a smile, and putting, while he spoke, his head out of the window. Cousin Pao-ch'ai, he cried, when you've had your repast, do tell heir to come over. I would like to ask her to plait a few girdles for me. Has she got the time to spare? Pao-ch'ai heard him speak, and turning round, how about no time? She answered. I'll tell her by and by to come. It will be all right. Dowager Lady Jia and the others, however, failed to catch distinctly the drift of their talk, and they halted and made inquiries of Pao-ch'ai what it was about. Pao-ch'ai gave them the necessary explanations. My dear child, remarked old Lady Jia, do let her come and twist a few girdles for your cousin. And should you be in need of anyone for anything, I have over at my place a whole number of serving girls doing nothing. Out of them, you are at liberty to send for any you like to wait on you. We'll send her to plait them, Mrs. Hsüeh and Pao-ch'ai observed smilingly with one consent. What can we want her for? She also daily idles her time away and is up to every mischief. But chatting the while, they were about to proceed on their way when they unexpectedly caught sight of Qiang Yun, Ping Er, Jiang Ling, and other girls picking balsam flowers near the rocks, who, as soon as they saw the company approaching, advanced to welcome them. Shortly, they all sallied out of the garden. Madame Wang was worrying lest Dowager Lady Jia's strength might be exhausted, and she did her utmost to induce her to enter the drawing room and sit down. Old Lady Jia herself was feeling her legs quite tired out, so she at once nodded her head and expressed her assent. Madame Wang then directed a waiting maid to hurriedly precede them and get ready the seats. But as Mrs. Zhou had, about this time, pleaded indisposition, there was only therefore Mrs. Zhou with the matrons and serving girls at hand, so they had ample to do to raise the portieres, to put the back cushions in their places, and to spread out the rugs. End of section 20. Section 21 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2 by Cao Xueqin, translated by Henry Bencraft Joly, Chapter 35, Part 2. Dowager Lady Jia stepped into the room, leaning on Lady Feng's arm. She and Mrs. Hsüeh took their places, with due regard to the distinction between hostess and visitors, and Hsüeh Pao-ch'ai and Xi Xiangyun seated themselves below. Madame Wang then came forward and presented with her own hands tea to old Lady Jia, while Li Gongchai handed a cup to Mrs. Hsüeh. You'd better let those young sisters-in-law do the honors, remonstrated old Lady Jia, and sit over there so that we may be able to have a chat. Madame Wang at length sat on a small bench. Let our worthy senior's viands, she cried, addressing herself to Lady Feng, be served here, and let a few more things be brought. Lady Feng acquiesced without delay, and she told the servant to cross over to their old mistress' quarters and to bid the matrons employed in that part of the household promptly go out and summon the waiting girls. the various waiting maids arrived with all dispatch. Madame Wang directed them to ask their young ladies round, but after a protracted absence on the errand, only 2 of the girls turned up, Tan Chun and Si Tun. Yin Chun was not in her state of health equal to the fatigue, or able to put anything in her mouth, and Lin Tai-yü, superfluous to add, could only safely partake of 5 out of 10 meals, so no one thought anything of their non-appearance. Presently, the eatables were brought, and the servants arranged them in their proper places on the table. Lady Feng took a napkin and wrapped a bundle of chopsticks in it. "Venerable ancestor and you, Mrs. Hsüeh," she smiled, standing the while below. "There's no need of any yielding. Just you listen to me and I'll make things all right." "Let's do as she wills," Lady Jia remarked to Mrs. Hsüeh laughingly. Mrs. Hsüeh signified her approval with a smile. So Lady Feng placed, in due course, 4 pairs of chopsticks on the table, the 2 pairs on the upper end for Dowager Lady Jia and Mrs. Hsüeh, those on the 2 sides for Hsüeh Pao-ch'ai and Xi Xiangyun. Madame Wang, Li Gongchai, and a few others stood together below and watched the attendants serve the viands. Lady Feng first and foremost hastily asked for clean utensils and drew near the table to select some eatables for Pao-yü. Presently, the soup on the lotus leaves arrived. After old Lady Jia had well scrutinized it, Madame Wang turned her head, and catching sight of Yü Chuan-er, she immediately commissioned her to take some over to Pao-yü. "She can't carry it single-handed," demurred Lady Feng. But by a strange coincidence, Ying-er then walked into the room along with Xi-er, and Pao-ch'ai, knowing very well that they had already had their meal forthwith, said to Ying-er, "Your master secundus, Mr. Pao-yü, just asked that you should go and twist a few girdles for him. So you two might as well proceed together." Ying-er expressed her readiness and left the apartment in company with Yü Chuan-er. "How can you carry it, so very hot as it is, the whole way there?" observed Ying-er. "Don't distress yourself," rejoined Yü Chuan, smiling. "I know how to do it." Saying this, she directed a matron to come and place the soup, rice, and the rest of the eatables in the present box, and bidding her lay hold of it and follow them. The 2 girls sped on their way with empty hands, and made straight for the entrance of the Yihong court. Here, Yü Chuan-er at length took the things herself, and entered the room in company with Ying-er. The trio, Zhe-ren, Xue-yue, and Qiu-wen, were at the time chatting and laughing with Pao-yü, but the moment they saw their 2 friends arrive, they speedily jumped to their feet. "How is it," they exclaimed laughingly, "that you 2 drop in just the nick of time? Have you come together?" With these words on their lips, they descended to greet them. Yü Chuan took at once a seat on a small stool. Ying-er, however, did not presume to seat herself, and though Zhe-ren was quick enough in moving a footstool for her, Ying-er did not still venture to sit down. Ying-er's arrival filled Pao-yü with intense delight, but as soon as he noticed Yü Chuan-er, he recalled to memory her sister Jin Chuan-er, and he felt wounded to the very heart, and overpowered with shame. And without troubling his mind about Ying-er, he addressed his remarks to Yü Chuan-er. Zhe-ren saw very well that Ying-er failed to attract his attention, and she began to fear lest she felt uncomfortable. And when she further realized that Ying-er herself would not take a seat, she drew her out of the room and repaired with her into the outer apartment, where they had a chat over their tea. Xie-yue and her companions had, in the meantime, got the bowls and chopsticks ready and came to wait upon Pao-yü during his meal. But Pao-yü would not have anything to eat. "Is your mother all right?" he forthwith inquired of Yü Chuan-er. An angry scowl crept over Yuquing's face. She did not even look straight at Pao-yü, and only after a long pause was it that she at last uttered merely the words, "All right," by way of reply. Pao-yü therefore found talking to her of little zest, but after a protracted silence he felt impelled to again force a smile and to ask, "Who told you to bring these things over to me?" "The ladies," answered Yuqing. Pao-yü discerned the mournful expression which still beclouded her countenance, and he readily jumped at the conclusion that it must be entirely occasioned by the fate which had befallen Jin Chuner. But when fain to put on a meek and unassuming manner and endeavor to cheer her, he saw how little he could demean himself in the presence of so many people, and consequently he did his best and discovered the means of getting everyone out of the way. Afterwards, straining another smile, he plied her with all sorts of questions. Yuqing, it is true, did not at first choose to heed his advances. Yet, when she observed that Pao-yü did not put on any airs, and that in spite of all her querulous approaches, he still continued pleasant and agreeable, she felt disconcerted, and her features at last assumed a certain expression of cheerfulness. Pao-yü thereupon smiled. "My dear girl," he said, as he gave way to entreaties, "bring that soup and let me taste it." "I've never been in the habit of feeding people," Yuqing replied. "You'd better wait till the others return. You can have some then." "I don't want you to feed me," laughed Pao-yü. "It's because I can't move about that I appeal to you. Do let me have it. You'll then get back early and be able, when you've handed over the things, to have your meal. But were I to go on wasting your time, won't you feel upset from hunger? Should you be lazy to budge? Well then, I'll endure the pain and get down and fetch it myself." As he spoke, he tried to alight from bed. He strained every nerve and raised himself, but unable to stand the exertion, he burst out into groans. At the sight of his anguish, Yuqing had not the heart to refuse her help. Springing up, "Lie down," she cried. "In what former existence did you commit such evil that your retribution in the present one is so apparent? Which of my eyes, however, can brook looking at you going on in that way?" While taunting him, she again blurted out laughing and brought the soup over to him. "My dear girl," smiled Pao-yü, "if you want to show temper, better do so here. When you see our venerable senior and madam, my mother, you should be a little more even-tempered. For if you still behave like this, you'll at once get a scolding." Eat away," urged Yuqing. "There's no need for you to be so sweet-mouthed and honey-tongued with me. I don't put any faith in such talk." So speaking, she pressed Pao-yü until he had 2 mouthfuls of soup. It isn't nice," Pao-yü purposely exclaimed. "Amitofo," ejaculated Yuqing. "If this isn't nice, what's nice?" "There's no flavor about it at all," resumed Pao-yü. "If you don't believe me, taste it, and you will find out for yourself." Yuqing, in a tantrum, actually put some of it to her lips. "Well," laughed Pao-yü, "it is nice." This exclamation eventually enabled Yuqing to see what Pao-yü was driving at, for Pao-yü had in fact been trying to beguile her to have a mouthful. "As at one moment you say you don't want any," she forthwith observed, "and now you say it is nice, I won't give you any." While Pao-yü returned her smiles, he kept on earnestly entreating her to let him have some. Yuqing, however, would still not give him any, and she at the same time called to the servants to fetch what there was for him to eat. But the instant the waiting maid put her foot into the room, the servants came quite unexpectedly to deliver a message. "2 nurses," they said, "have arrived from the household of Mr. Fu, Secundus, to present his compliments. They have now come to see you, Mr. Secundus, As soon as Pao-yü heard this report, he felt sure that they must be nurses sent over from the household of Deputy Subprefect Fu Shi. This Fu Shi had originally been a pupil of Jia Zheng, and had, indeed, had to rely entirely upon the reputation enjoyed by the Jia family for the realization of his wishes. Jia Zheng had likewise treated him with such genuine regard, and so unlike any of his other pupils, that he, that is, Fu Shi, ever and anon dispatched inmates from his mansion to come and see him so as to keep up friendly relations. Pao-yü had at all times entertained an aversion for bold-faced men and unsophisticated women. So, why did he once more, on this occasion, issue directions that the two matrons should be introduced into his presence? There was, in fact, a reason for his action. It was simply that Pao-yü had come to learn that Fu Shi had a sister, Qiu Fang by name, a girl as comely as a magnificent gem, and perfection itself, the report of outside people went, as much in intellect as in beauty. He had, it is true, not yet seen anything of her with his own eyes. But the sentiments which made him think of her and cherish her from a distance were characterized by such extreme sincerity that, dreading lest he should, by refusing to admit the matrons, reflect discredit upon Fu Qiufang, he was prompted to lose no time in expressing a wish that they should be ushered in. This Fu Shi had really risen from the vulgar herd. So seeing that Qiu Fang possessed several traits of beauty and exceptional intellectual talents, Fu Shi arrived at the resolution of making his sister the means of joining relationship with the influential family of some honorable clan. And so unwilling was he to promise her lightly to any suitor that things were delayed up to this time. Therefore, Fu Qiufang, though at present past her 20th birthday, was not as yet engaged. But the various well-to-do families belonging to honorable clans looked down, on the other hand, on her poor and mean extraction, holding her in such light esteem as not to relish the idea of making any offer for her hand. So, if Fu Shi cultivated intimate terms with the Jia household, he, needless to add, did so with an interested motive. The two matrons, deputed on the present errand, completely lacked, as it happened, all knowledge of the world. And the moment they heard that Pao-yü wished to see them, they wended their steps inside. But no sooner had they inquired how he was, and passed a few remarks, than Yuqing, becoming conscious of the arrival of strangers, did not bandy words with Pao-yü, but stood with a plate of soup in her hands, engrossed in listening to the conversation. Pao-yü again was absorbed in speaking to the matrons, and while eating some rice, he stretched out his arm to get at the soup. But both his and her, that is, Yuqing's eyes, were riveted on the women, and as he thoughtlessly jerked out his hand with some violence, he struck the bowl and turned it clean over. The soup fell over Pao-yu's hand, but it did not hurt Yuqing. She sustained, however, such a fright that she gave a start. How did this happen? She smilingly shouted with vehemence to the intense constellation of the waiting maids, who rushed up and clasped the bowl. But notwithstanding that Pao-yü had scolded his own hand, he was quite unconscious of the accident, so much so that he assailed Yuqing with a heap of questions as to where she had been burnt, and whether it was sore or not. Yuqing and everyone present were highly amused. "You yourself," observed Yuqing, "have been scolded, and do you keep on asking about myself?" At these words, Pao-yü became at last aware of the injury he had received. The servants rushed with all promptitude and cleared the mess. But Pao-yü was not inclined to touch any more food. He washed his hands, drank a cup of tea, and then exchanged a few further sentences with the two matrons. But subsequently the two women said goodbye, and quitted the room. Qingwen and some other girls saw them as far as the bridge, after which they retraced their steps. The two matrons perceived that there was no one about, and while proceeding on their way, they started a conversation. "It isn't strange," smiled the one, "if people say that this Pao-yü of theirs is handsome in appearance, but stupid as far as brains go. Nice enough a thing to look at, but not to put to one's lips. Rather idiotic, in fact, for he burns his own hand, and then he asks someone else whether she's sore or not. Now, isn't this being a regular fool?" "The last time I came," the other remarked, also smiling, "I heard that many inmates of his family feel ill will against him. In real truth, he is a fool, for there he drips in the heavy downpour like a waterfowl, and instead of running to shelter himself, he reminds other people of the rain, and urges them to get quick out of the wet. Now tell me, isn't this ridiculous, huh? Time and again, when no one is present, he cries to himself, then laughs to himself. When he sees a swallow, he instantly talks to it. When he espies a fish in the river, he forthwith speaks to it. At the sight of stars or the moon, if he doesn't groan and sigh, he mutters and mutters. Indeed, he hasn't the least bit of character, so much so that he even puts up with the temper shown by those low-bred maids. If he takes a fancy to a thing, it's nice enough, even though it be a bit of thread. But as for waste, what does he mind? A thing may be worth 1,000 or 10,000 pieces of money. He doesn't worry his mind in the least about it." While they talked, they reached the exterior of the garden, and they betook themselves back to their home, where we will leave them. As soon as Xueqin, for we will return to her, saw the women leave the room, she took Ying-er by the hand and led her in, and they asked Pao-yü what kind of girdle he wanted made. "I was just now so bent upon talking," Pao-yü smiled to Ying-er, "that I forgot all about you. I put you to the trouble of coming, not for anything else, but that you should also make me a few nets." "Nets? To put what in?" Ying-er inquired. Pao-yü at this question put on a smile. "Don't concern yourself about what they are for," he replied. "Just make me a few of each kind." Ying-er clapped her hand and laughed. "Could this ever be done?" she cried. "If you want all that lot, why, they couldn't be finished in 10 years' time." "My dear girl," smiled Pao-yü, "work at them for me, then whenever you are at leisure and have nothing better to do." "How could you get through them all in a little time?" Xueqin interposed smilingly. "First, choose now therefore such as are most urgently needed, and make a couple of them." "What about urgently needed?" Ying-er exclaimed. "They are merely used for fans, center pendants, and handkerchiefs." "Nets for handkerchiefs will do all right," Pao-yü answered. "What's the color of your handkerchief?" inquired Ying-er. "It's a deep red one," Pao-yü rejoined. "For a deep red one," continued Ying-er, "a black net will do very nicely, or one of dark green. Both these agree with the color." "What goes well with brown?" Pao-yü asked. "Peach red goes well with brown," Ying-er added. "That will make them look gaudy," Pao-yü observed. "Yet with all their plainness, they should be somewhat gaudy. Leek green and willow yellow are what are most to my taste," Ying-er pursued. "Yes, they will also do," Pao-yü retorted. "But make one of peach red too, and then one of leek green." "Of what design?" Ying-er remarked. "How many kinds of designs are there?" Pao-yü said. "There are the stick of incense, stools upset towards heaven, part of elephant's eyes, squares, chains, plum blossom, and willow leaves," Ying-er answered. "What was the kind of design you made for Miss Tertia the other day?" Pao-yü inquired. It was the plum blossom with piled cores, Ying explained in reply. Yes, that's nice, Pao-yü rejoined. As he uttered this remark, Zheran arrived with the cords. But no sooner were they brought than the matron cried from outside the window, Girls, your viands are ready. Go and have your meal, urged Pao-yü, and come back quick after you've had it. There are visitors here, Zheran smiled, and how can I very well go? What makes you say so? Ying laughed, while adjusting the cords. It's only right and proper that you should go and have your food at once and then return. Hearing this, Zheran and her companions went off, leaving behind only 2 youthful servant girls to answer the calls. Pao-yü watched Ying make the nets, but while keeping his eyes intent on her, he talked at the same time of one thing and then another, and next went on to ask her how far she was in her teens. Ying continued plaiting. I'm 16, she simultaneously rejoined. What was your original surname? Pao-yü added. It was Huang, answered Ying. That's just the thing, Pao-yü smiled. For in real truth, there's the Huang Ying, that is Oreo. My name at one time consisted of 2 characters, continued Ying. I was called Jing Ying, but Miss Pao-ch'ai didn't like it, as it was difficult to pronounce, and only called me Ying. So now I've come to be known under that name. One can very well say that Cousin Pao-ch'ai is fond of you, Pao-yü pursued. By and by, when she gets married, she's sure to take you along with her. Ying puckered up her lips and gave a significant smile. I've often told Zheran, Pao-yü smiled, that I can't help wondering who'll shortly be the lucky ones to win your mistress and yourself. You aren't aware, laughed Ying, that our young mistress possesses several qualities not to be found in a single person in this world. Her face is a second consideration. Pao-yü noticed how captivating Ying's tone of voice was, how complacent she was, and how simpleton-like unaffected in her language and smiles. And he soon felt the warmest affection for her, and particularly so when she started the conversation about Pao-ch'ai. Where do her qualities lie? He readily inquired. My dear girl, please tell me. If I tell you, said Ying, you must, on no account, let her know anything about it again. This goes without saying, smiled Pao-yü. But this answer was still on his lips when they overheard someone outside remark, How is it that everything is so quiet? Both gazed round to see who possibly it could be. They discovered, strange enough, no one else than Pao-ch'ai herself. Pao-yü hastily offered her a seat. Pao-ch'ai seated herself and then wanted to know what Ying was busy plaiting. Inquiring the while, she approached her and scrutinized what she held in her hands, half of which had by this time been done. What's the fun of a thing like this? She said. Wouldn't it be preferable to plait a net and put the jade in it? This allusion suggested the idea to Pao-yü. Speedily clapping his hands, he smiled and exclaimed, Your idea is splendid, cousin. I'd forgotten all about it. The only thing is what color will suit it best. It will never do to use mixed colors, Pao-ch'ai rejoined. Deep red will, on one hand, clash with the color, while yellow is not pleasing to the eye. And black, on the other hand, is too somber. But wait, I'll try and devise something. Bring the gold cord and use it with the black beaded cord, and if you twist one of each together and make a net with them, it will look very pretty. Upon hearing this, Pao-yü was immeasurably delighted, and time after time he shouted to the servants to fetch the gold cord. But just at that moment, Zheran stepped in with 2 bowls of eatables. How very strange this is today, she said to Pao-yü. Why, a few minutes back, my mistress, your mother, sent someone to bring me 2 bowls of viands. The supply, replied Pao-yü, smiling, must have been so plentiful today that they've sent some to every one of you. It isn't that, continued Xueqin, for they were distinctly given to me by name. What's more, I wasn't bidden to go and knock my head. So this is indeed remarkable. If they are given to you, Pao-yü smiled, why, you had better go and eat them. What's there in this to fill you with conjectures? There's never been anything like this before, Xueqin added, so it makes me feel uneasy. Pao-ch'ai compressed her lips. If this, she laughed, makes you felt uneasy, there will be by and by other things to make you far more uneasy. Xueqin realized that she implied something by her insinuations, as she knew from past experience that Pao-ch'ai was not one given to lightly and contemptuously poking fun at people, and remembering the notions entertained by Madame Wang on the last occasion she had seen her, she dropped at once any further allusions to the subject and brought the eatables up to Pao-yü for his inspection. I shall come and hold the court, she observed, as soon as I've rinsed my hands. This said, she immediately quitted the apartment. After her meal, she washed her hands and came inside to hold the gold cords for Ying-er to plait the net with. By this time, Pao-ch'ai had been called away by the servant, dispatched by Hsüeh Pao. But while Pao-yü was watching the net that was being made, he caught sight, at a moment least expected, of 2 servant girls, who came from the part of Madame Xing of the other mansion, to bring him a few kinds of fruits, and to inquire whether he was able to walk. If you can go about, they told him, our mistress desires you, Mr. Pao-yü, to cross over tomorrow and have a little distraction. Her ladyship really longs to see you. Were I able to walk, Pao-yü answered with alacrity, I would feel it my duty to go, and pay my respects to your mistress. Anyhow, the pain is better than before, so request your lady to allay her solicitude. As he bade them both sit down, he at the same time called Xueqin. Take, he said to her, half of the fruits just received to Miss Lin as a present. Xueqin signified her obedience and was about to start on her errand when she heard Tai-yü talking in the court, and Pao-yü eagerly shout out, request her to walk in at once. But should there be any further particulars which you, reader, might feel disposed to know, peruse the details given in the following chapter. End of section 21. Section 22 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2 by Cao Xueqin, translated by Henry Bencraft Joly, Chapter 36, Part 1. While Xueqin is busy embroidering mandarin ducks, Pao-yü receives in the Jiangyun Pavilion an omen from a dream. Pao-yü apprehends that there is a destiny in affections when his feelings are aroused to a sense of the situation in the pear fragrance court. Ever since our Lady Jia's return from Madame Wang's quarters, for we will now take up the string of our narrative, she naturally felt happier in her mind as she saw that Pao-yü improved from day to day. But nervous lest Jia Zheng should again in the future send for him, she lost no time in bidding a servant summon a head page, a constant attendant upon Jia Zheng, to come to her, and in impressing upon him various orders. Should, she enjoined him, anything turn up henceforward connected with meeting guests, entertaining visitors, and other such matters, and your master mean to send for Pao-yü, you can dispense with going to deliver the message. Just you tell him that I say that after the severe thrashing he has had, great care must be first taken of him during several months before he can be allowed to walk, and that, secondly, his constellation is unpropitious, and that he could not see any outsider, while sacrifices are being offered to the stars, that I won't have him, therefore, put his foot beyond the second gate before the expiry of the 8th moon. The head page listened patiently to her instructions, and, assenting to all she had to say, he took his leave. Old Lady Jia thereupon also sent for Nurse Li, Zhe and the other waiting maids, and recommended them to tell Pao-yü about her injunctions so that he might be able to quiet his mind. Pao-yü had always had a repugnance for entertaining high officials and men in general, and the greatest horror of going in official hat and ceremonial dress to offer congratulations or express condolences, to pay calls, return visits, or perform other similar conventionalities. But upon receipt, on the present occasion of this message, he became so much the more confirmed in his dislikes that not only did he suspend all intercourse with every single relative and friend, but even went so far as to study more than he had ever done before his own caprices in the fulfillment of those morning and evening salutations due to the senior members of his family. Day after day he spent in the garden, doing nothing else than loafing about, sitting down here or reclining there. Of a morning he would, as soon as it was day, stroll as far as the quarters of dowager Lady Jia and Madame Wang, to repair back, however, in no time. Yet ever ready was he every day that went by to perform menial services for any of the waiting maids. He, in fact, wasted away in the most complete dolce far niente days as well as months. If perchance Pao-ch'ai or any other girl of the same age as herself found at any time an opportunity to give him advice, he would, instead of taking it in good part, fly into a huff. A pure and spotless maiden, he would say, has likewise gone and deliberately imitated those persons, whose aim is to fish for reputation and to seek praise. That set of government thieves and salaried devils. This result entirely arises from the fact that there have been people in former times who have uselessly stirred up trouble and purposely fabricated stories with the primary object of enticing the filthy male creatures, who will spring up in future ages to follow in their steps. And who would have thought it? I have had the misfortune of being born a masculine being. But even those beautiful girls in the female apartments have been so contaminated by this practice that verily they show themselves ungrateful for the verge of heaven and earth, in endowing them with perception, and in rearing them with so much comeliness. Seeing therefore what an insane mania possessed him, not one of his cousins came forward to tender him one proper word of counsel. Lin Tai-yü was the only one of them who, from his very infancy, had never once admonished him to strive and make a position and attain fame. So thus it was that he entertained for Tai-yü profound consideration. But enough of minor details. We will now turn our attention to Lady Feng. Soon after the news of Jin Chuner's death reached her, she saw that domestics from various branches of the family paid her frequent visits at most unexpected hours, and presented her a lot of things, and that they courted her presence at most unseasonable moments, to pay their compliments and adulate her, and she began to harbor suspicions in her own mind, as she little knew what their object could possibly be. On this date, she again noticed that some of them had brought their gifts, So when evening arrived, and no one was present, she felt compelled to inquire jocosely of Ping Er what their aim could be. "Can't your ladyship fathom even this?" Ping Er answered with a sardonic smile. "Why, their daughters must, I fancy, be servant girls in Madame Wang's apartments. For her ladyship's room, 4 elderly girls are at present allotted with a monthly allowance of 1 tael. The rest simply receiving several hundreds of cash each month. So now that Jin Chuner is dead and gone, these people must, of course, be anxious to try their tricks and get this 1 tael job." Hearing this, Lady Feng smiled a significant smile. "That's it. Yes, that's it," she exclaimed. "You have really suggested the idea to my mind. From all appearances, these people are a most insatiable lot, for they make quite enough in the way of money. And as for any business that requires a little exertion, why, they are never ready to bear a share of it. They make use of their girls as so many tools to shove their own duties upon. Yet one overlooks that. But must they too have designs upon this job? Never mind. These people cannot easily afford to spend upon me the money they do, but they bring this upon their own selves, so I'll keep every bit of thing they send. I've, after all, resolved how to act in the matter." Having arrived at this decision, Lady Feng purely and simply protracted the delay until all the women had sent her enough to satisfy her. When she at last suited her own convenience and spoke to Madame Wang on the subject of the vacant posts. Mrs. Hsüeh and her daughter were sitting one day at noon in Madame Wang's quarters, together with Lin Tai-yü and the other girls, when Lady Feng found an opportunity and broached the topic with Madame Wang. "Ever since," she said, "Sister Jin Chuner's death, there has been 1 servant less in your ladyship's service. But you may possibly have set your choice upon some girl. If so, do let me know who it is, so that I may be able to pay her her monthly wages." This reminder made Madame Wang commune with her own self. "I fancy," she remarked, "that the custom is that there should be 4 or 5 of them, but as long as there are enough to wait upon me, I don't mind. So we can really dispense with another." "What you say is, properly speaking, perfectly correct," smiled Lady Feng. "But it's an old-established custom. There are still a couple to be found in other people's rooms, and won't you, madam, conform with the rule? Besides, the saving of a tael is a small matter." After this argument, Madame Wang indulged in further thought. "Never mind," she then observed. "Just you bring over this allowance and pay it to me, and there will be no need to supply another girl. I'll hand over this tael to her younger sister, Yu Chuner, and finish with it." Her elder sister came to an unpleasant end after a long term of service with me, so if the younger sister, she leaves behind in my employ, receives a double share, it won't be any too excessive." Lady Feng expressed her approval, and turning round, she said smilingly to Yu Chuner, "I congratulate you. I congratulate you." Yu Chuner thereupon crossed over and prostrated herself. "I just want to ask you," Madame Wang went on to inquire, "how much Mrs. Cao and Mrs. Zhou are allowed monthly?" "They have a fixed allowance," answered Lady Feng. "Each of them draws 2 taels, but Mrs. Jiao gets 2 taels for cousin Jia Huang, so hers amounts in all to 4 taels. Besides these 4 strings of cash." "Are they paid in full, month after month?" Madame Wang inquired. Lady Feng thought the question so very strange that she hastened to exclaim by way of reply, "How are they not paid in full?" "The other day," Madame Wang proceeded, "I heard a faint rumor that there was someone who complained in an aggrieved way that she had got a string short. How and why is this? The monthly allowances of the servant girls attached to the secondary wives, Lady Feng hurriedly added with a smile, amounted originally to a dao each. But ever since last year, it was decided by those people outside that the shares of each of those ladies' girls should be reduced by half. That is, each to 500 cash. And as each lady has a couple of servant girls, they receive therefore a dao short. But for this, they can't bear me a grudge. As far as I am concerned, I would be too glad to let them have it. But our people outside will again disallow it. So is it likely that I can authorize any increase? Pray, in this matter of payments, I merely receive the money, and I have nothing to do with how it comes and how it goes. I nevertheless recommended on 2 or 3 occasions that it would be better if these 2 shares were again raised to the old amount. But they said there's only that much money, so that I can't very well volunteer any further suggestions. Now that the funds are paid into my hands, I give them to them every month without any irregularity of even so much as a day. When payments hitherto were effected outside, what month were they not short of money? And did they ever, on any single instance, obtain their pay at the proper time and date? Having heard this explanation, Madame Wang kept silent for a while. Next, she proceeded to ask how many girls there were with Dowager Lady Jia drawing one tail. 8 of them, rejoined Lady Feng, but there are at present only 7. The other one is Xueqin. Quite right, assented Madame Wang, but your cousin Pao-yü hasn't any maid at one tail, for Xueqin is still a servant belonging to old Lady Jia's household. Xueqin, Lady Feng smiled, is still our dear ancestor's servant. She's only lent to cousin Pao-yü, so that she still receives this tail in her capacity of maid to our worthy senior. Any proposal, therefore, that might now be made that this tail should, as Xueqin is Pao-yu's servant, be curtailed, can on no account be entertained. Yet, were it suggested that another servant should be added to our senior's staff, then in this way one could reduce the tail she gets. But if this be not curtailed, it will be necessary to also add a servant in cousin Jia Huang's rooms, in order that there should be a fair apportionment. In fact, Qing Wen, Xie Yue, and the others, numbering 7 senior maids, receive each a dao a month, and Zha Hui and the rest of the junior maids, 8 in all, get each 500 cash per mensem, and this was recommended by our venerable ancestor herself. So how can anyone be angry and feel displeasure? Just listen, laughed Mrs. Hsüeh, to that girl Feng's mouth. It rattles and rattles like a cart laden with walnuts, which has turned topsy-turvy. Yet her accounts are, from what one can gather, clear enough, and her arguments full of reason. Aunt, rejoined Lady Feng, smiling, was I likely, pray, wrong in what I said? Whoever said you were wrong, Mrs. Hsüeh smiled. But were you to talk a little slower, wouldn't it be a saving of exertion for you? Lady Feng was about to laugh, but hastily checking herself, she lent an ear to what Madame Wang might have to tell her. Madame Wang indulged in thought for a considerable time. Afterwards, facing Lady Feng, you'd better, she said, select a waiting maid tomorrow and send her over to our worthy senior to fill up Xueqin's place. Then discontinue that allowance which Xueqin draws, and keep out of the sum of 20 taels allotted to me monthly, 2 taels and a dao, and give them to Xueqin. So henceforward, what Mrs. Zhao and Mrs. Zhou will get, Xueqin will likewise get, with the only difference that the share granted to Xueqin will be entirely apportioned out of my own allowance. Mine, therefore, there will be no necessity to touch the public funds. Lady Feng acquiesced to each one of her recommendations. and pushing Mrs. Hsüeh. "Aunt," she inquired, "have you heard her proposal? What have I all along maintained?" "Well, my words have actually come out true today." "This should have been accomplished long ago," Mrs. Hsüeh answered. For without, of course, making any allusion to her looks, her way of doing business is liberal. Her speech and her relations with people are always prompted by an even temper, while inwardly she has plenty of singleness of heart and eagerness to hold her own. Indeed, such a girl is not easy to come across. Madame Wang made every effort to conceal her tears. "How could you people ever rightly estimate Xueqin's qualities?" she observed. "Why, she's 100 times better than my own Pao-yü. How fortunate, in reality, Pao-yü is. Well, would it be if he could have her wait upon him for the whole length of his life?" In that case, Lady Feng suggested, "Why, have her face shaved at once, and openly place her in his room as a secondary wife? Won't this be a good plan?" "This won't do," Madame Wang retorted. "For first and foremost, he is of tender years. In the second place, my husband won't countenance any such thing. In the third, so long as Pao-yü sees that Xueqin is his waiting maid, he may, in the event of anything occurring from his having been allowed to run wild, listen to any good counsel she might give him. But were she now to be made his secondary wife, Xueqin would not venture to tender him any extreme advice, even when it's necessary to do so. It's better, therefore, to let things stand as they are for the present, and talk about them again after the lapse of another 2 or 3 years." At the close of these arguments, Lady Feng could not put in a word, by way of reply, to refute them. So turning round, she left the room. She had no sooner, however, got under the veranda than she discerned the wives of a number of butlers waiting for her to report various matters to her. Seeing her issue out of the room, they with one consent smiled. "What has your ladyship had to lay before Madame Wang?" they remarked, "that you have been talking away this length of time? Didn't you find it hot work?" Lady Feng tucked up her sleeves several times. Then, resting her foot on the step of the side door, she laughed and rejoined, "The draught in this passage is so cool that I will stop and let it play on me a bit before I go on. You people," she proceeded to tell them, "say that I've been talking to her all this while, but Madame Wang conjured up all that has occurred for the last 200 years and questioned me about it. So could I very well not have anything to say in reply? But from this day forth," she added with a sarcastic smile, "I shall do several mean things, and should even Mrs. Zhao and Mrs. Zhou go out of any ill will and tell Madame Wang, I won't know what fear is for such stupid, glib-tongued, foul-mouthed creatures as they, who are bound not to see a good end. It isn't for them to indulge in those fanciful dreams of becoming primary wives, for there will come soon a day when the whole lump sum of their allowance will be cut off. They grumble against us for having now reduced the perquisites of the servant maids, but they don't consider whether they deserve to have so many as 3 girls to dance attendance on them." While heaping abuse on their heads, she started homewards, and went all alone in search of some domestic to go and deliver a message to old Lady Jia. But without any further reference to her, we will take up the thread of our narrative with Mrs. Hsüeh and the others along with her. During this interval, they finished feasting on melons. After some more gossip, each went her own way, and Pao-ch'ai, Tai-yü, and the rest of the cousins returned into the garden. Pao-ch'ai then asked Tai-yü to repair with her to the Oxiang arbor, but Tai-yü said that she was just going to have her bath. So they parted company, and Pao-ch'ai walked back all by herself. On her way, she stepped into the Yihongyuan to look up Pao-yü and have a friendly hobnob with him, with the idea of dispelling her midday lassitude. But contrary to her expectations, the moment she put her foot into the court, she did not so much as catch the call of a crow. Even the two storks stood under the banana trees, plunged in sleep. Pao-ch'ai proceeded along the covered passage and entered the rooms. Here she discovered the 7 girls sleeping soundly on the bed of the outer apartment, some lying one way, some another. So turning round the decorated screen, she wended her steps into Pao-yü's chamber. Pao-yü was asleep in bed. Xueqin was seated by his side, busy plying her needle. Next to her lay a yak tail. Pao-ch'ai advanced up to her. "You're really far too scrupulous," she said smilingly in an undertone. "Are there still flies or mosquitoes in here? And why do you yet use that fly flap for? To drive what away?" Xueqin was quite taken by surprise, but hastily raising her head and realizing that it was Pao-ch'ai, she hurriedly put down her needlework. "Miss," she whispered with a smile, "you came upon me so unawares that you gave me quite a start. You don't know, miss, that though there be no flies or mosquitoes there is, no one would believe it, a kind of small insect, which penetrates through the holes of these gourds. It is scarcely to be detected, but when one is asleep, it bites just like ants do." "It isn't to be wondered at," Pao-ch'ai suggested, "for the back of these rooms adjoins the water. The whole place is also one mass of fragrant flowers, and the interior of this room is, too, full of their aroma. These insects grow mostly in the core of flowers, so no sooner do they scent the smell of any than they at once rush in." Saying this, she cast a look on the needlework she, that is, Xueqin, held in her hands. It consisted, in fact, of a belt of white silk, lined with red and embroidered on the upper part with designs representing mandarin ducks, disporting themselves among some lotus. The lotus flowers were red, the leaves green, the ducks of variegated colors. "Ai ya!" ejaculated Pao-ch'ai. "What very beautiful work! For whom is this, that is worth your while wasting so much labor on it?" Xueqin pouted her lips towards the bed. "Does a big, strapping fellow like this," Pao-ch'ai laughed, "still wear such things?" "He would never wear any before," Xueqin smiled. "That's why such a nice one was specially worked for him, in order that when he was allowed to see it, he should not be able to do otherwise than use it. With the present hot weather, he goes to sleep anyhow, but as he has been caused to wear it, it doesn't matter if even he doesn't cover himself well at night. You say that I bestow much labor upon this, but you haven't yet seen the one he has on." "It is a lucky thing," Pao-ch'ai observed, smiling, "that you are gifted with such patience." "I've done so much of it today," remarked Xueqin, "that my neck is quite sore from bending over it. My dear miss," she then urged with a beaming countenance, "do sit here a little. I will go out for a turn. I'll be back shortly." With these words, she sallied out of the room. End of section 22. Section 23 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2 by Cao Xueqin, translated by Henry Bencraft Joly. Chapter 36, Part 2. Pao-ch'ai was intent upon examining the embroidery, so in her absent-mindedness, she, with one bend of her body, settled herself on the very same spot, which Zheren had recently occupied. But she found, on second scrutiny, the work so really admirable that impulsively picking up the needle, she continued it for her. At quite an unforeseen moment, for Lin Tai-yü had met Xu Xiangyun and asked her to come along with her and present her congratulations to Zheren. These two girls made their appearance in the court. Finding the whole place plunged in silence, Xiangyun turned around and betook herself first into the side rooms in search of Zheren. Lin Tai-yü, meanwhile, walked up to the window from outside and peeped in through the gauze frame. At a glance, she espied Pao-yü, clad in a silvery red coat, lying carelessly on the bed, and Pao-ch'ai, seated by his side, busy at some needlework with a fly brush resting by her side. As soon as Lin Tai-yü became conscious of the situation, she immediately slipped out of sight, and stopping her mouth with one hand, as she did not venture to laugh aloud, she waved her other hand and beckoned to Xiangyun. The moment Xiangyun saw the way she went on, she concluded that she must have something new to impart to her, and she approached her with all promptitude. At the sight which opened itself before her eyes, she also felt inclined to laugh. Yet the sudden recollection of the kindness with which Pao-ch'ai had always dealt towards her induced her to quickly seal her lips, and knowing well enough that Tai-yü never spared anyone with her mouth, she was seized with such fear lest she should jeer at them, that she immediately dragged her past the window. "Come along," she observed. "Zheren, I remember, said that she would be going at noon to wash some clothes at the point. I presume she's there already, so let's go and join her." Tai-yü inwardly grasped her meaning, but after indulging in a couple of sardonic smiles, she had no alternative but to follow in her footsteps. Pao-ch'ai had, during this while, managed to embroider 2 or 3 petals, when she heard Pao-yü begin to shout abusingly in his dreams. "How can," he cried, "one ever believe what bonzes and Taoist priests say? What about a match between gold and jade? My impression is that it's to be a union between a shrub and a stone." Hsüeh Pao-ch'ai caught every single word uttered by him, and fell unconsciously in a state of excitement. Of a sudden, however, Zheren appeared on the scene. "Hasn't he yet woke up?" she inquired. Pao-ch'ai nodded her head by way of reply. "I just come across," Zheren smiled. "Miss Lin and Miss Xi, did they happen to come in?" "I didn't see them come in," Pao-ch'ai answered. "Did they tell you anything?" she next smilingly asked of Zheren. Zheren blushed and laughed significantly. "They simply came out with some of those jokes of theirs," she explained. "What decent things could such as they have had to tell me? They made insinuations today," Pao-ch'ai laughed, "which are anything but a joke. I was on the point of telling you them when you rushed away in an awful hurry." But no sooner had she concluded than she perceived a servant come over from Lady Feng's part to fetch Zheren. "It must be on account of what they hinted," Pao-ch'ai smilingly added. Zheren could not therefore do otherwise than arouse 2 servant maids and go. She proceeded with Pao-ch'ai out of the Yihong court, and then repaired all alone to Lady Feng's on this side. It was indeed to communicate to her what had been decided about her, and to explain to her as well that though she could go and prostrate herself before Madame Wang, she could dispense with seeing Dowager Lady Jia. This news made Zheren feel very awkward, to such an extent that no sooner had she got through her visit to Madame Wang than she returned in a hurry to her rooms. Pao-yü had already awoke. He asked the reason why she had been called away, but Xueqin temporized by giving him an evasive answer. And only at night, when everyone was quiet, did Xueqin at length give him a full account of the whole matter. Pao-yü was delighted beyond measure. "I'll see now," he said, with a face beaming with smiles, "whether you will go back home or not. On your return after your last visit to your people, you stated that your brother wished to redeem you, adding that this place was no home for you, and that you didn't know what would become of you in the long run. You freely uttered all that language devoid of feeling and reason, and enough to produce an estrangement between us, in order to frighten me. But I'd like to see who will henceforward have the audacity to come and ask you to leave." Xueqin, upon hearing this, smiled a smile full of irony. "You shouldn't say such things," she replied. "From henceforward, I shall be our Madame Wang's servant, so that if I choose to go, I needn't even breathe a word to you. All I'll have to do will be to tell her, and then I shall be free to do as I like." "But supposing that I behaved improperly," demurred Pao-yü laughingly, "and that you took your leave after letting mother know, you yourself will be placed in no nice fix when people get wind that you left on account of my having been improper." "What no nice fix?" smiled Xueqin. "Is it likely that I am bound to serve even highway robbers? Well, failing anything else, I can die. For human beings may live 100 years, but they are bound, in the long run, to fall a victim to death. And when this breath shall have departed, and I shall have lost the sense of hearing and of seeing, all will then be well." When the rejoinder fell on his ear, Pao-yü promptly stopped her mouth with both his hands. "Enough! Enough! That will do," he shouted. "There's no necessity for you to utter language of this kind." Xueqin was well aware that Pao-yü was gifted with such a peculiar temperament that he even looked upon flattering or auspicious phrases with utter aversion, treating them as meaningless and consequently insincere. So, when after listening to those truths she had spoken with such pathos, he lapsed into another of his melancholy moods, she blamed herself for the want of consideration she had betrayed. Hastily, therefore, putting on a smile, she tried to hit upon some suitable remarks with which to interrupt the conversation. Her choice fell upon those licentious and immodest topics which has ever been a relish to the taste of Pao-yü. And from these the conversation drifted to the subject of womankind. But when subsequently reference was made to the excellency of the weak sex, they somehow or other also came to touch upon the mortal nature of women, and Xueqin promptly closed her lips in silence. Noticing, however, that now that the conversation had reached a point so full of zest for him, she had nothing to say for herself. Pao-yü smilingly remarked, "What human being is there that can escape death? But the main thing is to come to a proper end. All that those abject male creatures excel in is, the civil officers, to sacrifice their lives by remonstrating with the emperor, and the military, to leave their bones on the battlefield. Both these deaths do confer, after life is extinct, the fame of great men upon them. But isn't it, in fact, better for them not to die? For as it is absolutely necessary that there should be a disorderly emperor before they can afford any ammunition, to what future fate do they thus expose their sovereign, if they rashly throw away their lives, with the sole aim of reaping a fair name for themselves? War two must supervene before they can fight. But if they go and recklessly lay down their lives with the exclusive idea of gaining the reputation of intrepid warriors, to what destiny will they abandon their country by and by? Hence, it is that neither of these deaths can be looked upon as a legitimate death. Loyal ministers, Xueqin argued, and excellent generals simply die because it isn't in their power to do otherwise. Military officers, Pao-yü explained, place such entire reliance upon brute force that they become lax in their stratagems and faulty in their plans. It's because they don't possess any inherent abilities that they lose their lives. Could one therefore, pray, say that they had no other alternative? Civil officials, on the other hand, can still less compare with military officers. They read a few passages from books and commit them to memory, and on the slightest mistake made by the emperor, they're at once rash enough to remonstrate with him, prompted by the sole idea of attaining the fame of loyalty and devotion. But as soon as their stupid notions have bubbled over, they forfeit their lives. And is it likely that it doesn't lie within their power to do otherwise? Why, they should also bear in mind that the emperor receives his decrees from heaven, and that were he not a perfect man, heaven itself would, on no account whatever, confer upon him a charge so extremely onerous. This makes it evident, therefore, that the whole pack and parcel of those officers who are dead and gone have invariably fallen victims to their endeavors to attain a high reputation, and that they had no knowledge whatever of the import of the great principle of right. Take me as an instance now. Were really mine the good fortune of departing life at a fit time, I'd avail myself of the present when all you girls are alive, to pass away. And could I get you to shed such profuse tears for me as to swell out into a stream large enough to raise my corpse and carry it to some secluded place, whither no bird even has ever wended its flight? And could I become invisible like the wind, and never more from this time come into existence as a human being, I should then have died at a proper season. Xueqin certainly awoke to the fact that he was beginning to give vent to a lot of twaddle, and speedily pleading fatigue, she paid no further notice to him. This compelled Pao-yü to at last be quiet and go to sleep. By the morrow, all recollection of the discussion had vanished from his mind. One day, Pao-yü was feeling weary at heart after strolling all over the place. When remembering the song of the Peony Pavilion, he read it over twice to himself, but still his spirits continued anything but joyous. Having heard, however, that among the 12 girls in the Pear Fragrance Court, there was one called Lin Tai-yü, who excelled in singing, he purposely issued forth by a side gate and came in search of her. But the moment he got there, he discovered Baoguan and Yueguan in the court. As soon as they caught sight of Pao-yü, they, with one consent, smiled and urged him to take a seat. Pao-yü then inquired where Lin Tai-yü was. Both girls explained that she was in her room, so Pao-yü hastened in. Here he found Lin Tai-yü alone, reclining against a pillow. Though perfectly conscious of his arrival, she did not move a muscle. Pao-yü ensconced himself next to her. He had always been in the habit of playing with the rest of the girls, so thinking that Lin Tai-yü was like the others, he felt impelled to draw near her and to entreat her with a forced smile to get up and sing part of the Niao Qing Shi. But his hopes were baffled, for as soon as Lin Tai-yü perceived him sit down, she impetuously raised herself and withdrew from his side. "I'm hoarse," she rejoined with a stern expression on her face. "The Empress the other day called us into the palace, but I couldn't sing even then." Seeing her sit bolt upright, Pao-yü went on to pass her under a minute survey. He discovered that it was the girl whom he had some time ago beheld under the cinnamon roses, drawing the character Qiang. But seeing the reception she accorded him, who had never so far known what it was to be treated contemptuously by anyone, he blushed crimson, while muttering some abuse to himself, and felt constrained to quit the room. Bao Guan and her companion could not fathom why he was so red, and inquired of him the reason. Pao-yü told them. "Wait a while," Bao Guan said, "until Mr. Qiang's secondus comes, and when he asks her to sing, she is bound to sing." Pao-yü at these words felt very sad within himself. "Where's brother Qiang gone to?" he asked. "He's just gone out," Bao Guan answered. "Of course, Lin Guan must have wanted something or other, and he's gone to devise ways and means to bring it to her." Pao-yü thought this remark very extraordinary, but after standing about for a while, he actually saw Jia Chang arrive from outside, carrying a cage with a tiny stage inserted at the top, and a bird as well, and went his steps in a gleeful mood towards the interior to join Lin Guan. The moment, however, he noticed Pao-yü, he felt under the necessity of halting. "What kind of bird is that?" Pao-yü asked. "Can it hold a flag in its beak, or do any tricks?" "It's the jade-crested and gold-headed bird," smiled Jia Chang. "How much did you give for it?" Pao-yü continued. "A tael and 8 maize," replied Jia Chang. But while replying to his inquiries, he mentioned to Pao-yü to take a seat, and then went himself into Lin Guan's apartment. Pao-yü had, by this time, lost every wish of hearing a song. His sole desire was to find what relations existed between his cousin and Lin Guan. When he perceived Jia Chang walk in and laughingly say to her, "Come and see this thing." "Was it?" Lin Guan asked, rising. "I've bought a bird for you to amuse yourself with," Jia Chang added, "so that you mayn't daily feel dull and have nothing to distract yourself with. But I'll first play with it and let you see." With this prelude, he took a few seats and began to coax the bird until it, in point of fact, performed various tricks on the stage, clasping in its beaks a mask and a flag. All the girls shouted out, "How nice!" with the sole exception of Lin Guan, who gave a couple of apathetic smirks, and went in a huff to lie down. Again, Jia Chang, however, kept on forcing smiles and inquiring of her whether she liked it or not. "Isn't it enough," Lin Guan observed, "that your family entraps a fine lot of human beings like us and coop us up in this hole to study this stuff and nonsense? But do you also now go and get a bird, which likewise is, as it happens, up to this sort of thing? You distinctly fetch it to make fun of us and mimic us. And do you still ask me whether I like it or not?" Hearing this reproach, Jia Chang, of a sudden, sprang to his feet with alacrity and vehemently endeavored, by vowing and swearing, to establish his innocence. "However could I have been such a fool today," he proceeded, "as to go and throw away a tael or two to purchase this bird? I really did it in the hope that it would afford you amusement. I never for a moment entertained such thoughts as those you credit me with. But never mind, I'll let it go, and save you all this misery." So saying, he wearily gave the bird its liberty, and with one blow he smashed the cage to atoms. "This bird," still argued Lin Guan, "differs, it's true, from a human being, but it too has a mother and father in its nest. And could you have had the heart to bring it here to perform these silly pranks? In coughing today, I expectorated 2 mouthfuls of blood, and Madame Wang sent someone here to find you so as to tell you to ask the doctor round to minutely diagnose my complaint. And have you instead brought this to mock me with? But it so happens that I, who have not a soul to look after me or to care for me, also have the fate to fall ill. Jia Chang listened to her. Yesterday evening, he eagerly explained, I asked the doctor about it. He said that it was nothing at all, that you should take a few doses of medicine, and that he would be coming again in a day or 2 to see how you were getting on. But who'd have thought it? You have again today expectorated blood. I'll go at once and invite him to come round. Speaking the while, he was about to go immediately when Ling Guan cried out and stopped him. Do you go off in a tantrum in this hot, broiling sun? She said. You may ask him to come, but I won't see him. When he heard her resolution, Jia Chang had perforce to stand still. Pao-yü, perceiving what transpired between them, fell unwittingly in a dull reverie. He then at length got an insight into the deep import of the tracing of the character Chang, but unable to bear the audio any longer, he forthwith took himself out of the way. So absorbed, however, was Jia Chang's whole mind with Ling Guan that he could not even give a thought to escorting anyone, and it was, in fact, the rest of the singing girls who saw Pao-yü out. Pao-yü's heart was gnawed with doubts and conjectures. In an imbecile frame of mind, he came to the Yihong court. Lin Tai-yü was at the moment sitting with Zhe and chatting with her. As soon as Pao-yü entered his quarters, he addressed himself to Zhe with a long sigh. I was very wrong in what I said yesterday evening, he remarked. It's no matter of surprise that father says that I'm so narrow-minded that I look at things through a tube and measure them with a clam shell. I mentioned something last night about having nothing but tears shed by all of you girls to be buried in. But this was a mere delusion, so as I can't guess the tears of the whole lot of you. Each one of you can henceforward keep her own for herself, and have done. Zhe had flattered herself that the words he had uttered the previous evening amounted to idle talk, and she had long ago dispelled all thought of them from her mind. But when Pao-yü unawares made further allusion to them, she smilingly rejoined, You are verily somewhat correct. Pao-yü kept silent, and attempted to make no reply. Yet, from this time he fully apprehended that the lot of human affections is in every instance subject to predestination, and time and again he was wont to secretly muse with much anguish, Who, I wonder, will shed tears for me at my burial? Lin Tai-yü, for we will now allude to her, noticed Pao-yü's behavior, but readily concluding that he must have been, somewhere or other, once more possessed by some benignant spirit. She did not feel it advisable to ask many questions. I just saw, she consequently observed, my maternal aunt, who, hearing that tomorrow is Miss Hsüeh's birthday, bade me come at my convenience to ask you whether you will go or not, and to tell you to send someone ahead to let them know what you mean to do. I didn't go the other day when it was Mr. Jia Hsüeh's birthday, so I won't go now, Pao-yü answered. If it is a matter of meeting anyone, I won't go anywhere. On a hot day like this to again don my ceremonial dress? No, I won't go. Aunt is not likely to feel displeased with me. What are you driving at? Zhe speedily ventured. She couldn't be put on the same footing as our senior master. She lives close by here. Besides, she's a relative. Why, if you don't go, won't you make her imagine things? Well, if you dread the heat, just get up at an early hour and go over and prostrate yourself before her and come back again after you've had a cup of tea. Won't this look well? Before Pao-yü had time to say anything by way of response, Tai-yü anticipated him. You should, she smiled, go as far as there for the sake of her, who drives the mosquitoes away from you. Pao-yü could not make out the drift of her insinuation. What about driving mosquitoes away? He vehemently inquired. Xueqin then explained to him how while he was fast asleep the previous day, and no one was about to keep him company, Miss Pao-ch'ai had sat with him for a while. It shouldn't have been done, Pao-yü promptly exclaimed, after hearing her explanations. But how did I manage to go to sleep and show such utter discourtesy to her? I must go tomorrow, he then went on to add. But while these words were still on his lips, he unexpectedly caught sight of Xueqin walk in full dress to bid them adieu, as she said that someone had been sent from her home to fetch her away. The moment Pao-yü and Tai-yü heard what was the object of her visit, they quickly rose to their feet and pressed her to take a seat. But Xueqin would not sit down, so Pao-yü and Tai-yü were compelled to escort her as far as the front part of the mansion. Xueqin's eyes were brimming with tears, but realizing that several people from her home were present, she did not have the courage to give full vent to her feelings. But when shortly Pao-ch'ai ran over to find her, she felt so much the more drawn towards them that she could not brook to part from them. Pao-ch'ai, however, inwardly understood that if her people told her aunt anything on their return, there would again be every fear of her being blown up as soon as she got back home, and she therefore urged her to start on her way. One and all then walked with her up to the second gate, and Pao-yü wished to accompany her still further outside, but Xueqin deterred him. Presently they turned to go back, but once more she called Pao-yü to her, and whispered to him in a soft tone of voice. Should our venerable senior not think of me, you do often allude to me, so that she should depute someone to fetch me. Pao-yü time after time assured her that he would comply with her wishes, and having followed her with their eyes while she got into her curricle and started, they eventually retraced their steps towards the inner compound. But reader, if you like to follow up the story, peruse the details contained in the chapter below. End of section 23. Section 24 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2, by Cao Xueqin, translated by Henry Bencraft Joly, Chapter 37, Part 1. In the study of autumnal cheerfulness is accidentally formed the Cydonia Japonica Society. In the Hangwu court, the chrysanthemum is on a certain night proposed as a subject for verses. But to continue, after Xueqin's return home, Pao-yü and the other inmates spent their time, as of old, in rambling about in the garden in search of pleasure and in humming poetical compositions. But without further reference to their doings, let us take up our narrative with Jia Zheng. Ever since the visit paid to her home by the imperial consort, he fulfilled his official duties with additional zeal. for the purpose of reverently making requital for the grace shown him by the emperor. His correct bearing and his spotless reputation did not escape His Majesty's notice, and he conferred upon him the special appointment of literary chancellor, with the sole object of singling out his true merit. For though he had not commenced his career through the arena of public examinations, he belonged nevertheless to a family addicted to letters during successive generations. Zhao Zun had, therefore, on the receipt of the imperial decree, to select the 20th day of the 8th moon to set out on his journey. When the appointed day came, he worshipped at the shrines of his ancestors, took leave of them and of Dowager Lady Jia, and started for his post. It would be a needless task, however, to recount with any full particulars how Pao-yü and all the inmates saw him off, how Zhao Zun went to take up his official duties, and what occurred abroad. Suffice it for us to notice that Pao-yü, ever since Zhao Zun's departure, indulged his caprices, allowed his feelings to run riot, and gathered wildly about. In fact, he wasted his time and added fruitless days and months to his age. On this special occasion, he experienced more than ever a sense of his lack of resources, and came to look up his grandmother Jia and Madame Wang. With them, he whiled away some of his time, after which he returned into the garden. As soon as he changed his costume, he perceived Cui Mo enter, with a couple of sheets of fancy note paper in her hand, which she delivered to him. "It quite slipped from my mind," Pao-yü remarked. "I meant to have gone and seen my cousin Tertia. Is she better that you come?" "Miss is all right," Cui Mo answered. "She hasn't even had any medicine today. It's only a slight chill." When Pao-yü heard this reply, he unfolded the fancy note paper. On perusal, he found the contents to be, "Your cousin, Tan Chen, respectfully lays this on her cousin Secunda's study table. When the other night the blue sky newly opened out to view, the moon shone as if it had been washed clean. Such admiration did this pure and rare panorama evoke in me that I could not reconcile myself to the idea of going to bed. The cathedral had already accomplished 3 turns, and yet I roamed by the railing under the triandra trees. But such poor treatment did I receive from wind and dew that I caught a chill, which brought about an ailment as severe as that which prevented the man of old from picking up sticks. You took the trouble yesterday to come in person and cheer me up. Time after time also did you send your attendants round to make affectionate inquiries about me. You likewise presented me with fresh lychees and relics of writings of Jian. How deep is really your gracious love? As I leaned today on my table, plunged in silence, I suddenly remembered that the ancients of successive ages were placed in circumstances in which they had to struggle for reputation and to fight for gain, but that they nevertheless acquired spots with hills and dripping streams, and inviting people to come from far and near, they did all they could to detain them, by throwing the linchpins of their chariots into wells or by holding on to their shafts, and that they invariably joined friendship with 2 or 3 of the same mind as themselves, with whom they strolled about in these grounds, either erecting altars for song or establishing societies for scanning poetical works. Their meetings were, it is true, prompted on the spur of the moment by a sudden fit of good cheer, but these have again and again proved, during many years, a pleasant topic of conversation. I, your cousin, may, I admit, be devoid of talent, yet I have been fortunate enough to enjoy your company amidst streams and rockeries. and to furthermore admire the elegant verses composed by Hsüeh Pao-ch'ai and Lin Tai-yü. When we were in the breezy hall and the moonlit pavilion, what a pity we never talked about poets. But near the almond tree with the sign and the peach tree by the stream, we may perhaps, when under the fumes of wine, be able to fling round the cups used for humming verses. Who is it who opines that societies with any claim to excellent abilities can only be formed by men? May it not be that the pleasant meetings on the Dongshan might yield a merit to those such as ourselves of the weaker sex? Should you not think it too much to walk on the snow? I shall make bold to ask you round, and sweep the way clean of flowers, and wait for you. Respectfully written. The perusal of this note filled Pao-yü unawares with exultation. Clapping his hands, "My third cousin," he laughed, "is the one eminently polished. I will go at once today and talk matters over with her." As he spoke, he started immediately, followed by Cui Mo. As soon as they reached the Qingfang pavilion, they espied the matron on duty that day at the back door of the garden, advancing towards them with a note in her hand. The moment she perceived Pao-yü, she forthwith came up to meet him. "Mr. Yuan," she said, "presents his compliments to you. He is waiting for you at the back gate. This is a note he bade me bring you." Upon opening the note, Pao-yü found it to read as follows. "An unfilial son, Yuan, reverently inquires about his worthy father's boundless happiness and precious health. Remembering the honor conferred upon me by your recognizing me in your heavenly bounty as your son, I tried both day as well as night to do something in evidence of my pious obedience. But no opportunity could I find to perform anything filial. When I had, some time back, to purchase flowers and plants, I succeeded, thanks to your vast influence, venerable senior, in finally making friends with several gardeners and in seeing a good number of gardens. As the other day, I unexpectedly came across a white begonia of a rare species. I exhausted every possible means to get some and managed to obtain just 2 parts. If you, worthy senior, regard your son as your own very son, do keep them to feast your eyes upon. But with this hot weather today, the young ladies in the garden will, I fear, not be at their ease. I do not, consequently, presume to come and see you in person, so I present you this letter written with due respect, while knocking my head before your table. Your son Yuan, on his knees, lays this epistle at your feet." After reading this note, Pao-yü laughed. "Has he come alone?" he asked, "or has he anyone else with him?" "He's got 2 flower pots as well," rejoined the matron. "You go and tell him," Pao-yü urged, "that I've informed myself of the contents of his note, and that there are few who think of me as he does. If you also take the flowers and put them in my room, it will be all right." So saying, he came with Cui Mo into the Qiuxiang study, where he discovered Pao-ch'ai, Da-yü, Ying-chun, and Si-chun already assembled. When they saw him drop in upon them, they all burst out laughing. "Here comes still another," they exclaimed. "I'm not a boor," smiled Tan Chen. "So when the idea casually crossed my mind, I wrote a few notes to try and see who would come. But who'd have thought that, as soon as I asked you, you would all come?" "It's unfortunately late," Pao-yü smilingly observed. "We should have started this society long ago." "You can't call this late," Da-yü interposed. "So why give way to regret? The only thing is, you must form your society, without including me in the number, for I daren't be one of you." "If you daren't," Ying-chun smiled, "who can presume to do so?" "This is," suggested Pao-yü, "a legitimate and great purpose. and we should all exert our energies. You shouldn't be modest, and I yielding, but every one of us who thinks of anything should freely express it for general discussion. So senior cousin Pao-ch'ai to make some suggestion, and you junior cousin Lin Tai-yü say something. What are you in this hurry for? Pao-ch'ai exclaimed. We are not all here yet. This remark was barely concluded when Li Wen also arrived. As soon as she crossed the threshold, "It's an excellent proposal," she lovingly cried. "This of starting a poetical society. I recommend myself as controller. Some time ago in spring I thought of this. But, I mused, I am unable to compose verses. So what's the use of making a mess of things? This is why I dispelled the idea from my mind and made no mention about it. But since it's your good pleasure, cousin Tertia, to start it, I will help you to set it on foot." "As you have made up your minds," Tai-yü put in, "to initiate a poetical society, every one of us will be poets. So we should, as a first step, do away with those various appellations of cousin and uncle and aunt, and thus avoid everything that bears a semblance of vulgarity." "First rate," exclaimed Li Wen. "And why should we not fix upon some new designations by which to address ourselves? This will be a far more refined way. As for my own, I've selected that of the old farmer of Daoxiang, so let none of you encroach on it. I'll then call myself the resident scholar of the Qiuxiang, and have done," Tan Chun observed with a smile. "Resident scholar or master is in fact not to the point. It's clumsy besides," Pao-yü interposed. "The place here is full of triangular and banana trees, and if one could possibly hit upon some name bearing upon the triangular and banana, it would be preferable." "I've got one," shouted Tan Chun smilingly. "I'll style myself the guest under the banana trees." "How uncommon!" they unanimously cried. "It's a nice one." "You had better," laughed Tai-yü. "Be quick and drag her away and stew some slices of her flesh for people to eat with the wine." No one grasped her meaning. "Zhangzi," Tai-yü proceeded to explain, smiling, "says the banana leaves shelter the deer. And as she styles herself the guest under the banana tree, is she not a deer? So be quick and make pieces of dried venison of her." At these words, the whole company laughed. "Don't be in a hurry," Tan Chun remarked as she laughed. "You make use of specious language to abuse people, but I've thought of a fine and most apposite name for you." Whereupon, addressing herself to the party, "In days gone by," she added, "an imperial concubine, Yuqing, sprinkled her tears on the bamboo, and they became spots. So, from olden times to the present, spotted bamboos have been known as the Shang imperial concubine bamboo. Now, she lives in the Xiaoshang lodge, and has a weakness, too, for tears. So the bamboos over there will, by and by, I presume, likewise become transformed into speckled bamboos. Everyone, therefore, must henceforward call her the Xiaoshang imperial concubine, and finish with it." After listening to her, they one and all clapped their hands and cried out, "Capital!" Lin Tai-yü, however, drooped her head and did not so much as utter a single word. "I've also," Li Wen smiled, "devised a suitable name for senior cousin, Hsüeh Pao-ch'ai. It too is one of 3 characters." "What's it?" eagerly inquired the party. "I'll raise her to the rank of Princess of Hengwu," Li Wen rejoined. "I wonder what you all think about this." "This title of honor," Tan Chun observed, "is most apposite." "What about mine?" Pao-yü asked. "You should try and think of one for me also." "Your style has long ago been decided upon." Pao-ch'ai smiled. "It consists of 3 words. Fussing for nothing, its most pet. You should, after all, Retain your old name of Master of the Flowers in the Purple Cave, Weiyuan suggested. That will do very well. Those were some of the doings of my youth. Why rig them up again? Pao-yü laughed. Your styles are very many, Tan Chun observed. And what do you want to choose another for? All you've got to do is to make suitable reply when we call you whatever takes our fancy. I must, however, give you a name, Pao-ch'ai remarked. That's a very vulgar name, but it's just the very thing for you. What is difficult to obtain in the world are riches and honors. What is not easy to combine with them is leisure. These two blessings cannot be enjoined together. But, as it happens, you hold one along with the other, so that we might as well dub you the rich and honorable idler. It won't do. It isn't suitable. Pao-yü laughed. It's better that you should call me at random whatever you like. What names are to be chosen for Miss Secunda and Miss Quarter? Weiyuan inquired. We also don't excel in versifying. What's the use, consequently, of giving us names? Or for no avail? Ying Chun said. In spite of this, argued Tan Chun, it would be well to likewise find something for you. She lives in the Zilingzhou, that is, Purple Caltrip Isle, so let us call her Linzhou, Pao-ch'ai suggested. As for that girl Quarter, she lives in the Oshang-shi, that is, Lotus Fragrance Pavilion. She should thus be called Oshang and have done. This will do very well, Weiyuan cried. But as far as age goes, I am the senior, and you should all defer to my wishes. But I feel certain that when I've told you what they are, you will unanimously agree to them. We are 7 here to form the society, but neither I, nor Miss Secunda, nor Miss Quarter can write verses. So, if you will exclude us 3, we'll each share some special duties. The names have already been chosen, Tan Chun smilingly demurred. And do you still keep on addressing them like this? Well, in that case, won't it be as well for them to have no names? But we must also decide upon some scale of fines for future guidance, in the event of any mistakes. There will be ample time to fix upon a scale of fines after the society has been definitely established, Weiyuan replied. There's plenty of room over in my place, so let's hold our meetings there. I'm not, it is true, a good hand at verses, but if you poets won't treat me disdainfully as a rustic boor, and if you will allow me to play the hostess, I may certainly also gradually become more and more refined. As for conceding to me the presidentship of the society, it won't be enough, of course, for me alone to preside. It will be necessary to invite 2 others to serve as vice presidents. You might then enlist Linzhou and Oshang, both of whom are cultured persons, the one to choose the themes and assign the meter, the other to act as copyist and supervisor. We 3 cannot, however, definitely say that we won't write verses, for if we come across any comparatively easy subject and meter, we too will indite a stanza if we feel so disposed. But you 4 will positively have to do so. If you agree to this, well, we can proceed with the society. But if you don't fall in with my wishes, I can't presume to join you. Ying Chun and Si Chun had a natural aversion for verses. What is more, Hsüeh Pao-ch'ai and Lin Tai-yü were present. As soon therefore as they heard these proposals, which harmonized so thoroughly with their own views, they both, with one voice, approved them as excellent. Tan Chun and the others were likewise well aware of their objects, but they could not, when they saw with what willingness they accepted the charge, insist with any propriety upon their writing verses, and they felt obliged to say yes. Your proposals, she consequently said, may be right enough, but in my views, they are ridiculous. For here I've had the trouble of initiating this idea of a society, and instead of my having anything to say in the matter, I've been the means of making you three come and exercise control over me. Well then, Pao-yü suggested, let's go to the Daoxiang village. You're always in a hurry, Weiyuan remarked. We are here today to simply deliberate, so wait until I've sent for you again. It would be well, Pao-ch'ai interposed, that we should also decide every how many days we are to meet. If we meet too often, argued Tan Chen, there won't be fun in it. We should simply come together 2 or 3 times in a month. It will be ample if we meet twice or thrice a month, Pao-ch'ai added. But when the days have been settled, neither wind nor rain should prevent us. Exclusive, however, of these 2 days, anyone in high spirits and disposed to have an extra meeting can either ask us to go over to her place, or you can all come to us. Either will do well enough. But won't it be more pleasant if no hard and fast days be laid down? This suggestion is excellent, they all exclaimed. This idea was primarily originated by me, Tan Chen observed, and I should be the first to play the hostess, so that these good spirits of mine shouldn't all go for nothing. Well, after this remark, Weiyuan proceeded, what do you say to your being the first to convene a meeting tomorrow? Tomorrow, Tan Chen demurred, is not as good as today. The best thing is to have it at once. We better therefore choose the subjects, while Lin Jiu can fix the meter, and Oushan act as supervisor. According to my ideas, Ying Chun chimed in, we shouldn't yield to the wishes of any single person in the choice of themes and the settlement of the rhythm. What would really be fair and right would be to draw lots. When I came just now, Li Wen pursued, I noticed them bring in 2 pots of white begonias, which were simply beautiful. And why should you not write some verses on them? Can we write verses? Ying Chun retorted, before we have as yet seen anything of the flowers. They are purely and simply white begonias, Pao-ch'ai answered, and is there again any need to see them before you put together your verses? Men of old merely indited poetical compositions to express their good cheer and conceal their sentiments. Had they waited to write on things they had seen, why, the whole number of their works would not be in existence at present. In that case, Ying Chun said, let me fix the meter. With these words, she walked up to the bookcase and, extracting a volume, she opened it at random at some verses which turned out to be a heptameter stanza. Then, handing it round for general perusal, everybody had to compose lines with 7 words in each. Ying Chun next closed the book of verses and addressed herself to a young waiting maid. Just utter, she bade her, the first character that comes to your mouth. The waiting maid was standing, leaning against the door, so readily she suggested the word door. The rhyme then will be the word door. Ying Chun smiled. Under the 13th character, yuan, the final word of the first line is therefore door. Saying this, she asked for the box with the rhyme slips, and pulling out the 13th drawer with the character yuan, she directed a young waiting maid to take 4 words as they came under her hand. The waiting maid complied with her directions, and picked out 4 slips, on which were written pen, huan, hun, and huan, that is, pot, spirit, traces, and dusk. The 2 characters pot and door, observed Pao-yü, are not very easy to rhyme with. But Ji Shu then got ready for lots of paper and pens, share and share alike, and one and all quietly set to work. racking their brains to perform their task, with the exception of Tai-yü, who either kept on rubbing the dryandra flowers or looking at the autumnal weather or bandying jokes as well with the servant girls, while Ying-chun ordered a waiting maid to light a dream sweet incense stick. This dream sweet stick was, it must be explained, made only about 3 inches long and about the thickness of a lamb wick, in order to easily burn down, setting therefore her choice upon one of these as a limit of time. Anyone who failed to accomplish the allotted task by the time the stick was consumed had to pay a penalty. Presently, Tan Chun was the first to think of some verses, and taking up her pen, she wrote them down, and after submitting them to several alterations, she handed them up to Ying-chun. "Princess of Hengwu," she then inquired of Pao-ch'ai, "have you finished?" "As for finishing, I have finished," Pao-ch'ai rejoined, "but they're worth nothing." Pao-yü paced up and down the veranda with his hands behind his back. "Have you heard?" he thereupon said to Tai-yü. "They've all done." "Don't concern yourself about me," Tai-yü returned for answer. Pao-yü also perceived that Pao-ch'ai had already copied hers out. "Dreadful!" he exclaimed. "There only remains an inch of the stick, and I've only just composed 4 lines. The incense stick is nearly burnt out," he continued, speaking to Tai-yü. "And what do you keep squatting on that damn ground like that for?" But Tai-yü did not again worry her mind about what he said. "Well," Pao-yü added, "I can't be looking after you, whether good or bad. I'll write mine out too and have done." As he spoke, he likewise drew up to the table and began putting his lines down. "We'll now peruse the verses," Weiyuan interposed, "and if by the time we've done you haven't as yet handed up your papers, you'll have to be fined." "O farmer of Daoshan," Pao-yü remarked, "you are not, it is true, a good hand at writing verses, but you can read well, and what's more, you are the fairest of the lot, so you'll better adjudge the good and the bad, and we'll submit to your judgment." "Of course," responded the party with one voice. In due course, therefore, she first read Tan Chun's draft. It ran as follows. Verses on the begonia. "What time the sun's rays slant, and the grass waxed cold, close the double doors. After a shower of rain, green moss plenteously covers the whole pot. Beauteous is jade, but yet with the impurity it cannot ever vie. Thy frame, spotless as snow, from admiration easy robs me of my wits. Thy fragrant core is like unto a dot, so full of grace, so delicate. When the moon reached the 3rd watch, thy comely shade begins to show itself. Do not tell me that a chaste fairy like thee can take wings and pass away. How lovely are thine charms, when in thine company at dusk I sing my lay." After she had read them aloud, one and all sang their praise for a time. She then took up Pao-ch'ai's, which consisted of, "If thou wouldst careful tend those fragrant lovely flowers, close of a day the doors, and with thine own hands take the can and sprinkle water o'er the mossy pots. Red, as if with cosmetic washed, are the shadows in autumn on the steps. Their crystal snowy bloom invites the dew on their spirits to heap itself. Their extreme whiteness mostly shows that they are more comely than all other flowers. When much they grieve, how can their jade-like form lack the traces of tears? Wouldst thou the god of those white flowers repay, then purity needst thou observe. in silence plunges their fine bloom, now that once more day yields to dusk. After all, observed Weiyuan, it's the princess of Hengwu who expresses herself to the point. Next, they bestowed their attention on the following lines, composed by Pao-yü. Thy form in autumn faints reflects against the double doors. So heaps the snow in the seventh feast that it filleth thy pots. Thy shade is spotless as Taizhen, when from her bath she hails. Like Sizi's, whose hand ever pressed her heart, jade like thy soul. When the morn ushering breeze falls not, thy thousand blossoms grieve. To all thy tears the evening shower addeth another trace. Alone thou leanest against the coloured rails, as if with sense imbued. As heavy-hearted as the fond wife, beating clothes, or her that sadly listens to the flute, thou mask'st the fall of dusk. When they had perused his verses, Pao-yü opined that Tanzhen's carried the palm. Weiyuan was, however, inclined to concede to the stanza indicted by Pao-ch'ai the credit of possessing much merit. But she then went on to tell Tai-yü to look sharp. Have you all done? Tai-yü asked. So saying, she picked up a pen and, completing her task, with a few dashes, she threw it to them to look over. On perusal, Weiyuan and her companions found her verses to run in this strain. Half rolled the speckled portiere hangs, half closed the door. Thy mold like broken ice it looks, jade like thy pot. This couplet over, Pao-yü took the initiative and shouted, Capital! But he had just had time to inquire where she had recalled them to mind from when they turned their mind to the succeeding lines. 3 points of whiteness from the pear petals thou stealest, and from the plume bloom its spirit thou borrowest. Splendid! Everyone who heard them conned over felt impelled to cry. It is a positive fact, they said, that her imagination is, compared with that of others, quite unique. But the rest of the composition was next considered. Its text was, The fairy in Selene's cavity donneth a plain attire. The maiden, plunged in autumn grief, dries in her room the prince of tears. Winsome she blushes, in silence she is plunged, with none a word she breathes. But wearily she leans against the eastern breeze, though dusk has long since fallen. This stanza ranks above all, they unanimously remarked, after it had been read for their benefit. As regards beauty of thought and originality, this stanza certainly deserves credit, Weiyuan asserted. But as regards pregnancy and simplicity of language, it, after all, yields to that of Hengwu. This criticism is right, Tanzhen put in. That of the Xiaoxiang consort must take second place. Yours, gentleman of Yihong, Weiyuan pursued, is the last of the lot. Do you agreeably submit to this verdict? My stanza, Pao-yü ventured, isn't really worth a straw. Your criticism is exceedingly fair, but, he smilingly added, the 2 poems written by Hengwu and Xiaoxiang have still to be discussed. You should, argued Weiyuan, fall in with my judgment. This is no business of any of you, so whoever says anything more will have to pay a penalty. Pao-yü at this reply found that he had no alternative but to drop the subject. I decided that, from henceforward, Weiyuan proceeded, We should hold meetings twice every month, on the 2nd and 16th. In the selection of themes and the settlement of the rhymes, you'll all have then to do as I wish. But any person who may, during the intervals, feel so disposed, will be at perfect liberty to choose another day for an extra meeting. What will I care if there is a meeting every day of the moon? It will be no concern of mine, so long as when the 2nd and 16th arrive, you do as you are bound to, and come over to my place. We should, as is but right, Pao-yü suggested, choose some name or other for our society. Where an ordinary one chosen, it wouldn't be nice, Tan Chun explained, and anything too newfangled, eccentric, or strange won't also be quite the thing. As luck would have it, we have just started with the poems on the begonia, so let us call it the Begonia Poetical Society. This title is, it's true, somewhat commonplace, but as it's positively based on fact, it shouldn't matter. After this proposal of hers, they held further consultation, and partaking of some slight refreshments, each of them eventually retired. Some repaired to their quarters, others went to Dowager Lady Jia's or Madame Wang's apartments, but we will leave them without further comment. End of section 24. Section 25 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2, by Cao Xueqin, translated by Henry Bencraft Joly, Chapter 37, Part 2. When Zheran, for we will now come to her, perceived Pao-yü peruse the note and walk off in a great fury along with Cui Mo, she was quite at a loss what to make of it. Subsequently, she also saw the matrons on duty at the back gate bring 2 pots of begonias. Zheran inquired of them where they came from. The women explained to her all about them. As soon as Zheran heard their reply, she at once desired them to put the flowers in their proper places, and asked them to sit down in the lower rooms. She then entered the house, and weighing 6 mace of silver, she wrapped it up properly and fetching besides 300 cash. She came over and handed both the amounts to the 2 matrons. This silver, she said, is a present for the boys who carried the flowers, and these cash are for you to buy yourselves a cup of tea with. The women rose to their feet in such high glee that their eyebrows dilated and their eyes smiled. But though they waxed eloquent in the expression of their deep gratitude, they would not accept the money. It was only after they had perceived how obstinate Zheran was in not taking it back that they at last volunteered to keep it. Are there, Zheran then inquired, any servant boys on duty outside the back gate? There are 4 of them every day, answered one of the matrons. They are put there with the sole idea of attending to any orders that might be given them from inside. But, miss, if you have anything to order them to do, we'll go and deliver your message. What orders can I have to give them? Zheran laughed. Mr. Bao, our master secundus, was purposing to send someone today to the young Marquis' house to take something over to Miss Xi. But you come at an opportune moment, so you might, on your way out, tell the servant boys at the back gates to hire a carriage, and on this return you can come here and get the money. But don't let them rush recklessly against people in the front part of the compound. The matrons signified their obedience and took their leave. Zheran retraced her steps into the house to fetch a tray in which to place the presents intended for Xi Xiangyun, but she discovered the shelf for trays empty. Upon turning round, however, she caught sight of Qing Wen, Qiu Wen, Xie Yue, and the other girls seated together, busy with their needlework. Where is the white cornelian tray with twisted threads gone to? Xueqin asked. At this question, one looked at the one, and the other stared at the other, but none of them could remember anything about it. After a protracted lapse of time, Qingwen smiled. It was taken to Miss Tertius with a present of lychees, she rejoined, and it hasn't as yet been returned. There are plenty of articles, Xueqin remarked, for sending over things on ordinary occasions. And do you deliberately go and carry this off? Didn't I maintain the same thing? Qingwen retorted, but so well did this tray match with the fresh lychees it contained that when I took it over, Miss Tanchen herself noticed the fact. How splendid, she said, and lo, putting even the tray by, she never had it brought over. But look, hasn't the pair of beaded vases, which stood on the very top of that shelf, been fetched as yet? The mention of these vases, Xueqin laughed, reminds me again of a funny incident. Whenever our Miss Pao-yu's filial piety is aroused, he shows himself filial over and above the highest degree. The other day he espied the oleander flowers in the park, and he plucked 2 twigs. His original idea was to place them in a vase for himself, but a sudden thought struck him. These are flowers, he mused, which have newly opened in our garden, so how can I presume to be the first to enjoy them? And actually taking down that pair of vases, he filled them with water with his own hands, put the flowers in, and calling a servant to carry them, he in person took one of the vases into dowager lady jars, and then took the other to Madame Wang's. But as it happens, even his attendants reap some benefit when once his filial feelings are stirred up. As luck would have it, the one who carried the vases over on that day was myself. The sight of these flowers so enchanted our venerable lady that there was nothing that she wouldn't do. Pao-yü, she said to everyone she met, is the one, after all, who shows me much attention. So much so that he has even thought of bringing me a twig of flowers. And yet the others bear me a grudge on account of the love that I lavish on him. Our venerable mistress, you all know very well, has never had much to say to me. I have all along not been much of a favorite in the old lady's eyes. But on that occasion she verily directed someone to give me several hundreds of cash. I was to be pitied, she observed, for being born with a weak physique. This was indeed an unforeseen piece of good luck. The several hundreds of cash are a mere trifle, but what's not easy to get is this sort of honor. After that we went over into Madame Wang's. Madame Wang was, at the time, with Our Lady Secunda, Mrs. Jiao, and a whole lot of people. Turning the bosses topsy-turvy, trying to find some colored clothes her ladyship had worn long ago in her youth, so as to give them to someone or other. Who it was I don't know, but the moment she saw us, she did not even think of searching for any clothes, but got lost in admiration for the flowers. Our Lady Secunda was also standing by, and she made sport of the matter. She extolled our Master Bao for his filial piety and for his knowledge of right and wrong, and what was true and what wasn't. She came up with 2 cartloads of compliments. These things, spoken in the presence of the whole company, so added to Madame Wang's luster and sealed everyone's mouth, that her ladyship was more and more filled with gratification. And she gave me 2 ready-made clothes as a present. These 2 are of no consequence, one way or another. We get some every year, but nothing can come up to this sort of lucky chance. Pay, Qingwen ejaculated with a significant smile. You are indeed a mean thing, who has seen nothing of the world. She gave the good ones to others and the refuse to you. And do you still pat on all this side? No matter whether what she gave me was refuse or not, Xueqin protested. It's, after all, an act of bounty on the part of her ladyship. Had it been myself, Xueqin pursued, I would at once have refused them. It wouldn't have mattered if she had given me what had been left by someone else. But we all stand on an equal footing in these rooms, and is there anyone, forsooth, so much the more exalted or honorable than the other as to justify her taking what is good and bestowing it upon her and giving me what is left? I had rather not take them. I might have had to give offense to Madame Wang, but I wouldn't have put up with such a slight. To whom did she give any in this room? Xueqin vehemently inquired. I was unwell and went home for several days, so that I am not aware to whom any were given. Dear sister, do tell me who it is so that I may know. Were I to tell you, Xueqin rejoined, is it likely that you would return them at this hour to Madame Wang? What nonsense! Xueqin laughed. Ever since I've heard about it, I've been delighted and happy. No matter if she even bestowed upon me what remained from anything given to a dog in these rooms, I would have been thankful for her ladyship's kindness. I wouldn't have worried my mind with anything else. After listening to her, everybody laughed. Doesn't she know how to cheer in fine style? They ejaculated unanimously. For weren't they given to that foreign spotted pug dog? You lot of filthy-tongued creatures. Xueqin laughed. When you've got nothing to do, you make me the scapegoat to crack your jokes and poke your fun at. But what kind of death will, I wonder, each of you have? Was it really you, sister, who got them? Xueqin asked with a smile. I assure you, I had no idea about it. I tender you my apologies. You might be a little less domineering, Xueqin remarked smilingly. The thing now is, who of you will go and fetch the tray? The vases too, Hsüeh suggested, must be got back when there's any time to spare. For there is nothing to say about our venerable mistress' quarters. But Madame Wang's apartments teem with people and many hands. The rest are all right. But Mrs. Zhao and all that company will, when they see that the vase hails from these rooms, surely again foster evil designs, and they won't feel happy until they've done all they can to spoil it. Besides, Madame Wang doesn't trouble herself about such things, so had we not as well bring it over a moment sooner? Hearing this, Xueqin threw down her needlework. What you say is perfectly right, she assented, so you'd better let me go and fetch it. Oh, after all, go for it, Xueqin cried. You can go and get that tray of yours. You should let me once go for something, Xueqin pleaded. Whenever any lucky chance has turned up, you've invariably grabbed it. And can it be that you won't let me have a single turn? Altogether, Hsüeh said laughingly, that girl Xueqin got a few cloves just once. Can such a lucky coincidence present itself again today, that you two should find them engaged in searching for clothes? I'll bet I mayn't come across any clothes, Xueqin rejoined with a sardonic smile. Our Madame Wang may notice how diligent I am, and apportion me a couple of taels out of her public expenses. There's no saying. Continuing, don't you people, she laughed, try and play your pranks with me? For is there anything that I don't tweak? As she spoke, she ran outside. Xueqin, too, left the room in her company, but she repaired to Tan Chen's quarters and fetched the tray. Xueqin then got everything ready, calling an old nurse attached to the same place as herself, Song by name. Just go first and wash, "Comb your hair and put on your out-of-door clothes," she said to her, "and then come back, as I want to send you at once with a present to Miss Xie." "Miss," urged the nurse Song, "just give me what you have, and if you have any message, tell it me, so that when I've tidied myself, I may go straightway." Xueqin at this proposal brought 2 small twisted wire boxes, and opening first the one in which were 2 kinds of fresh fruits, consisting of caltrops and chicken head fruit, and afterwards uncovering the other, containing a tray with new cakes, made of chestnut powder and steamed in sugar, scented with the oleander. "All these fresh fruits are newly plucked this year from our own garden," she observed. "Our Mr. Secundus sends them to Miss Xie to taste. The other day, too, she was quite taken with this convenient tray, so let her keep it for her use. In this silk bag she'll find the work which she asked me some time ago to do for her. Tell her that she mustn't despise it for its coarseness, but make the best of it and turn it to some account. Present respects to her from our part, and inquire after her health on behalf of Mr. Pao-yü. That will be all there is to say. Has Mr. Pao, I wonder, anything more for me to tell her?" The nurse Song added. "Miss, do go and inquire, so that on my return he mayn't again say that I forgot." "It was just now," Xueqin consequently asked Xueqin, "over there in Miss Tertia's rooms, wasn't he?" "They were all assembled there, deliberating about starting some poetical society or other," Xueqin explained, "and they all wrote verses too, but I fancy he's got no message to give you, so you might as well start." After this assurance, Nurse Song forthwith took the things and quitted the apartment. When she had changed her clothes and arranged her hair, Xueqin further enjoined them to go by the back door, where there was a servant boy waiting with a curricle. Nurse Song thereupon set out on her errand, but we will leave her for the present. In a little time, Pao-yü came back. After first cursorily glancing at the begonias for a time, he walked into his rooms and explained to Xueqin all about the poetical society they had managed to establish. Xueqin then told him that she had sent the nurse Song along with some things to Xishangyun. As soon as Pao-yü heard this, he clapped his hands. "I forgot all about her," he cried. "I knew very well that I had something to attend to, but I couldn't remember what it was. Luckily you have alluded to her. I was just meaning to ask her to come. For what fun would there be in this poetical society without her?" "Is this of any serious import?" Xueqin reasoned with him. "It's all for the mere sake of recreation. She's not, however, able to go about at her own free will as you people do, nor can she at home have her own way. When you therefore let her know, it won't again rest with her, however willing she may be to avail herself of your invitation. And if she can't come, she will long and crave to be with you all. So isn't it better that you shouldn't be the means of making her unhappy?" "Never mind," responded Pao-yü. "I'll tell our venerable senior to dispatch someone to bring her over." But in the middle of their conversation, Nurse Song returned already from her mission, and expressed to him Xiang Yun's acknowledgment, and to Xueqin her thanks for the trouble. She also inquired, the nurse proceeded, what you, Master Secundus, were up to, and I told her that you had started some poetical club or other with the young ladies, and that you were engaged in writing verses. Miss Xie wondered why it was, if you were writing verses, that you didn't even mention anything to her, and she was extremely distressed about it. Pao-yü at these words turned himself round and betook himself immediately into his grandmother's apartments. where he did all that lay in his power to urge her to depute servants to go and fetch her. "It's too late today," the DavidReader answered. "They'll go tomorrow, as soon as it's daylight." Pao-yü had no other course but to accede to her wishes. He, however, retraced his steps back to his room with a heavy heart. On the morrow, at early dawn, he paid another visit to old Lady Chia and brought pressure to bear on her until she sent someone for her. Soon after midday, Xi Xianyun arrived. Pao-yü felt at length much relieved in his mind. Upon meeting her, he recounted to her all that had taken place from beginning to end. His purpose was likewise to let her see the poetical composition, but Li Wen and the others remonstrated. "Don't," they said, "allow her to see them. First, tell her the rhymes and number of feet, and as she comes late, she should, as a first step, pay a penalty by conforming to the task we had to do. Should what she writes be good, then she can readily be admitted as a member of the society. But if not good, she should be further punished by being made to stand a treat, after which we can decide what's to be done." "You've forgotten to ask me round," Xianyun laughed. "And I should, after all, find you people. But produce the meter, for though I don't excel in versifying, I shall exert myself to do the best I can so as to get rid of every slur. If you will admit me into the club, I shall be even willing to sweep the floors and burn the incense." When they all saw how full of fun she was, they felt more than ever delighted with her, and they reproached themselves for having somehow or other managed to forget her on the previous day. But they lost no time in telling her the meter of the verses. Xi Xianyun was inwardly in ecstasies, so much so that she could not wait to beat the tattoo and effect any alterations. But having succeeded while conversing with her cousins in devising a stanza in her mind, she promptly inscribed it on the first piece of paper that came to hand. "I have," she remarked, with a precursory smile, "stuck to the meter and written 2 stanzas. Whether they be good or bad, I cannot say. All I've kept in view was to simply comply with your wishes." So speaking, she handed her paper to the company. "We thought our 4 stanzas," they observed, "had so thoroughly exhausted everything that could be imagined on the subject that another stanza was out of the question. And there you've devised a couple more? How could there be so much to say? These must be mere repetitions of our own sentiments." While bandying words, they perused her 2 stanzas. They found this to be their burden. Number 1. The fairies yesterday came down within the city gates, and like those gems sown in the grassy field, planted 1 pot. How clear it is that the goddess of frost is fond of cold. It is no question of a pretty girl bent upon death. Where does the snow, which comes in gloomy weather, issue from? The drops of rain increase the prints left from the previous night. How the flowers rejoice that buds are not weary of song, but are they ever left to spend in peace a day or night? Number 2. The Hanzi-covered steps lead to the creeper-laden door. How fit to plant by the corner of walls. How fit for pots. The flowers so relish purity that they can't find a mate. Easy noctum snaps the soul of sorrow-wasted man. The tears, which from the jade-like candle drip, dry in the wind. The crystal-like portiere asunder rends Selene's rays. Their private feelings to the moon goddess they longed to tell. But gone, alas, is the luster she shed on the empty court. Every line filled them with wonder and admiration. What they read, they praised. This, they exclaimed with one consent, is not writing verses on the begonia for no purpose. We must really start a begonia society. Tomorrow, Xi Xiangyun proposed, first find me by making me stand a treat, and letting me be the first to convene a meeting. May I? This would be far better, they all assented. So, producing all the verses composed the previous day, they submitted them to her for criticism. In the evening, Xiangyun came at the invitation of Pao-ch'ai to the Hengwu-yuan to put up with her for the night. By lamplight, Xiangyun consulted with her how she was to play the hostess and fix upon the themes. But after lending a patient ear to all her proposals for a long time, Pao-ch'ai thought them so unsuitable for the occasion that, turning towards her, she raised objections. If you want, she said, to hold a meeting, you have to pay the piper. And I'll bet it's for mere fun, you have to make every possible provision. For while consulting your own interests, you must guard against giving umbrage to people. In that case, everyone will afterwards be happy and contented. You count for nothing too in your own home, and the whole lump sum of those few dows you draw each month are not sufficient for your own wants. And do you now also wish to burden yourself with this useless sort of thing? Why, if your aunt gets wind of it, won't she be more incensed with you than ever? What's more, even though you might fork out all the money you can call your own to bear the outlay of this entertainment with, it won't be anything like enough. And can it possibly be, pray, that you would go home for the express purpose of requisitioning the necessary funds? Or will you perchance ask for some from in here? This long tirade had the effect of bringing the true facts of the case to Xiangyun's notice, and she began to waver in a state of uncertainty. I have already fixed upon a plan in my mind, Pao-ch'ai resumed. There is an assistant in our pawn shop from whose family farm come some splendid crabs. Some time back, he sent us a few as a present. And now, starting from our venerable senior, and including the inmates of the upper quarters, most of them are quite in love with crabs. It was only the other day that my mother mentioned that she intended inviting our worthy ancestor into the garden to look at the oleander flowers and partake of crabs. But she has had her hands so full that she hasn't as yet asked her round. So, just you now drop the poetical meeting and invite the whole crowd to a show, and if we wait until they go, won't we be able to indite as many poems as we like? But let me speak to my brother and ask him to let us have several baskets of the fattest and largest crabs he can get, and to also go to some shop and fetch several jars of luscious wine. And if we then lay out 4 or 5 tables with plates full of refreshments, won't we save trouble and all have a jolly time as well? As soon as Xiangyun heard the alternative proposed by Pao-ch'ai, she felt her heart throb with gratitude, and in most profuse terms she praised her for her forethought. The proposal I've made, Pao-ch'ai pursued smilingly, is prompted entirely by my sincere feelings for you. So whatever you do, don't be touchy and imagine that I look down upon you. For in that case, we two will have been good friends all in vain. But if you won't give way to suspicion, I'll be able to tell them at once to go and get things ready. My dear cousin, eagerly rejoined Xiangyun, a smile on her lips. If you say these things, it's you who treat me with suspicion. For no matter how foolish a person I may be, as not to even know what's good and bad, I'm still a human being. Did I not regard you, cousin, in the same light as my own very sister? I wouldn't, last time, have had any wish or inclination to disclose to you every bit of those troubles, which ordinarily fall to my share at home. After listening to these assurances, Pao-ch'ai summoned a matron and bade her go out and tell her master, Hsüeh Pao, to procure a few hampers of crabs of the same kind as those which were sent on the previous occasion. Our venerable senior, she said, and Aunt Wang are asked to come tomorrow after their meal and admire the oleander flowers. So mind, impress upon your master to please not forget, as I've already today issued the invitations. The matron walked out of the garden and distinctly delivered the message, but on her return she brought no reply. During this while, Pao-ch'ai continued her conversation with Xueqin. The themes for the verses, she advised her, mustn't also be too out of the way. Just search the works of old writers, and where will you find any eccentric and peculiar subjects, or any extra difficult meter? If the subject be too much out of the way, and the meter too difficult, one cannot get good verses. In a word, we are a mean lot, and our verses are certain, I fear, to consist of mere repetitions. Nor is it advisable for us to aim at excessive originality. The first thing for us to do is to have our ideas clear, as our language will then not be commonplace. In fact, this sort of thing is no vital matter. Spinning and needlework are, in a word, the legitimate duties of you and me. Yet, if we can at any time afford the leisure, it's only right and proper that we should take some book that will benefit both body and mind, and read a few chapters out of it. Xueqin simply signified her assent. I'm now cogitating in my mind, she then laughingly remarked, that as the verses we wrote yesterday treated of begonias, we should, I think, compose on this occasion some on chrysanthemums. Huh? What do you say? Chrysanthemums are in season, Pao-ch'ai replied. The only objection to them is that too many writers of old have made them the subject of their poems. I also think so, Xueqin added, so that, I fear, we shall only be following in their footsteps. After some reflection, Pao-ch'ai exclaimed, I've hit upon something. If we take, for the present instance, the chrysanthemums as a secondary term, and man as the primary, we can, after all, select several themes. But they must all consist of two characters. The one an empty word, the other a full one. The full word might be chrysanthemums, while for the empty one, we might employ some word in general use. In this manner, we shall, on one hand, sing the chrysanthemum, and on the other, compose verses on the theme. And as old writers have not written much in this style, it will be impossible for us to drift into the groove of their ideas. Thus, in versifying on the scenery and in singing the objects, we will in both respects combine originality with liberality of thought. This is all very well, smiled Xueqin. The only thing is what kind of empty words will, I wonder, be best to use. Just you first think of one, and let me see. Pao-ch'ai plunged in thought for a time, after which she laughingly remarked, Dream of chrysanthemums is good. It's positively good, Xueqin smiled. I've also got one. The chrysanthemum shadow. Would that do? Well enough, Pao-ch'ai answered. The only objection is that people have written on it. Yet if the themes are to be many, we might throw this in. I've got another one too. Be quick and tell it, Xueqin urged. What do you say to ask the chrysanthemums? Pao-ch'ai observed. Xueqin clapped her hand on the table. Capital, she cried. I've thought of one also. She then quickly continued. It is search for chrysanthemums. What's your idea about it? Pao-ch'ai thought that too would do very well. Let's choose 10 of them first, she next proposed, and afterwards note them down. While talking, they rubbed the ink and moistened the pens. These preparations over, Xueqin began to write, while Pao-ch'ai enumerated the themes. In a short time, they got 10 of them. 10 don't form a set, Xueqin went on to smilingly suggest, after reading them over, we'd better complete them by raising their number to 12. They'll then also be on the same footing as people's pictures and books. Hearing this proposal, Pao-ch'ai devised another couple of themes, thus bringing them to a dozen. Well, since we've got so far, she pursued, let's go one step further and copy them out in their proper order, putting those that are first, first, and those that come last, last. It would be still better like that, Cheng Yun acquiesced, as we'll be able to make up a chrysanthemum book. The first stanza should be longing for chrysanthemums, Pao-ch'ai said, and as one cannot get them by wishing, and has in consequence to search for them, the second should be searching for chrysanthemums. After due search, one finds them and plants them, so the third must be planting chrysanthemums. After they have been planted, they blossom, and one faces them and enjoins them, so the fourth should be facing the chrysanthemums. By facing them, one derives such excessive delight that one plucks them and brings them in and puts them in vases for one's own delectation. So the fifth must be placing chrysanthemums in vases. If no verses are sung in their praise after they've been placed in vases, is tantamount to seeing no point of beauty in chrysanthemums. So the sixth must be sing about chrysanthemums. After making them the burden of one's song, one can't help representing them in pictures. The seventh place should therefore be conceded to drawing chrysanthemums. Seeing that in spite of all the labor bestowed on the drawing of chrysanthemums, the fine traits there may be about them are not yet in fact apparent, one impulsively tries to find them out by inquiries. So the eighth should be asking the chrysanthemums. As any perception which the chrysanthemums might display in fathoming the question set would have to make the inquirer immoderately happy, the ninth must be pinning the chrysanthemums in the hair. And as after everything has been accomplished that comes within the sphere of man, there will remain still some chrysanthemums about which something could be written. Two stanzas on the shadow of the chrysanthemums and a dream about chrysanthemums must be taken on as numbers 10 and 11, while the last section should be the withering of the chrysanthemums, so as to bring to a close the sentiments expressed in the foregoing subjects. In this wise, the fine scenery and fine doings of the third part of autumn will both alike be included in our themes. Cheng Yun signified her approval, and taking the list, she copied it out clean. But after once more passing her eye over it, she went on to inquire what rhymes should be determined upon. I do not, as a rule, like hard and fast rhymes, Pao-ch'ai retorted. It's evident enough that we can have good verses without them. So what's the use of any rhymes to shackle us? Don't let us imitate that mean lot of people. Let's simply choose our subjects and pay no notice to rhymes. Our main object is to see whether we cannot by chance hit upon some well-written lines for the sake of fun. It isn't to make this the means of subjecting people to perplexities. What you say is perfectly right, Cheng Yun observed. In this manner, our poetical composition will improve one step higher. But we only muster 5 members, and there are here 12 themes. Is it likely that each one of us will have to indite verses on all 12? That would be far too hard on the members, Pao-ch'ai rejoined. But let's copy out the themes clean. For lines with 7 words will have to be written on every one, and stick them tomorrow on the wall for general perusal. Each member can write on the subject which may be most in his or her line. Those with any ability may choose all 12, while those with none may only limit themselves to one stanza. Both will do. Those, however, who will show high mental capacity combined with quickness will be held the best. But anyone who shall have completed all 12 themes won't be permitted to hasten and begin over again. We'll have to find such a one and finish. Yes, that will do, assented Cheng Yun. but after settling everything satisfactorily, they extinguished the lamp and went to bed. Reader, do you want to know what subsequently took place? If you do, then listen to what is contained in the way of explanation in the following chapter. End of section 25.
Section 26 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tina Ding. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2, by Cao Xueqin. Translated by Henry Bencraft Joly. Chapter 38, Part 1. Lin Xiaoxiang carries the first prize in the poems on chrysanthemums. Xueqin chafs Pao-yü by composing verses in the same style as his on the crabs. After Pao-ch'ai and Xiangyun, we will now explain, settled everything in their deliberations, nothing memorable occurred the whole night which deserves to be put on record. The next day, Xiangyun invited Dowager Lady Jia and her other relatives to come and look at the oleap flowers. Old Lady Jia and everyone else answered that, as she had had the kind attention to ask them, they felt it their duty to avail themselves of her gracious invitation, much though they would be putting her to trouble and inconvenience. At 12 o'clock, therefore, old Lady Jia actually took with her Madame Wang and Lady Feng, as well as Mrs. Hsüeh and other members of her family, whom she had asked to join them, and repaired into the garden. "Which is the best spot?" old Lady Jia inquired. "We are ready to go wherever you may like, dear senior," Madame Wang ventured in response. "A collation has already been spread in the lotus fragrance arbor," Lady Feng interposed. "Besides, the two oleap plants on that hill yonder are now lovely in their full blossom, and the water of that stream is jade-like and pellucid, so if we sit in the pavilion in the middle of it, won't we enjoy an open and bright view? It will be refreshing, too, to our eyes to watch the pool." "Quite right," assented Dowager Lady Jia at this suggestion. And while expressing her approbation, she ushered her train of followers into the arbor of lotus fragrance. This arbor of lotus fragrance had in fact been erected in the center of the pool. It had windows on all four sides. On the left and on the right stood covered passages, which spanned the stream and connected with the hills. At the back figured a winding bridge. As the party ascended the bamboo bridge, Lady Feng promptly advanced and supported Dowager Lady Jia. "Venerable ancestor," she said, "just walk boldly and with confident step. There's nothing to fear. It's the way of these bamboo bridges to go on creaking like this." Presently they entered the arbor. Here they saw two additional bamboo tables placed beyond the balustrade. On the one were arranged cups, chopsticks, and every article necessary for drinking wine. On the other were laid bamboo utensils for tea, a tea service, and various cups and saucers. On the off side, 2 or 3 waiting maids were engaged in fanning the stove to boil the water for tea. On the near side were visible several other girls who were trying with their fans to get a fire to light in the stove so as to warm the wines. "It was a capital idea," Dowager Lady Jia hastily exclaimed laughingly with vehemence, "to bring tea here. What's more, the spot and the appurtenances are alike so spick and span." "These things were brought by cousin Pao-ch'ai," Xiangyun smilingly explained, "so I got them ready." "This child is, I say, so scrupulously particular," old Lady Jia observed, "that everything she does is thoroughly devised." As she gave utterance to her feelings, her attention was attracted by a pair of scrolls of black lacquer inlaid with mother of pearl suspended on the pillars, and she asked Xiangyun to tell her what the models were. The text she read was, "Snapped is the shade of the hibiscus by the fragrant oar of a boat homeward bound. Deep flows the perfume of the lily and the lotus underneath a bamboo bridge." After listening to the model, old lady Jia raised her head and cast a glance upon the tablet, then turning round, "Long ago, when I was young," she observed, addressing herself to Mrs. Hsüeh, "we likewise had at home a pavilion like this, called the Hall Reclining on the Russet Clouds, or some other such name. At that time, I was of the same age as the girls, and my wont was to go day after day and play with my sisters there. One day, I unexpectedly slipped and fell into the water, and I had a narrow escape from being drowned, for it was after great difficulty that they managed to drag me out safe and sound. But my head was, after all, bumped about against the wooden nails, so much so that this hole of the length of a finger, which you can see up to this day on my temple, comes from the bruises I sustained. All my people were in a funk that I'd be the worse for the stucking, and continued in fear and trembling lest I should catch a chill. It was dreadful, dreadful, they opined. But I managed, little though everyone thought it, to keep in splendid health." Lady Feng allowed no time to anyone else to put in a word, but anticipating them, "Had you then not survived, who would now be enjoying these immense blessings?" she smiled. "This makes it evident that no small amount of happiness and long life were in store for you, venerable ancestor, from your very youth up. It was by the agency of the spirits that this hole was knocked open, so that they might fill it up with happiness and longevity. The old man Xueqin had in fact a hole in his head, which was so full of every kind of blessing conducive to happiness and long life that it bulged up ever so high." Before, however, she could conclude, Dowager Lady Jia and the rest were convulsed with such laughter that their bodies doubled in two. "This monkey is given to dreadful tricks," laughed old Lady Jia. "She's always ready to make a scapegoat of me to evoke amusement. But would that I could take that glib mouth of yours and rend it in pieces." "It's because I feared that the cold might, when you by and by have some crabs to eat, accumulate in your intestines," Lady Feng pleaded, "that I tried to induce you, dear senior, to have a laugh, so as to make you gay and merry. For one can, when in high spirits, indulge in a couple of them more with impunity." "By and by," smiled old Lady Jia, "I'll make you follow me day and night, so that I may constantly be amused and feel my mind diverted. I won't let you go back to your home." "It's that weakness of yours for her, venerable senior," Madame Wang observed with a smile, "that has got her into the way of behaving in this manner, and if you go on speaking to her as you do, she'll soon become ever so much the more unreasonable." "I like her such as she is," Dowager Lady Jia laughed. "Besides, she's truly no child, ignorant of the distinction between high and low. When we are at home, with no strangers present, we ladies should be on terms like these. And as long, in fact, as we don't overstep propriety, it's all right. If not, what would be the earthly use of making them behave like so many saints?" While bandying words, they entered the pavilion in a body. After tea, Lady Feng hastened to lay out the cups and chopsticks. At the upper table then seated herself old Lady Jia, Mrs. Hsüeh Pao-ch'ai, Tai-yü, and Pao-yü. Round the table on the east sat Shi Xiangyun, Madame Wang, Yingchun, Tanchun, and Xichun. At the small table leaning against the door on the west side, Yuan and Lady Feng assigned themselves places. But it was for the mere sake of appearances, as neither of them ventured to sit down, but remained in attendance at the two tables occupied by old Lady Jia and Madame Wang. "You'd better," Lady Feng said, "not bring in too many crabs at a time. Throw these again into the steaming basket. Only serve 10, and when they're eaten, a fresh supply can be fetched." Asking at the same time for water, she washed her hands and taking her position near Dowager Lady Jia, she scooped out the meat from a crab and offered the first help to Mrs. Hsüeh. "They'll be sweeter were I to open them with my own hands," Mrs. Hsüeh remarked. "There's no need for anyone to serve me." Lady Feng therefore presented it to old Lady Jia and handed a second portion to Pao-yü. "Make the wine as warm as possible and bring it in," she then went on to cry. "Go," she added, directing the servant girls, "and fetch the powder, made of green beans and scented with the leaves of chrysanthemums and the stamens of the oleous fragrance, and keep it ready to rinse our hands with." Shi Xiangyun had a crab to bear the others company, but no sooner had she done than she retired to a lower seat, from where she helped her guests. When she, however, walked out a second time to give orders to fill 2 dishes and send them over to Mrs. Zhao, she perceived Lady Feng come up to her again. "You're not accustomed to entertaining," she said, "so go and have your share to eat. I'll attend to the people for you first, and when they're gone, I'll have all I want." Xiangyun would not agree to her proposal, but giving further directions to the servants to spread 2 tables under the veranda on the off side, she pressed Yuanyang, Hu Po, Caixia, Caiyun, and Ping Er to go and seat themselves. "Lady Secunda," consequently ventured Yuanyang, "you're in here doing the honors, so may I go and have something to eat?" "You can all go," replied Lady Feng. "Leave everything in my charge, and it will be all right." While these words were being spoken, Shi Xiangyun resumed her place at the banquet. Lady Feng and Li Wan then took hurry-scurry something to eat as a matter of form, but Lady Feng came down once more to look after things. After a time, she stepped out on the veranda where Yuanyang and the other girls were having their refreshments in high glee. As soon as they caught sight of her, Yuanyang and her companions stood up. "What has your ladyship come out again for?" they inquired. "Do let us also enjoy a little peace and quiet." "This chit Yuanyang is worse than ever," Lady Feng laughed. "Here I am slaving away for you, and instead of feeling grateful to me, you bear me a grudge. But don't you yet quick pour me a cup of wine?" Yuanyang immediately smiled, and filling up a cup, she applied it to Lady Feng's lips. Lady Feng stretched out her neck and emptied it. But Hu Po and Caixia thereupon likewise replenished the cup and put it to Lady Feng's mouth. Lady Feng swallowed the contents of that as well. Ping Er had by this time brought her some yellow meat which she had picked out from the shell. "Pour plenty of ginger and vinegar," shouted Lady Feng, and in a moment she made short work of that too. "You people," she smiled, "had better sit down and have something to eat, for I am off now." "You brazen-faced thing!" exclaimed Yuanyang laughingly, "to eat what was intended for us." "Don't be so captious with me," smiled Lady Feng. "Are you aware that your master Sekunda's Mr. Lien has taken such a violent fancy to you that he means to speak to our old lady to let you be his secondary wife?" Yuanyang blushed crimson. "Tsui!" she shouted. "Are these really words to issue from the mouth of a lady? But if I don't daub your face all over with my filthy hands, I won't feel happy." Saying this, she rushed up to her. She was about to besmear her face when Lady Feng pleaded, "My dear child, do let me off this time." "Lo, that girl Yuan," laughed Hu Po, "wishes to smear her, and that hussy Ping still spares her. Look here, she has scarcely had 2 crabs, and she has drunk a whole saucerful of vinegar." Ping Er was holding a crab full of yellow meat, which she was in the act of cleaning, As soon, therefore, as she heard this taunt, she came, crab in hand, to spatter Hu Po's face as she laughingly reviled her. "I'll take your minx with that cajoling tongue of yours," she cried. But Hu Po, while also indulging in laughter, drew aside, so Ping Er beat the air and fell forward, daubing by a strange coincidence the cheek of Lady Feng. Lady Feng was at the moment having a little good-humored raillery with Yuan Yang, and was taken so much off her guard that she was quite startled out of her senses. "Ayah!" she ejaculated. The bystanders found it difficult to keep their countenance, and with one voice they exploded into a boisterous fit of laughter. Lady Feng as well could not help feeling amused, and smilingly she upbraided her. "You stupid wench," she said, "have you by gorging lost your eyesight, and you recklessly smudged your mistress's face?" Ping Er hastily crossed over and wiped her face for her, and then went in person to fetch some water. "Amitofo!" ejaculated Yuan Yang. "This is a distinct retribution." Dowager Lady Jia, though seated on the other side, overheard their shouts, and she consecutively made inquiries as to what they had seen to tickle their fancy so. "Tell us," she urged, "what it is, so that we too should have a laugh." "Our Lady Secunda," Yuan Yang and the other maids forthwith laughingly cried, "came to steal our crabs and eat them, and Ping Er got angry and daubed her mistress's face all over with yellow meat. So our mistress and that slave girl are now having a scuffle over it." This report filled Dowager Lady Jia, Madame Wang, and the other inmates with them with much merriment. "Do have pity on her," Dowager Lady Jia laughed, "and let her have some of those small legs and entrails to eat, and have done." Yuan Yang and her companions assented, much amused. "Mistress Secunda," they shouted in a loud tone of voice, "you're at liberty to eat this whole tableful of legs." But having washed her face clean, Lady Feng approached old Lady Jia and the other guests and waited upon them for a time while they partook of refreshments. Tai-yü did not, with her weak physic, venture to overload her stomach, so partaking a little meat from the cloths, she left the table. Presently, however, Dowager Lady Jia, too, abandoned all idea of having anything more to eat. The company therefore quitted the banquet, and when they had rinsed their hands, some admired the flowers, some played with the water, others looked at the fish. After a short stroll, Madame Wang turned round and remarked to old Lady Jia, "There's plenty of wind here. Besides, you've just had crabs, so it would be prudent for you, venerable senior, to return home and rest. And if you feel in the humor, we can come again for a turn tomorrow." "Quite true," acquiesced Dowager Lady Jia in reply to this suggestion. "I was afraid that if I left, now that you're all in exuberant spirits, I mightn't again be spoiling your fun, so I didn't budge. But as the idea originates from yourselves, do go as you please while I retire." But she said to Xiangyun, "Don't allow your cousin Secundus, Pao-yü, and your cousin Lin to have too much to eat." Then, when Xiangyun had signified her obedience, "You two girls," continuing, she recommended Xiangyun and Pao-ch'ai, "must not also have more than is good for you. These things are, it's true, luscious, but they're not very wholesome, and if you eat immoderately of them, why, you'll get stomach aches." Both girls promised with alacrity to be careful, and having escorted her beyond the confines of the garden, they retraced their steps and ordered the servants to clear the remnants of the banquet and to lay out a new supply of refreshments. "There's no use of any regular spread out," Pao-yü interposed. "When you are about to write verses, that big round table can be put in the center and the wines and eatables laid on it. Neither will there be any need to ceremoniously have any fixed seats. Let those who may want anything to eat go up to it and take what they like, and if we seat ourselves scattered all over the place, Won't it be far more convenient for us? Your idea is excellent, Pao-ch'ai answered. This is all very well, Xiangyun observed, but there are others to be studied besides ourselves. Issuing consequently further directions for another table to be laid and picking out some hot crabs, she asked Xi Ren, Zijuan, Siqi, Sishu, Ruhua, Ying'er, Mo, and the other girls to sit together and form a party. Then, having a couple of flowered rugs spread under the olea trees on the hills, she bade the matrons on duty, the waiting maids, and other servants to likewise make themselves comfortable and to eat and drink at their pleasure until they are wanted, when they could come and answer the calls. Xiangyun next fetched the themes for the verses and pinned them with a needle on the wall. They're full of originality, one and all exclaimed after perusal. We fear we couldn't write anything on them. Xiangyun then went on to explain to them the reasons that had prompted her not to determine upon any particular rhymes. Yes, quite right, put in Pao-yü. I myself don't fancy hard and fast rhymes. But Lin Tai-yü, being unable to stand much wine and to take any crabs, told on her own account a servant to fetch an embroidered cushion, and seating herself in such a way as to lean against the railing, she took up a fishing rod and began to fish. Pao-ch'ai played for a time with a twig of olea she held in her hand, then resting on the window-sill, she plucked the petals and threw them into the water, attracting the fish, which went by, to rise to the surface and nibble at them. Xiangyun, after a few moments of abstraction, urged Xi Ren and the other girls to help themselves to anything they wanted, and beckoned to the servants seated at the foot of the hill to eat to their heart's content. Tanchun, in company with Li Wan and Xichun, stood meanwhile under the shade of the weeping willows and looked at the widgeons and egrets. Yingchun, on the other hand, was all alone under the shade of some trees, threading double jasmine flowers with a needle specially adapted for the purpose. Pao-yü, too, watched Tai-yü fishing for a while. At one time, he leant next to Pao-ch'ai and cracked a few jokes with her. And at another, he drank, when he noticed Xi Ren feasting on crabs with her companions, a few mouthfuls of wine to keep her company. At this, Xi Ren cleaned the meat out of the shell and gave it to him to eat. Tai-yü then put down the fishing rod, and, approaching the seats, she laid hold of a small black tankard, ornamented with silver plum flowers, and selected a tiny cup made of transparent stone, red like begonia, and in the shape of a banana leaf. A servant girl observed her movements, and, concluding that she felt inclined to have a drink, she drew near with hurried step to pour some wine for her. You girls had better go on eating, Tai-yü remonstrated, and let me help myself. There'll be some fun in it then. So speaking, she filled for herself a cup half full, but discovering that it was yellow wine, I've eaten only a little bit of crab, she said, and yet I feel my mouth slightly sore, so what would do for me now is a mouthful of very hot distilled spirit. Pao-yü hastened to take up her remark. There's some distilled spirit, he chimed in. Take some of that wine. He there and then shouted out to a servant, Send it with acacia flowers and warm a tankard of it. When, however, it was brought, Tai-yü simply took a sip and put it down again. Pao-ch'ai too then came forward and picked up a double cup, but after drinking a mouthful of it, she laid it aside, and moistening her pen, she walked up to the wall and marked off the first theme, longing for chrysanthemums, below which she appended a character, Heng. My dear cousin, promptly remarked Pao-yü, I've already got 4 lines of the second theme, so let me write on it. I managed after ever so much difficulty to put a stanza together. Pao-ch'ai smiled. And are you now in such a hurry to deprive me of it? Without so much as a word, Tai-yü took a pen and put a distinctive sign opposite the eighth, consisting of asking the chrysanthemums, and singling out in quick succession the 11th, dream of chrysanthemums as well. She too affixed for herself the word xiao below. But Pao-yü likewise got a pen and marked his choice, the 12th on the list, seek for chrysanthemums, by the side of which he wrote the character jiang. Tanchun thereupon rose to her feet. If there's no one to write on pinning the chrysanthemums, she observed, while scrutinizing the themes, do let me have it. It has just been ruled, she continued, pointing at Pao-yü with a significant smile, that it is on no account permissible to introduce any expressions bearing reference to the inner chambers, so you'd better be on your guard. But as she spoke, she perceived Xiangyun come forward and jointly mark the 4th and 5th, that is, facing the chrysanthemums, and putting chrysanthemums in vases, to which she, like the others, appended a word, xiang. You two should get a style or other, Tanchun suggested. In our home, smiled Xiangyun, there exist, it is true, at present several halls and structures, but as I don't live in either, there'll be no fun in it were I to borrow the name of any one of them. Our venerable senior just said, Pao-ch'ai observed laughingly, that there was also in your home a water pavilion called Leaning on Russet Clouds Hall. And is it likely that it wasn't yours? But albeit it doesn't exist nowadays, you were anyhow its mistress of old. She's right, one and all exclaimed. Pao-yü therefore allowed Xiangyun no time to make a move, but forthwith rubbed off the character xiang for her, and substituted that of xia. End of section 26. Section 27 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tina Ding. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2, by Cao Xueqin. Translated by Henry Bencraft Joly. Chapter 38, Part 2. A short time only elapsed before the compositions on the 12 themes had all been completed. After they had each copied out their respective verses, they handed them to Yingchun, who took a separate sheet of snow-white fancy paper and transcribed them together, affixing distinctly under each stanza the style of the composer. Weiyuan and her assistants then began to read, starting from the first on the list, the verses which follow. Longing for chrysanthemums by the Princess of Hengwu. With anguish sore I face the western breeze, and wrapped in grief I pine for you. What time the smart wheat russet turns and the reeds white, my heart is rent in two. When in autumn the hedges thin and gardens waste, all trace of you is gone. When the moon waxed cold and the dew pure, my dreams then know something of you. With constant yearnings my heart follows you as far as wild geese homeward fly. Lonesome I sit and lend an ear till a late hour to the sound of the block. For you, ye yellow flowers, I've grown haggard and worn, but who doth pity me? And breathe one word of cheer that in the 9th moon I will soon meet you again. Search for chrysanthemums by the gentleman of Yihong. When I have naught to do, I'll seize the first fine day to try and stroll about. Neither wine cups nor cups of medicine will then deter me from my wish. Who plants the flowers in all those spots facing the dew and under the moon's rays? Outside the rails they grow, and by the hedge, but in autumn where do they go? With sandals waxed, I come from distant shores, my feelings all exuberant. But as on this cold day I can't exhaust my song, my spirits get depressed. The yellow flowers, if they but knew how comfort to a poet to afford, would not let me this early morn trudge out in vain with my cash-laden staff. Planting chrysanthemums by the gentleman of Yihong. When autumn breaks, I take my hoe, and moving them myself out of the park, I plant them everywhere near the hedges and in the foreground of the halls. Last night, when least expected, they got a good shower, which made them all revive. This morn my spirits still rise high, as the buds burst in bloom bedecked with frost. Now that it's cool, 1,000 stanzas on the autumn scenery I sing. In ecstasies from drink, I toast their blossom in a cup of cold and fragrant wine. With spring water, I sprinkle them, cover the roots with mold and well tent them, so that they may, like the path near the well, be free of every grain of dirt. Facing the chrysanthemums, by the old friend of the hall reclining on the russet clouds. From other gardens I transplant them, and I treasure them like gold. One cluster bears light-colored bloom, another bears dark shades. I sit with head uncovered by the sparse-leaved artemisia hedge, and in their pure and cool fragrance, clasping my knees, I hum my lays. In the whole world, methinks, none see the light as peerless as these flowers. From all I see, you have no other friend more intimate than me. Such autumn splendor I must not misuse, as steadily it fleets. My gaze I fix on you, as I am fain each moment to enjoy. Putting chrysanthemums in vases, by the old friend of the hall reclining on the russet clouds. The lute I thrum and quaff my wine, joyful at heart that ye are meet to be my mates. The various tables on which ye are laid, adorned with beauteous, grace this quiet nook. The fragrant dew, next to the spot I sit, is far apart from that by the 3 paths. I fling my book aside and turn my gaze upon a twig full of your autumn bloom. What time the frost is pure, a new dream steals over me, as by the paper screen I rest. When cold holdeth the park, and the sun's rays do slant, I long and yearn for you, O friends. I too differ from others in this world, for my own tastes resemble those of yours. The vernal winds do not hinder the peach tree and the pear from bursting forth in bloom. Singing chrysanthemums by the Xiaoxiang consort. Eating the bread of idleness, the frenzy of poetry creeps over me both night and day. Round past the hedge I wend, and leaning on the rock, I intone verses gently to myself. From the point of my pencil emanate lines of recondite grace, so near the frost I write. Some scent I hold by the side of my mouth, and turning to the moon, I sing my sentiments. With self-pitying lines, pages I fill, so as utterance to give to all my cares and woes. From these few scanty words, who could fathom the secrets of my heart about the autumn tide? Beginning from the time when Tao, the magistrate, did criticize the beauty of your bloom. Yea, from that date remote up to this very day, your high renown has ever been extolled. Drawing chrysanthemums by the Princess of Hengwu. Verses I've had enough, so with my pens I play, with no idea that I am mad. Do I make use of pigments red or green as to involve a task of toilsome work? To form clusters of leaves, I sprinkle simply here and there 1,000 specks of ink. And when I've drawn the semblance of the flowers, some spots I make to represent the frost. The light and dark so lifelike harmonize with the figure of those there in the wind, that when I've done tracing their autumn growth, a fragrant smell issues under my wrist. Do you not mark how they resemble those by the east edge which you leisurely plug? Upon the screens their image I affix to solace me for those of the ninth moon. Asking the Chrysanthemums by the Xiaoxiang consort. Your heart in autumn I would like to read, but know it no one could. While humming with my arms behind my back, on the east edge I rap. So peerless and unique are ye that who is meet with you to stay? Why are you of all flowers the only ones to burst the last in bloom? Why in such silence plunge the garden, dew and the frost in the hall? When wild geese homeward fly and crickets sicken, do you think of me? Do not tell me that in the world none of you grow with power of speech. But if ye fathom what I say, why not converse with me a while? Pinning the chrysanthemums in the hair by the visitor under the banana trees. I put some in the vase and plant some by the hedge, so day by day I have ample to do. I pluck them, yet don't fancy they're meant for girls to pin before the glass in their coiffure. My mania for these flowers is just as keen as was that of the squire who once lived in Chang'an. I rave as much for them as raved Mr. Pengze when he was under the effects of wine. Cold is the short hair on his temples and moistened with dew, which on it dripped from the tree paths. His flaxen turban is suffused with the sweet fragrance of the autumn frost in the ninth moon. That strong weakness of mine to pin them in my hair is viewed with sneers by my contemporaries. They clap their hands, but they're free to laugh at me by the roadside as much as e'er they list. The shadow of the chrysanthemums by the old friend of the hall reclining on the russet clouds. In layers upon layers their autumn splendor grows and air thick and thicker. I make off furtively and stealthily transplant them from the three crossways. The distant lamp inside the window frame depicts their shade both far and near. The hedge riddles the moon's rays, like unto a sieve, but the flowers stop the holes. As their reflection cold and fragrant tarries here, their soul must too abide. The dew-dry spot beneath the flowers is so like them that what is said of dreams is trash. Their precious shadows, full of subtle scent, are trodden down to pieces here and there. Could anyone with eyes half closed from drinking not mistake the shadow for the flowers? Dreaming of the Chrysanthemums by the Xiaoxiang consort. What vivid dreams arise as I doze by the hedge amidst those autumn scenes. Whether clouds bear me company or the moon be my mate, I can't discern. In fairyland I soar, not that I would become a butterfly like Zhuang. So long I for my friend Tao, the magistrate, that I again seek him. In a sound sleep I fell, but so soon as the wild geese cried, they broke my rest. The chirp of the cicadas gave me such a start that I bear them a grudge. My secret wrongs to whom can I go and divulge when I wake up from sleep? The faded flowers and the cold mist make my feelings of anguish know no bounds. Fading of the chrysanthemums by the visitor under the banana trees. The dew congeals, the frost waxes in weight, and gradually dwindles their bloom. After the feast with the flower show follows the season of the little snow. The stalks retain still some redundant smell, but the flower's golden tinge is faint. The stems do not bear sign of even one whole leaf. Their verdure is all past. Naught but the chirp of crickets strikes my ear, while the moon shines on half my bed. Near the cold clouds, distant 1,000 li, a flock of wild geese slowly fly. When autumn breaks again next year, I feel certain that we will meet once more. We part, but only for a time, so don't let us indulge in anxious thoughts. Each stanza they read they praised, and they heaped upon each other incessant eulogiums. Let me now criticize them. I'll do so with all fairness. Weiyuan smiled. As I glance over the page, she said, I find that each of you has some distinct admirable sentiments. But in order to be impartial in my criticism today, I must concede the first place to singing the chrysanthemums, the second to asking the chrysanthemums, and the third to dreaming of chrysanthemums. The original nature of the themes makes the verses full of originality, and their conception still more original. But we must allow to the Xiaoxiang consort the credit of being the best. Next in order following, pinning chrysanthemums in the hair, facing the chrysanthemums, putting the chrysanthemums in vases, drawing the chrysanthemums, and longing for chrysanthemums as second best. This decision filled Pao-yü with intense gratification, clapping his hands. Quite right, it's most just, he shouted. My verses are worth nothing, Tai-yü remarked. Their fault, after all, is that they're a little too minutely subtle. They are subtle but good, Weiyuan rejoined, for there is no artificialness or stiffness about them. According to my views, Tai-yü observed, the best line is, when cold holdeth the park, and the sun's rays do slant, I long and yearn for you, O friends. The metonymy, I fling my book aside and turn my gaze upon a twig of autumn, is already admirable. She has dealt so exhaustively with putting chrysanthemums in a vase that she has left nothing unsaid that could be said, and has had in consequence to turn her thought back and consider the time anterior to their being plucked and placed in vases. Her sentiments are profound. What you say is certainly so, explained Weiyuan, smiling. But that line of yours, some scent I hold by the side of my mouth, beats that. After all, said Tantren, we must admit that there's depth of thought in those of the Princess of Hangwu with in autumn all trace of you is gone, and my dreams then know something of you. They really make the meaning implied by the words long for stand out clearly. Those passages of yours, cold is the short hair on his temples and moistened, and his flaxen turban is suffused with a sweet fragrance, laughingly observed Pao-ch'ai, likewise bring out the idea of pinning the chrysanthemums in the hair so thoroughly that one couldn't get a loophole for fault finding. Xiang Yun then smiled. Who is meet with you to stay? She said, and burst the last in bloom. A question so straight to the point set to the chrysanthemums that they are quite at a loss what answer to give. Were what you say, I sit with head uncovered, and clasping my knees I hum my lays, as if you couldn't in fact tear yourself away for even a moment from them. Weiyuan laughed. To come to the knowledge of the chrysanthemums, why, they would certainly be sick and tired of you. This joke made everyone laugh. I'm blessed again, smiled Pao-yü. Is it likely that who plants the flowers in autumn, where do they go? With sandals waxed I come from distant shores, and as on this cold day I can't exhaust my song, do not all forsooth amount to searching for chrysanthemums? And that last night they got a shower, and this morn bedecked with frost. Don't both bear on planting them? But unfortunately they can't come up to these lines. Some scent I hold by the side of my mouth, and turning to the moon I sing my sentiments. In their pure and cool fragrance, clasping my knees, I hum my lays. Short hair on his temples, his flaxen turban, golden tinge is faint, verdure is all past, in autumn all trace of you is gone. My dreams then know something of you. But tomorrow, he proceeded, if I have got nothing to do, I'll write 12 stanzas myself. Yours are also good, Weiyuan pursued. The only thing is that they aren't as full of original conception as those other lines, that's all. But after a few further criticisms, they asked for some more warm crabs, and helping themselves as soon as they were brought from the large circular table, they regaled themselves for a time. With the crabs today in one's hand and the olea before one's eyes, one cannot help inditing verses. Pao-yü smiled. I've already thought of a few, but will any of you again have the pluck to devise any? With this challenge, he there and then hastily washed his hands, and picking up a pen, he wrote out what his companions found on perusal to run in this strain. When in my hands I clasp a crab, what most enchants my heart is the casea's cool shade. While I pour vinegar and ground ginger, I feel from joy as if I would go mad. With so much gluttony, the prince's grandson eats his crabs, that he should have some wine. The side-walking young gentleman has no intestines in his frame at all. I lose sight in my greediness that in my stomach cold accumulates. To my fingers a strong smell doth adhere, and though I wash them, yet the smell clings fast. The main secret of this is that men in this world make much of food. The poor spirit has laughed at them that all their lives they only seek to eat. I could readily compose 100 stanzas with such verses in no time, Tai-yü observed with a sarcastic smile. Your mental energies are now long ago exhausted, Pao-yü rejoined laughingly, and instead of confessing your inability to devise any, you still go on heaping invective upon people. Tai-yü, upon catching this insinuation, made no reply of any kind, but slightly raising her head, she hummed something to herself for a while, and then taking up a pen, she completed a whole stanza with a few dashes. The company then read her lines. They consisted of: E'en after death, their armor and their lengthy spears are never cast away. So nice they look, piled in the plate, that first to taste them I'd fain be. In every pair of legs they have, the crabs are full of tender jade-like meat, each piece of ruddy fat, which in their shell bumps up, emits a fragrant smell. Besides much meat, they have, a greater relish for me still, 8 feet as well. Who bids me drink 1,000 cups of wine in order to enhance my joy? What time I can behold their luscious food with the fine season doth accord. When cassius wave with fragrance pure, and the chrysanthemums are decked with frost. Pao-yü had just finished conning it over and was beginning to sing its praise when Tai-yü, with one snatch, tore it to pieces and bade a servant go and burn it. As my compositions can't come up to yours, she then observed, I'll burn it. Yours is capital, much better than the lines you wrote a little time back on the chrysanthemums. So keep it for the benefit of others. I've likewise succeeded, after much effort, in putting together a stanza, Pao-ch'ai laughingly remarked. It cannot, of course, be worth much, but I'll put it down for fun's sake. As she spoke, she too wrote down her lines. When they came to look at them, they read, "On this bright, beauteous day, I bask in the Dryandra shade with a cup in my hand. When I was at Chang'an with driveling mouth, I longed for the 9th day of the 9th moon. The road stretches before their very eyes, but they can't tell between straight and transverse. Under their shells in spring and autumn only reigns a vacuum, yellow and black." At this point, they felt unable to refrain from shouting, "Excellent!" "She abuses in fine style," Pao-yü shouted, "but my lines should also be committed to the flames." The company thereupon scanned the remainder of the stanza, which was couched in this wise: "When all the stock of wine is gone, chrysanthemums then used to scour away the smell. So as to counteract their properties of gathering cold, fresh ginger you should take. Alas, now that they have been dropped into the boiling pot, what good do they derive? About the moonlit river banks, there but remains the fragrant aroma of corn." At the close of their perusal, they, with one voice, explained that this was a first-rate song on crab eating, that minor themes of this kind should really conceal lofty thoughts before they could be held to be of any great merit, and that the only thing was that it chaffed people rather too virulently. But while they were engaged in conversation, Ping Er was again seen coming into the garden. What she wanted is not, however, yet known, so, reader, peruse the details given in the subsequent chapter. End of section 27.
Section 28 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mara Bella. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2 by Cao Xueqin. Translated by Henry Bencraft Joly. Chapter 39, Part 1. The tongue of the village old dame finds as free vent as a river that has broken its banks. The affectionate cousin makes up his mind to sift to the very bottom of the story told by old goody Liu. Upon seeing, the story explains, Ping Er arrive, they unanimously inquired, "What is your mistress up to? How is it she hasn't come?" "However could she spare the time to get as far as here?" Ping Er smiled and replied. "But she said she hasn't anything good to eat, so she bade me, as she couldn't possibly run over, come and find out whether there be any more crabs or not. If there be, she enjoined me to ask for a few to take her to eat at home." "There are plenty," Shang Yun rejoined, and, directing with alacrity a servant to fetch a present box, she put in it 10 of the largest crabs. "I'll take a few more of the female ones," Ping Er remarked. One and all then laid hands upon Ping Er and tried to drag her into a seat, but Ping Er would not accede to their importunities. "I insist upon your sitting down," Weiyuan laughingly exclaimed, and as she kept pulling her about and forcing her to sit next to her, she filled a cup of wine and put it to her lips. Ping Er hastily swallowed a sip and endeavored immediately to beat a retreat. "I won't let you go!" shouted Li Huan. "It's so evident that you've only got that woman Feng in your thoughts, as you don't listen to any of my words." Saying this, she went on to bid the nurses go ahead and take the box over. "Tell her," she added, "that I've kept Ping Er here." A matron presently returned with a box. "Lady Secunda," she reported, "says that you, Lady Chu, and our young mistresses must not make fun of her for having asked for something to eat.
and that in this box you'll find cakes made of water lily powder and rolls prepared with chicken fat, which your maternal aunt on the other side just sent for your ladyship and for you, young ladies, to taste. That she bids you, the matron continued, turning towards Ping Er, come over on duty, but your mind is so set upon pleasure that you loiter behind and don't go back. She advises you, however, not to have too many cups of wine.
Were I even to have too much, Ping Er smiled. What could she do to me? Uttering these words, she went on with her drink, after which she partook of some more crab. What a pity it is, interposed Weiyuan, caressing her, that a girl with such good looks as you should have so ordinary a fortune as to simply fall into that room as a menial. But wouldn't anyone who was not acquainted with actual facts take you for a lady and a mistress? While she went on eating and drinking with Pao-ch'ai, Xiangyun, and the other girls, Ping Er turned her head round. Don't rub me like that, she laughed. It makes me feel quite ticklish. Ayo! Shouted Weiyuan. What's this hard thing? It's a key, Ping Er answered. What fine things have you got, that the fear lest people should take it away prompts you to carry this about you? I keep on, just for a laugh, telling people the whole day long that when the bonze Tong was fetching the cannons, a white horse came and carried him. That when Liu Zhiyuan was attacking the empire, a melon spirit appeared and brought him a coat of mail, and that, in the same way, where our vixen Feng is, there you are to be found. You are your mistress's general key. And what do you want this other key for? You've primed yourself with wine, my lady. Ping Er smiled, and here you once more chaff me and make a laughing-stock of me. This is really quite true, Pao-ch'ai laughed. Whenever we've got nothing to do, and we talk matters over, we're quite unanimous that not one in 100 could be picked out to equal you girls in here. The beauty is that each one of you possesses her own good qualities. In everything, whether large or small, a heavenly principle rules alike, Weiyuan explained. Were there, for instance, no Yuan Young in our venerable senior's apartments, how would it ever do? Commencing with Madame Wang herself, who is it who could muster sufficient courage to expostulate with the old lady? Yet she plainly has the pluck to put in her remonstrances with her, and, as it happens, our worthy ancestor lends a patient ear to only what she says and no one else. None of the others can remember what our old senior has in the way of clothes and head ornaments, but she can remember everything. And, were she not there to look after things, there is no knowing how many would not be swindled away. That child, besides, is so straightforward at heart that, despite all this, she often puts in a good word for others, and doesn't rely upon her influence to look down disdainfully upon anyone. It was only yesterday, Xueqin observed with a smile, that our dear ancestor said that she was ever so much better than the whole lot of us. She's certainly splendid, Ping Er ventured. How could we rise up to her standard? Xia Pao-yü put in, who is in mother's rooms, is a good sort of girl. Of course she is, Tan Chun assented. But she's good enough as far as external appearances go. But inwardly, she's a sly one. Madame Wang is just like a Joss. She does not give her mind to any sort of business. But this girl is up to everything, and it is she who in all manner of things reminds her mistress what there is to be done. She even knows everything, whether large or small,
connected with Mr. Jia Zhong's staying at home or going out of doors. And when at any time Madame Wang forgets, she, from behind the scenes, prompts her how to act. Well, never mind about her, Li Wan suggested, but were, she pursued, pointing at Pao-yü, no Shiren in this young gentleman's quarters, just you imagine what a pitch things would reach. That vixen Feng may truly resemble the Prince Ba of the true kingdom, and she may have 2 arms strong enough to raise a tripod weighing 1,000 catties. But had she not this maid, Ping Er, would she be able to accomplish everything so thoroughly? In days gone by, Ping Er interposed, 4 servant girls came along with her. But what with those who've died and those who've gone, only I remain, like a solitary spirit. You're, after all, the fortunate one, Li Wan retorted. But our hussy Feng, too, is lucky in having you. Had I not also once, just remember, 2 girls, when your senior master Zhu was alive? Am I not, you've seen for yourselves, a person to bear with people? But in such a surly frame of mind did I find them both, day after day, that as soon as your senior master departed this life, I availed myself of their youth, to give them in marriage and to pack both of them out of my place. But had either of them been good for anything and worthy to be kept, I would, in fact, have now had someone to give me a helping hand. As she spoke, the very balls of her eyes suddenly became quite red. Why need you again distress your mind? They with one voice exclaimed. Isn't it better that we should break up? While conversing, they rinsed their hands, and when they had agreed to go in a company to Dowager Lady Jia's and Madame Wang's and inquire after their health, the matrons and servant maids swept the pavilion and collected and washed the cups and saucers. Shiren proceeded on her way along with Ping Er. Come into my room, said Shiren to Ping Er, and sit down and have another cup of tea. I won't have any tea just now, Ping Er answered. I'll come some other time. So saying, she was about to go off when Shiren called out to her and stopped her. This month's allowances, she asked, haven't yet been issued, not even to our old mistress and Madame Wang. Why is it? Upon catching this inquiry, Ping Er hastily retraced her steps and drew near Shiren. After looking about to see that no one was in the neighborhood, she rejoined in a low tone of voice, Drop these questions at once. They're sure, anyhow, to be issued in a couple of days. Why is it, smiled Shiren, that this gives you such a start? This month's allowances, Ping Er explained to her in a whisper, have long ago been obtained in advance by our mistress Secunda and given to people for their own purposes. And it's when the interest has been brought from here and there that the various sums will be lumped together and payment be effected. I confide this to you, but mind, you mustn't go and tell any other person about it. Isn't it likely that she hasn't yet enough money for her own requirements? Shiren smiled. Or is it that she's still not satisfied? And what's the use of her still going on bothering herself in this way? Isn't it so? Laughed Ping Er. From just handling the funds for this particular item, she has, during these last few years, so manipulated them as to turn up several hundreds of taels profit out of them. Nor does she spend that monthly allowance of hers for public expenses. But the moment she accumulates anything like 8 or 10 taels odd, she gives them out too. Thus, the interest on her own money alone comes up to nearly 1,000 taels a year. You and your mistress take our money, Shiren observed laughingly, and get interest on it, fooling us as if we were no better than idiots. Here you are again with your uncharitable words, Ping Er remonstrated. Can it be that you haven't yet enough to meet your own expenses with? I am, it's true, not short of money, Xu replied, as I have nowhere to go and spend it. But the thing is that I'm making provision for that fellow of ours, Pao-yü. If you ever find yourself in any great straits and need money, Ping-er resumed, you're at liberty to take those first few taels I've got over there to suit your own convenience with, and by I can reduce them from what is due to you, and we'll be square. I'm not in need of any just now, retorted Xu. But should I not have enough when I want some? I'll send someone to fetch them and finish. Ping-er promised that she would let her have the money at any time she sent for it, and, taking the shortest cut, she issued out of the garden gate. Here she encountered a servant dispatched from the other side by Lady Feng. She came in search of Ping-er. Our lady, she said, has something for you to do, and is waiting for you. What's up that it's so pressing? Ping-er inquired. Our senior mistress detained me by force to have a chat, so I couldn't manage to get away. But here she time after time sends people after me in this manner. Whether you go or not is your own lookout, the maid replied. It isn't worth your while getting angry with me. If you dare, go and tell these things to our mistress. Ping-er spat at her contemptuously and rushed back in anxious haste. She discovered, however, that Lady Feng was not at home, but unexpectedly she perceived that the old goody Liu, who had paid them a visit on a previous occasion for the purpose of obtaining pecuniary assistance, had come again with Ban-er, and was seated in the opposite room, along with Zhang Zai's wife and Zhou Rui's wife, who kept her company. But 2 or 3 servant maids were inside as well, emptying on the floor bags containing dates, squash, and various wild greens. As soon as they saw her appear in the room, they promptly stood up in a body. Old goody Liu had, on her last visit, learnt what Ping-er's status in the establishment was, so, vehemently jumping down, she inquired,
Miss, how do you do? All at home, she pursued, send you their compliments. I meant to have come earlier and paid my respects to my lady, and to look you up, miss, but we've been very busy on the farm. We managed this year to reap, after great labor, a few more pickles of grain than usual, but melons, fruits, and vegetables have also been plentiful. These things you see here are what we picked during the first crop, and as we didn't presume to sell them, we kept the best to present to our lady and the young ladies to taste. The young ladies must, of course, be surfeited with all the delicacies and fine things they daily get, but by having some of our wild greens to eat, they will show some regard for our poor attention.
Many thanks for all the trouble you have taken, Ping-er eagerly rejoined. Then, pressing her to resume her place, she sat down herself, and, urging Mrs. Zhang and Mrs. Zhou to take their seats, she bade a young waiting maid go and serve the tea. There's a joyous air about your face today, miss, and your eyeballs are all red, the wife of Zhou Rui and the wife of Zhang Zai thereupon smilingly ventured. Naturally, Ping-er laughed. I generally don't take any wine, but our senior mistress and our young ladies caught hold of me and insisted upon pouring it down my throat. I had no alternative, therefore, but to swallow 2 cups full, so my face at once flushed crimson. I have a longing for wine, Zhang Zai's wife smiled, but there's no one to offer me any. But when anyone by and by invites you, miss, do take me along with you. At these words, one and all burst out laughing. Early this morning, Zhou Rui's wife interposed. I got a glimpse of those crabs. Only 2 or 3 of them would weigh a catty, so in those 2 or 3 huge hampers, there must have been, I presume, 70 to 80 catties. If some were intended for those above as well as for those below, Rouyi's wife added, they couldn't, nevertheless, I fear, have been enough. How could everyone have had any? Ping Er observed. Those simply with any name may have tasted a couple of them, but as for the rest, some may have touched them with the tips of their hands, but many may not even have done as much.
Crabs of this kind, put in old Goody Liu, cost this year 5 candarines a catty, 10 catties for 5 mace. 5 times 5 makes 2 taels 5, and 3 times 5 makes 15. And adding what was wanted for wines and eatables, the total must have come to something over 20 taels. Oh, me tofu! Why, this heap of money is ample for us country people to live on through a whole year.
I expect you have seen Our Lady, Ping Er then asked.
Yes, I have seen her,
assented old Goody Liu.
She bade us wait.
As she spoke, she again looked out of the window to see what the time of day could be.
It's getting quite late, she afterwards proceeded. We must be going, or else we mayn't be in time to get out of the city gates, and then we'll be in a nice fix.
Quite right, Rouyi's wife observed. I'll go and see what she's up to for you. With these words, she straightway left the room. After a long absence, she returned. Good fortune has indeed descended upon you, old dame, she smiled. Why, you've won the consideration of those 2 old ladies. What about it? Laughingly inquired Ping Er and the others. Lady Secunda, Rouyi's wife, explained with a smile, was with our venerable lady. So I gently whispered to her, Old Goody Liu wishes to go home. It's getting late, and she fears she mightn't be in time to go out of the gates. It's such a long way off, Our Lady Secunda rejoined, and she had all the trouble and fatigue of carrying that load of things. So if it's too late, why, let her spend the night here and start on the morrow. Now, isn't this having enlisted our mistress's sympathies? But not to speak of this, our old lady also happened to overhear what we said, and she inquired, Who is old Goody Liu? Our Lady Secunda forthwith told her all. I was just longing, her venerable ladyship pursued, for someone well up in years to have a chat with. Ask her in and let me see her. So isn't this coming in for consideration when least unexpected? So speaking, she went on to urge old Goody Liu to get down and betake herself to the front.
With a figure like this of mine,
old Goody Liu demurred,
how could I very well appear before her? My dear sister-in-law, do tell her that I've gone.
Get on! Be quick! Ping Er speedily cried. What does it matter? Our old lady has the highest regard for old people and the greatest pity for the needy. She's not one you could compare with those haughty and overbearing people. But I fancy you're a little too timid, so I'll accompany you as far as there, along with Mrs. Joel. While tendering her services, she and Rouyi's wife led off old Goody Liu and crossed over to Dowager Lady Jia's apartments on this side of the mansion. The boy servants on duty at the second gate stood up when they saw Ping Er approach, but 2 of them also ran up to her, and, keeping close to her heels,
Miss,
they shouted out,
Miss.
What have you got again to say? Ping Er asked.
It's pretty late just now,
one of the boys smilingly remarked,
and Mother is ill and wants me to go and call the doctor. So I would, dear miss, like to have half a day's leave. May I?
Your doings are really fine, Ping Er exclaimed. You've agreed among yourselves that each day one of you should apply for furlough, but instead of speaking to your lady, you come and bother me. The other day that Zhu went,
Mr. Secundus happened not to want him, so I assented, though I also added that I was doing it as a favor. But here you two come today. It's quite true that his mother is sick, Zhou Rui's wife interceded. So, miss, do say yes to him also, and let him go. Be back as soon as it dawns tomorrow, Ping Er enjoined. Wait, I've got something for you to do, for you'll again sleep away and only turn up after the sun has blazed away on your buttocks. As you go now, give a message to Wang Er. Tell him that Our Lady bade you warn him that if he does not hand over the balance of the interest due by tomorrow, she won't have anything to do with him. So he'd better let her have it to meet her requirements and finish. The servant lad felt in high glee and exuberant spirits. Expressing his obedience, he walked off. Ping Er and her companions repaired then to old Lady Jia's apartments. Here the various young ladies from the Garden of Broad Vista were at the time assembled paying their respects to their grandmother. As soon as old goody Liu put her foot inside, she saw the room thronged with girls as seductive as twigs of flowers, waving to and fro, and so richly dressed as to look enveloped in pearls, and encircled with kingfisher ornaments. But she could not make out who they all were. Her gaze was, however, attracted by an old dame, reclining alone on a divan. Behind her sat a girl, a regular beauty, clothed in gauze, engaged in patting her legs. Lady Feng was on her feet in the act of cracking some joke. Old goody Liu readily concluded that it must be Dowager Lady Jia, so promptly pressing forward, she put on a forced smile and made several curtsies.
My obeisance to you, star of longevity, she said.
Old Lady Jia hastened on her part to bow and to inquire after her health. Then she asked Zhou Rui's wife to bring over a chair for her to take a seat. But Ban Er was still so very shy that he did not know how to make his obeisance. Venerable relative, Dowager Lady Jia asked, how old are you this year? Old goody Liu immediately rose to her feet.
I'm 75 this year,
she rejoined. So old and yet so hardy, old Lady Jia remarked, addressing herself to the party. Why, she's older than myself by several years. When I reach that age, I wonder whether I shall be able to move.
We people have,
old goody Liu smilingly resumed,
to put up from the moment we come into the world with ever so many hardships, while your venerable ladyship enjoys from your birth every kind of blessing. Were we also like this, there'd be no one to carry on that farming work.
Are your eyes and teeth still good? Dowager Lady Jia went on to inquire.
They're both still all right,
old goody Liu replied.
The left molars, however, have got rather shaky this year.
As for me, I'm quite an old fossil, Dowager Lady Jia observed. I'm no good whatever. My eyesight is dim, my ears are deaf, my memory is gone. I can't even recollect any of you, old family connections. When therefore any of our relations come on a visit, I don't see them for fear lest I should be ridiculed. All I can manage to eat are a few mouthfuls of anything tender enough for my teeth, and I can just dose a bit, or, when I feel in low spirits, I distract myself a little with these grandsons and granddaughters of mine. That's all I'm good for.
This is indeed your venerable ladyship's good fortune,
old goody Liu smiled.
We couldn't enjoy anything of the kind, much though we may long for it.
What good fortune? Dowager Lady Jia exclaimed. I'm a useless old thing, no more. This remark made everyone explode into laughter. End of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Section 28. End of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2, by Cao Xueqin. Translated by Henry Bencraft Joly. Chapter 39. Part 1. Section 29 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mara Bella. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2, by Cao Xueqin. Translated by Henry Bencraft Joly. Chapter 39, Part 2. Dowager Lady Jia also laughed. I heard Our Lady Feng say a little while back, she added, that you had brought a lot of squash and vegetables, and I told her to put them by at once. I had just been craving to have newly grown melons and vegetables, but those one buys outside are not as luscious as those produced in your farms.
This is the rustic notion,
Old Goody Liu laughed,
to entirely subsist on fresh things. Yet we long to have fish and meat for our fare, but we can't afford it.
I've found a relative in you today, Dowager Lady Jia said, so you shouldn't go empty-handed. If you don't despise this place as too mean, do stay a day or two before you start. We've also got a garden here, and this garden produces fruits too. You can taste some of them tomorrow and take a few along with you home in order to make it look like a visit to relatives. When Lady Feng saw how delighted old Lady Jia was with the prospects of the old dame's stay, she too lost no time in doing all she could to induce her to remain. Our place here, she urged, isn't, it's true, as spacious as your threshing floor, but as we've got 2 vacant rooms, you'd better put up in them for a couple of days, and choose some of your village news and old stories and recount them to our worthy senior.
Now you, Vixen Feng, smiled Dowager Lady Jia,
don't raise a laugh at her expense. She's only a countrywoman, and will an old dame like her stand any chaff from you? While remonstrating with her, she bade a servant go, before attending to anything else, and pluck a few fruits. These she handed to Banar to eat, but Banar did not venture to touch them, conscious as he was of the presence of such a number of bystanders. So old Lady Jia gave orders that a few cash should be given him, and then directed the pages to take him outside to play. After sipping a cup of tea, Old Goody Liu began to relate, for the benefit of Dowager Lady Jia, a few of the occurrences she had seen or heard of in the country. These had the effect of putting old Lady Jia in a more exuberant frame of mind. But in the midst of her narration, a servant, at Lady Feng's insistence, asked Goody Liu to go and have her evening meal. Dowager Lady Jia then picked out, as well, several kinds of eatables from her own repast, and charged someone to take them to Goody Liu to feast on. But the consciousness that the old dame had taken her senior's fancy induced Lady Feng to send her back again as soon as she had taken some refreshments. On her arrival, Yuan Yang hastily deputed a matron to take Goody Liu to have a bath. She herself then went and selected 2 pieces of ordinary clothes, and these she entrusted to a servant to hand to the old dame to change. Goody Liu had hitherto not set eyes upon any such grand things, so with eagerness she effected the necessary alterations in her costume. This over, she made her appearance outside, and, sitting in front of the divan occupied by Dowager Lady Jia, she went on to narrate as many stories as she could recall to mind. Pao-yü and his cousins, too, were, at the time, assembled in the room, and, as they had never before heard anything the like of what she said, they, of course, thought her tales more full of zest than those related by itinerant blind storytellers. Old goody Liu was, albeit a rustic person, gifted by nature with a good deal of discrimination. She was, besides, advanced in years, and had gone through many experiences in her lifetime. So when she, in the first place, saw how extremely delighted old lady Jia was with her, and, in the second, how eager the whole crowd of young lads and lasses were to listen to what fell from her mouth, she even invented, when she found her own stock exhausted, a good many yarns to recount to them.
What with all the sowing we have to do in our fields and the vegetables we have to plant, she consequently proceeded, have we ever in our village any leisure to sit with lazy hands from year to year and day to day, no matter whether it's spring, summer, autumn, or winter, whether it blows or whether it rains? Yea, day after day, all that we can do is to turn the bare road into a kind of pavilion to rest and cool ourselves on. But what strange things don't we see? Last winter, for instance, snow fell for several consecutive days, and it piled up on the ground 3 or 4 feet deep. One day, I got up early, but I hadn't as yet gone out of the door of our house when I heard outside the noise of firewood being moved. I fancied that someone must have come to steal it, so I crept up to a hole in the window. But lo, I discovered that it was no one from our own village. It must have been, interposed Dowager Lady Jia, some wayfarers who, being smitten with the cold, took some of the firewood they saw ready at hand to go and make a fire and warm themselves with. That's highly probable. It was no wayfarers at all,
old goody Liu retorted, smiling.
And that's what makes the story so strange. Who do you think it was, venerable star of longevity? It was really a most handsome girl of 17 or 18, whose hair was combed as smooth as if oil had been poured over it. She was dressed in a deep red jacket, a white silk petticoat. When she reached this part of her narrative, suddenly became audible the voices of people bawling outside. "It's nothing much," they shouted. "Don't frighten our old mistress." Dowager Lady Jia and the other inmates caught, however, their cries and hurriedly inquired what had happened. A servant maid explained in reply that a fire had broken out in the stables in the southern court, but that there was no danger, as the flames had been suppressed. Their old grandmother was a person with very little nerve. The moment, therefore, the report fell on her ear, she jumped up with all dispatch, and, leaning on one of the family, she rushed on to the veranda to ascertain the state of things. At the sight of the still brilliant light shed by the flames on the southeast part of the compound, old Lady Jia was plunged in consternation, and invoking Buddha, she went on to shout to the servants to go and burn incense before the god of fire. Madame Wang and the rest of the members of the household lost no time in crossing over in a body to see how she was getting on. "The fire has already been extinguished," they too assured her. "Please, dear ancestor, repair into your rooms." But it was only after old Lady Jia had seen the light of the flames entirely subside that she at length led the whole company indoors.
"What was that girl up to? Taking the firewood in that heavy fall of snow?" Pao-yü,
thereupon vehemently inquired of goody Liu.
What if she had got frostbitten and fallen ill?
It was the reference made recently to the firewood that was being abstracted, his grandmother Jia said, that brought about this fire. And do you still go on asking more about it? Leave this story alone and tell us something else. Hearing this reminder, Pao-yü felt constrained to drop the subject, much against his wishes, and old goody Liu forthwith thought of something else to tell them.
In our village, she resumed, and on the eastern side of our farmstead, there lives an old dame whose age is, this year, over 90. She goes in daily for fasting and worshiping Buddha. Who'd have thought it? She so moved the pity of the goddess of mercy that she gave her this message in a dream. It was at one time ordained that you should have no posterity, but as you have proved so devout, I have now memorialized the pearly emperor to grant you a grandson. The fact is, this old dame had one son. This son had an only son, but he died after they had with great difficulty managed to rear him to the age of 17 or 18. And what tears didn't they shed for him? But, in course of time, another son was actually born to him. He is this year just 13 or 14, resembles a very ball of flour, so plump is he, and is clever and sharp to an exceptional degree. So this is indeed a clear proof that those spirits and gods do exist.
This long tirade proved to be in harmony with Dowager Lady Da's and Madame Wang's secret convictions on the subject. Even Madame Wang therefore listened to every word with all profound attention. Pao-yü, however, was so preoccupied with the story about the stolen firewood that he fell in a brown study and gave way to conjectures.
Yesterday,
Tan Chun at this point remarked,
we put Cousin Shi to a lot of trouble and inconvenience, so when we get back, we must consult about convening a meeting, and while returning her entertainment, we can also invite our venerable ancestor to come and admire the chrysanthemums. What do you think of this?
Our worthy senior, smiled Pao-yü, has intimated that she means to give a banquet to return Cousin Shi's hospitality, and to ask us to do the honors. Let's wait, therefore, until we partake of grandmother's collation, before we issue our own invitations. There will be ample time then to do so.
The later it gets, the cooler the weather becomes,
Tan Chun observed.
And our dear senior is not likely to enjoy herself.
Grandmother, added Pao-yü, is also fond of rain and snow, so wouldn't it be as well to wait until the first fall, and then ask her to come and look at the snow? This will be better, won't it? And were we to recite our verses with snow about us, it will be ever so much more fun.
To hum verses in the snow, Lin Tai-yü speedily demurred with a smile, won't, in my idea, be half as nice as building up a heap of firewood and then stealing it with the flakes playing about us. This will be by far more enjoyable. This proposal made Pao-ch'ai and the others laugh. Pao-yü cast a glance at her, but made no reply. But in a short time, the company broke up. Pao-yü eventually gave old goody Liu a tug on the sly, and plied her with minute questions as to who the girl was. The old dame was placed under the necessity of fabricating something for his benefit.
The truth is,
she said,
that there stands bank of the ditch in our village a small ancestral hall in which offerings are made, but not to spirits or gods. There was in former days some official or other. While speaking, she went on to try and recollect his name and surname.
No matter about names or surnames, Pao-yü expostulated. There's no need for you to recall them to memory. Just mention the facts. They'll be enough.
This official, old goody Liu resumed, had no son. His offspring consisted of one young daughter, who went under the name of Rouyi, like jade. She could read and write, and was doted upon by this official and his consort, just as if she were a precious jewel. But, unfortunately, when this young lady, Rouyi, grew up to be 17, she contracted some disease and died. When these words fell on Pao-yü's ears, he stamped his foot and heaved a sigh. What happened after that? He then asked. Old goody Liu pursued her story. So incessantly, she continued, did this official and his consort think of their child, that they raised this ancestral hall, erected a clay image of their young daughter Rouyi in it, and appointed someone to burn incense and trim the fires. But so many days and years have now elapsed that the people themselves are no more alive, the temple is in decay, and the image itself is become a spirit. It hasn't become a spirit, remonstrated Pao-yü with vehemence. Human beings of this kind may, the rule is, die, yet they are not dead. Oh, me tofu! Ejaculated old goody Liu. Is it really so? Had you, sir, not enlightened us, we would have remained under the impression that she had become a spirit. But she repeatedly transforms herself into a human being, and there she roams about in every village, farmstead, inn, and roadside. And the one I mentioned just now, as having taken the firewood, is that very girl. The villagers in our place are still consulting with the idea of breaking this clay image and razing the temple to the ground. Be quick and dissuade them, eagerly exclaimed Pao-yü. Were they to raze the temple to the ground, their crime won't be small. It's lucky that you told me, sir, old goody Liu added. When I get back tomorrow, I'll make them relinquish the idea and finish. Our venerable senior and my mother, Pao-yü pursued, are both charitable persons. In fact, all the inmates of our family, whether old or young, do, in like manner, delight in good deeds, and take pleasure in distributing alms. Their greatest relish is to repair temples, and to put up images to the spirits. So tomorrow I'll make a subscription and collect a few donations for you, and you can then act as incense burner. When sufficient money has been raised, this fane can be repaired, and another clay image put up, and month by month I'll give you incense and fire money to enable you to burn joss sticks. Won't this be a good thing for you? In that case, old goody Liu rejoined, I shall, thanks to that young lady's good fortune, have also a few cash to spend. Pao-yü thereupon likewise wanted to know what the name of the place was, the name of the village, how far it was there and back, and whereabout the temple was situated. Old goody Liu replied to his questions by telling him every idle thought that came first to her lips. Pao-yü, however, credited the information she gave him, and, on his return to his rooms, he exercised the whole night his mind with building castles in the air. On the morrow,
As soon as daylight dawned, he speedily stepped out of his room, and, handing Ming several hundreds of cash, he bade him proceed first in the direction and to the place specified by old goody Yu, and clearly ascertain every detail, so as to enable him, on his return from his errand, to arrive at a suitable decision to carry out his purpose. After Ming's departure, Yu continued on pins and needles and on the tiptoe of expectation. Into such a pitch of excitement did he work himself that he felt like an ant in a burning pan. With suppressed impatience, he waited and waited until sunset. At last, then, he perceived Ming walk in high glee.
"Have you discovered the place?"
hastily inquired Yu.
Master,
Ming laughed.
you didn't catch distinctly the directions given you, and you made me search in a nice way. The name of the place and the bearings can't be those you gave me, sir. That is why I've had to hunt about the whole day long. I prosecuted my inquiries up to the very ditch on the northeast side, before I eventually found a ruined temple.
Upon hearing the result of his researches, Yu was much gratified. His very eyebrows distended, his eyes laughed.
"Old goody Liu," he said with eagerness, "is a person well up in years, and she may at the moment have remembered wrong. It's very likely she did. But recount to me what you saw."
The door of that temple,
Ming explained,
really faces south and is all in a tumble-down condition. I searched and searched till I was driven to utter despair. As soon, however, as I caught sight of it, "That's right!" I shouted, and promptly walked in. But I at once discovered a clay figure, which gave me such a fearful start that I scampered out again, for it looked as much alive as if it were a real living being.
Yu smiled, full of joy. "It can metamorphose itself into a human being," he observed, "so of course it has more or less a lifelike appearance."
"Was it ever a girl?"
Ming rejoined, clapping his hands.
"Why, it was, in fact, no more than a green-faced and red-haired god of plagues."
Yu, at this answer, spat at him contemptuously. "You are, in very truth, a useless fool," he cried. "Haven't you even enough gumption for such a trifling job as this?"
"What book, I wonder, have you been reading, master?"
Ming continued.
"Or you may, perhaps, have heard someone prattle a lot of trash and believed it as true. You send me on this sort of wild goose chase and make me go and knock my head about, and how can you ever say that I'm good for nothing?"
Yu did not fail to notice that he was in a state of exasperation, so he lost no time in trying to calm him. "Don't be impatient," he urged. "You can go again some other day, when you've got nothing to attend to, and institute further inquiries. If it turns out that she has hoodwinked us, why, there will, naturally, be no such thing. But if, verily, there is, won't you also lay up for yourself a store of good deeds? I shall feel it my duty to reward you in a most handsome manner." As he spoke, he espied a servant lad, on service at the second gate, approach and report to him.
"The young ladies in our venerable ladyship's apartments are standing at the threshold of the second gate and looking out for you, Mr. Secundus."
But as, reader, you are not aware what they were on the lookout to tell him, the subsequent chapter will explain it for you. End of section 29.
Section 30 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2, This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2, by Cao Xueqin, translated by Henry Bencraft Joly. Chapter 40, Part 1. The Venerable Lady Xi attends a second banquet in the garden of Broad Vista. Jing Yuanyang 3 times promulgates by means of dominoes the order to quote passages from old writers. As soon as Pao-yü, we will now explain, heard what the lad told him, he rushed with eagerness inside. When he came to look about him, he discovered Hu Po standing in front of the screen. "Be quick and go," she urged. "They are waiting to speak to you." Pao-yü wended his way into the drawing rooms. Here he found Dowager Lady Jia consulting with Madame Wang and the whole body of young ladies about the return feast to be given to Xi Shangyuan. "I've got a plan to suggest," he consequently interposed. "As there are to be no outside guests, the eatables, too, should not be limited to any kind or number. A few of such dishes as have ever been to the liking of any of us should be fixed upon and prepared for the occasion. Neither should any banquet be spread, but a high teapot can be placed in front of each, with 1 or 2 things to suit our particular tastes, besides a painter box with partitions and a decanter. Won't this be an original way?" "Capital!" shouted old Lady Jia. "Go and tell the people in the cookhouse," she forthwith ordered a servant, "to get ready tomorrow such dishes as we relish, and to put them in as many boxes as there will be people, and bring them over. We can have breakfast too in the garden." But while they were deliberating, the time came to light the lamps. Nothing of any note transpired the whole night. The next day they got up at early dawn. The weather fortunately was beautifully clear. Weiyuan turned out of bed at daybreak. She was engaged in watching the old matrons and serving girls sweeping the fallen leaves, rubbing the tables and chairs, and preparing the tea and wine vessels, when she perceived Feng usher in old goody Liu and Beng. "You're very busy, our senior lady," they said. "I told you that you wouldn't manage to start yesterday," Weiyuan smiled. "But you were in a hurry to get away." "Your worthy old lady," goody Liu replied laughingly, "wouldn't let me go. She wanted me to enjoy myself too for a day before I went." Feng then produced several large and small keys. "Our mistress Lian says," she remarked, "that she fears that the high teapots which are out are not enough, and she thinks it would be as well to open the loft and take out those that are put away and use them for a day. Our lady should really have come and seen to it in person, but as she has something to tell Madame Wang, she begs your ladyship to open the place and get a few servants to bring them out." Weiyuan there and then told Xu Yuan to take the keys. She also bade a matron go out and call a few servant boys from those on duty at the second gate. When they came, Weiyuan remained in the lower story of the dark one loft, and looking up, she ordered the servants to go and open the Zhuijin hall and to bring the teapots one by one. The young servant-lads, matrons, and servant maids then set to work in a body and carried down over 20 of them. "Be careful with them," shouted Weiyuan. "Don't be bustling about just as if you were being pursued by ghosts. Mind you don't break the tenants." Turning her head round, "Old dame," she observed, addressing herself smilingly to goody Liu, "go upstairs too, and have a look." Old goody Liu was longing to satisfy her curiosity, so as the bare mention of the permission, she uttered just one word, "Come," and, dragging Beng along, she trudged up the stairs. On her arrival inside, she espied pile upon pile a whole heap of screens, tables, and chairs, painted lanterns of different sizes, and other similar articles. She could not, it is true, make out the use of the various things, but at the sight of so many colors, of such finery, and of the unusual beauty of each article, she muttered time after time the name of Buddha, and then forthwith wended her way downstairs. Subsequently, the servants locked the doors and every one of them came down. "I fancy," cried Weiyuan, "that our dowager lady will feel disposed to go on the water. So you'd better also get the poles, oars, and awnings for the boats and keep them in readiness." The servants expressed their obedience. Once more they unlocked the doors and carried down everything required. She then bade the lad notify the boat women, go to the dock, and punt out 2 boats. But while all this bustle was going on, they discovered that Dowager Lady Jia had already arrived at the head of a whole company of people. Weiyuan promptly went up to greet them. "Dear venerable senior," she smiled, "you must be in good spirits to have come in here. Imagining that you hadn't as yet combed your hair, I just plucked a few chrysanthemums, meaning to send them to you." While she spoke, Beiyuan at once presented to her a jadeite tray, of the size of a lotus leaf, containing twigs cut from every species of chrysanthemum. Old Lady Jia selected a cluster of deep red and pinned it in her hair about her temples. But turning round, she noticed old Goody Liu. "Come over here," she vehemently cried with a smile, "and put on a few flowers." Scarcely was this remark concluded than Lady Feng dragged Goody Liu forward. "Let me deck you up," she laughed. With these words, she seized a whole plateful of flowers and stuck them 3 this way, 4 that way, all over her head. Old Lady Jia and the whole party were greatly amused, so much so that they could not check themselves. "I wonder," shouted Goody Liu, smiling, "what blessings I have brought upon my head that such honors are conferred upon it today." "Don't you yet pull them away," they all laughed, "and chuck them in her face. She has got you up in such a way as to make a regular old elf of you." "I am an old hag, I admit," Goody Liu pursued with a laugh, "but when I was young, I too was pretty and fond of flowers and powder. But the best thing I can do now is to keep to such fineries as befit my advanced age." While they bandied words, they reached the Qingfeng Pavilion. The waiting maids brought a large embroidered rug and spread it over the planks of the divan near the balustrade. On this rug, Dowager Lady Jia sat, with her back leaning against the railing, and inviting Goody Liu to also take a seat next to her. "Is this garden nice or not?" she asked her. Old Goody Liu invoked Buddha several times. "We country people," she rejoined, "do invariably come at the close of each year into the city and buy pictures and stick them about. And frequently do we find ourselves, in our leisure moments, wondering how we too could manage to get into the pictures, and walk about the scenes they represent. I presumed that those pictures were purely and simply fictitious, for how could there be any such places in reality? But, contrary to my expectations, I found as soon as I entered this garden today and had a look about it, that it was, after all, 100 times better than these very pictures. But if only I could get someone to make me a sketch of this garden to take home with me and let them see it, so that when we die, we may have reaped some benefits." Upon catching the wish she expressed, Dowager Lady Jia pointed at Sichuan. "Look at that young granddaughter of mine," she smiled. "She's got the knack of drawing. So what do you say to my asking her tomorrow to make a picture for you?" This suggestion filled Goody Liu with enthusiasm, and speedily crossing over, she clasped Sichuan in her arms. "My dear miss," she cried, So young in years and yet so pretty, and so accomplished too. Mightn't you be a spirit come to life? After old Lady Chia had had a little rest, she in person took Goody Liu and showed her everything there was to be seen. First, they visited the Xiaoxiang Lodge. The moment they stepped into the entrance, a narrow avenue, flanked on either side with kingfisher-like green bamboos, met their gaze. The earth below was turfed all over with moss. In the center extended a tortuous road paved with pebbles. Goody Liu left Dowager Lady Chia and the party walk on the raised road, while she herself stepped on the earth. But Wu Po tugged at her. "Come up, old dame, and walk here," she exclaimed. "Mind the fresh moss is slippery and you might fall." "I don't mind it," answered Goody Liu. "We people are accustomed to walking on such slippery things. So, young ladies, please proceed, and to look after your embroidered shoes. Don't splash them with mud." But while bent upon talking with those who kept on the raised road, she unawares reached a spot which was actually slippery, and with a sound of "Kutong," she tumbled over. The whole company clapped their hands and laughed boisterously. "You young wenches," shouted out Dowager Lady Chia, "don't you yet raise her up, but stand by giggling?" This reprimand was still being uttered when Goody Liu had already crawled up. She too was highly amused. "Just as my mouth was bragging," she observed, "I got a whack on the lips." "Have you perchance twisted your waist?" inquired old Lady Chia. "Tell the servant girls to pat it for you." "What an idea!" retorted Goody Liu. "Am I so delicate? What date ever goes by without my tumbling down a couple of times? And if I had to be patted every time, wouldn't it be dreadful?" Zizhuan had at an early period raised a speckled bamboo portiere. Dowager Lady Chia and her companions entered and seated themselves. Lin Tai-yü, with her own hands, took a small tray and came to present a covered cup of tea to her grandmother. "We won't have any tea," Madame Wang interposed. "So, miss, you needn't pour any." Lin Tai-yü, hearing this, bade a waiting maid fetch the chair from under the window where she herself often sat, and, moving it to the lower side, she pressed Madame Wang into it. But Goody Liu caught sight of the pencils and ink slabs lying on a table placed next to the window, and espied a bookcase piled up to the utmost with books. "This must surely," the old dame ejaculated, "be some young gentleman's study." "This is the room of this granddaughter-in-law of mine," Dowager Lady Chia explained, smilingly pointing to Tai-yü. Goody Liu scrutinized Lin Tai-yü with intentness for a while. "Is this anything like a young lady's private room?" she then observed with a smile. "Why, in very deed, it's superior to any first-class library." "How is it I don't see Pao-yü?" his grandmother Chia went on to inquire. "He's in the boat, on the pond," the waiting maids with one voice returned for answer. "Who also got the boats ready?" old Lady Chia asked. "The loft was open just now, so they were taken out," Weiyuan said, "and as I thought that you might, venerable senior, feel inclined to have a row, I got everything ready." After listening to this explanation, Dowager Lady Chia was about to pass some remark, but someone came and reported to her that Mrs. Hsüeh had arrived. No sooner had old Lady Chia and the others sprung to their feet than they noticed that Mrs. Hsüeh had already made her appearance. While taking a seat, "Your venerable ladyship," she smiled, "must be in capital spirits today to have come at this early hour. It's only this very minute that I proposed that anyone who came late should be fined." Dowager Lady Chia laughed. "And who'd have thought it? Here you, Mrs. Hsüeh, arrive late." After they had indulged in good-humored raillery for a time, old Lady Chia's attention was attracted by the faded color of the gauze on the windows, and she addressed herself to Madame Wang. "This gauze," she said, may have been nice enough when it was newly pasted, but after a time nothing remained of kingfisher green. In this court too, there are no peach or apricot trees, and these bamboos already are green in themselves. So were this shade of green gauze to be put up again, it would, instead of improving matters, not harmonize with the surroundings. I remember that we had at one time 4 or 5 kinds of colored gauzes for sticking on windows. So give her some tomorrow to change that on there. When I opened the store yesterday, hastily put in Lady Feng, I noticed that there were still in those boxes, made of large planks, several rows of cicada wing gauze of silvery red color. There were also several rows with designs of twigs of flowers of every kind, several with the rolling clouds and beds pattern, and several with figures representing hundreds of butterflies interspersed among flowers. The colors of all these were fresh and the gauze supple, but I failed to see anything of the kind you speak of. Were 2 rows taken from those I referred to, and a couple of bed covers of embroidered gauze made out of them, they would, I fancy, be a pretty sight. "Pay," laughed old Lady Chia. "Everyone says that there's nothing you haven't gone through, and nothing you haven't seen. And don't you even know what this gauze is? Will you again brag by and by after this?" Mrs. Hsüeh and all the others smiled. "She may have gone through a good deal," they remarked, "but how can she ever presume to pit herself against an old lady like you? So why don't you, venerable senior, tell her what it is so that we too may be edified?" Lady Feng too gave a smile. "My dear ancestor," she pleaded, "do tell me what it is like." Dowager Lady Chia thereupon proceeded to enlighten Mrs. Hsüeh and the whole company. "That gauze is older in years than any one of you," she said. "It isn't therefore to be wondered if you make a mistake and take it for cicada wing gauze. But it really bears some resemblance to it, so much so indeed that anyone not knowing the difference would imagine it to be the cicada wing gauze. Its true name, however, is soft smoke silk." "This is also a nice sounding name," Lady Feng agreed, "but up to the age I've reached, I've never heard of any such designation, in spite of the many hundreds of specimens of gauzes and silks I've seen." "How long can you have lived?" old Lady Chia added smilingly, "and how many kinds of things can you have met that you indulge in this tall talk? Of this soft smoke silk, there only exist 4 kinds of colors. The one is red-blue, the other is roseate, the other pine green, the other silvery red, and it's because when made into curtains or stuck on window frames, it looks from far like smoke or mist that it is called soft smoke silk. The silvery red is also called roseate shadow gauze. Among the gauzes used in the present day in the palace above, there are none so supple and rich, light and closely woven as this. Not to speak of that girl Feng not having seen it." Mrs. Hsüeh laughed. "Why, even I have never so much as heard anything of it." While the conversation proceeded in this strain, Lady Feng soon directed a servant to fetch a roll. "Now, isn't this the kind?" Dowager Lady Chia exclaimed. "At first, we simply had it stuck on the window frames, but we subsequently used it for covers and curtains, just for a trial, and really they were splendid. So you had better tomorrow try and find several rolls and take some of the silvery red one and have it fixed on the windows for her." While Lady Feng promised to attend to her commission, the party scrutinized it and unanimously extolled it with effusion. Old Goody Liu, too, strained her eyes and examined it, and her lips incessantly muttered Buddha's name. "We couldn't," she ventured, "afford to make clothes of such stuff, much though we may long to do so, and won't it be a pity to use it for sticking on windows?" "But it doesn't, after all, look well when made into clothes," old Lady Chia explained. Lady Feng hastily pulled out the lapel of the deep red brocaded gauze jacket she had on, and facing Dowager Lady Jia and Mrs. Hsüeh, "Look at this jacket of mine," she remarked. "This is also of first-rate quality." Old Lady Jia and Mrs. Hsüeh rejoined, "This is nowadays made in the palace for imperial use, but it can't possibly come up to this." "It's such thin stuff," Lady Feng observed. "And do you still say that it was made in the palace for imperial use?" "Why, it doesn't, in fact, compare favorably with even this, which is worn by officials." "You'd better search again," old Lady Jia urged. "I believe there must be more of it. If there be, bring it all out, and give this old relative Liu a couple of rolls. Should there be any red blue, I'll make a curtain to hang up. What remains can be matched with some lining, and cut into a few double waistcoats for the waiting maids to wear. It would be sheer waste to keep these things, as they will be spoiled by the damp." Lady Feng vehemently acquiesced, after which she told a servant to take the gauze away. "These rooms are so small," Dowager Lady Jia then observed, smiling. "We had better go elsewhere for a stroll." "Everyone says," old Goody Liu put in, "that big people live in big houses. When I saw yesterday your main apartments, Dowager Lady, with all those large boxes, immense presses, big tables, and spacious beds to match, they did, indeed, present an imposing sight. Those presses are larger than our whole house. Yeah, loftier too. But strange to say, there were ladders in the back court. They don't also, I thought, go up to the housetops to sun things? So what can they keep those ladders in readiness for? Well, after that I remembered that they must be required for opening the presses to take out or put in things, and that without those ladders, how could one ever reach that height? But now that I have also seen these small rooms, more luxuriously got up than the large ones, and full of various articles, also fascinating and hardly even known to me by name, I feel, the more I feast my eyes on them, the more unable to tear myself away from them. There are other things still better than this," Lady Feng added. "I'll take you to see them all." Saying this, they straightway left the Xiaoshan lodge. From a distance, they spied a whole crowd of people punting the boats in the lake. "As they've got the boats ready," old Lady Jia proposed, "we may as well go and have a row in them." As she uttered this suggestion, they wended their steps along the basicary-covered bank of the Purple Lily Isle. But before reaching the lake, they perceived several matrons advancing that way with large multicolored boxes in their hands, made all alike of twisted wire and inlaid with gold. Lady Feng hastened to inquire of Madame Wang where breakfast was to be served. "Ask our venerable senior," Madame Wang replied, "and let them lay it whatever she pleases." Old Lady Jia overheard her answer, and turning her head round, "Miss Tertia," she said, "take the servants, and make them lay breakfast wherever you think best. We'll get into the boats from here." Upon catching her senior's wishes, Lady Feng retraced her footsteps, and accompanied by Li Wen, Tan Chun, Yuan Yang, and Hu Po, she led off the servants, carrying the eatables and other domestics, and came by the nearest way to the Qiushan library, where they arranged the tables in the Xiao Cui hall. We daily say that whenever the gentlemen outside have anything to drink or eat, they invariably have someone who can raise a laugh and whom they can chaff for fun's sake. Yuan Yang smiled. So let's also today get a female family companion. Li Wen, being a person full of kindly feelings, did not fathom the insinuation, though it did not escape her ear. Lady Feng, however, thoroughly understood that she alluded to old Goody Liu. "Let us too, today," she smilingly remarked, "chaff her for a bit of fun." These two then began to mature their plans. Li Wen chided them with a smile. "You people," she said, don't know even how to perform the least good act. But you are not small children anymore, and are you still up to these pranks? Mine, our venerable ancestor might call you to task. That has nothing whatever to do with you, senior lady. Yuan laughed. It's my own lookout. These words were still on her lips when she saw Dowager Lady Jia and the rest of the company arrive. They each sat where and how they pleased. First and foremost, a waiting maid brought 2 trays of tea. After tea, Lady Feng laid hold of a napkin made of foreign cloth, in which were wrapped a handful of black wood chopsticks, encircled with 3 rings of inlaid silver, and distributed them on the tables, in the order in which they were placed. Bring the small hardwood table over, old Lady Jia then exclaimed, and let our relative Liu sit next to me here. No sooner did the servants hear her order than they hurried to move the table to where she wanted it. Lady Feng, during this interval, made a sign with her eye to Yuan Yang. Yuan Yang there and then dragged goody Liu out of the hall and began to impress in a low tone of voice various things on her mind. This is the custom which prevails in our household, she proceeded, and if you disregard it, we'll have a laugh at your expense. Having arranged everything she had in view, they at length returned to their places. Mrs. Hsüeh had come over after her meal, so she simply seated herself on one side and sipped her tea. Dowager Lady Jia with Pao-yü, Xiangyun, Tai-yü, and Pao-ch'ai sat at one table. Madame Wang took the girls, Ying-chun, and her sisters, and occupied one table. Old goody Liu took a seat at the table next to Dowager Lady Jia. Heretofore, while their old mistress had her repast, a young servant maid usually stood by her to hold the finger bowl, yak brush, napkin, and other such accessories. But Yuan Yang did not of late fulfill any of these duties, so when on this occasion she deliberately seized the yak brush and came over and flapped it about, the servant girls concluded that she was bent upon playing some tricks upon goody Liu, and they readily withdrew and let her have her way. While Yuan Yang attended to her self-imposed duties, she winked at the old dame. Miss, goody Liu exclaimed, set your mind at ease. Goody Liu sat down at the table and took up the chopsticks, but so heavy and clumsy did she find them that she could not handle them conveniently. The fact is that Lady Feng and Yuan Yang had put their heads together and decided to only assign to goody Liu a pair of antiquated 4-cornered ivory chopsticks inlaid with gold. These faults, shouted goody Liu after scrutinizing them, are heavier than the very iron lever over at my place. However can I move them about? This remark had the effect of making everyone explode into a fit of laughter, but a married woman standing in the center of the room with a box in her hands attracted their gaze. A waiting maid went up to her and removed the cover of the box. Its contents were 2 bowls of eatables. Liu Wen took one of these and placed it on Dowager Lady Jia's table, while Lady Feng chose the bowl with pigeon's eggs and put it on goody Liu's table. Please commence, Dowager Lady Jia uttered from the near side, where she sat. Goody Liu at this speedily sprung to her feet. Oh Liu, she roared with a loud voice. Your eating capacity is as big as that of a buffalo. You've got like an old sow and can't raise your head up. Then, puffing out her cheeks, she added not a word. The whole party was at first taken quite aback, but as soon as they heard the drift of her remarks, everyone, both high as well as low, began to laugh boisterously. Xiangyun found it so difficult to restrain herself that she spurted out the tea she had in her mouth. Lin Tai-yü indulged in such laughter that she was quite out of breath, and, propping herself up on the table, she kept on ejaculating, Ayo! Pao-yü rolled into his grandmother's lap. The old lady herself was so amused that she clasped Pao-yü in her embrace and gave way to endearing epithets. Madame Wang laughed and pointed at Lady Feng with her finger, but as for saying a word, she could not. Mrs. Hsüeh had much difficulty in curbing her mirth, and she sputtered the tea, with which her mouth was full, all over Tan Chun's petticoat. Tan Chun threw the contents of the teacup she held in her hand over Ying Chun, while Si Chun quitted her seat and, pulling her nurse away, bade her rub her stomach for her. Below, among the lower seats, there was not one who was not with bent waist and doubled-up back. Some retired to a corner and, squatting down, laughed away. Others suppressed their laughter and came up and changed the clothes of their young mistresses. Lady Feng and Yuan were the only ones who kept their countenance. Still, they continued helping old goody Liu to food. Old goody Liu took up the chopsticks. "Even the chickens in this place are fine," Su went on to add, pretending she did not hear what was going on. "The eggs they lay are small, but so dainty. How very pretty they are. Let me help myself to one." The company has just managed to check themselves, but the moment these words fell on their ears, they started again with their laughter. Old Lady Jia laughed to such an extent that tears streamed from her eyes, and so little could she bear the strain any longer that Hu Po stood behind her and petted her. "This must be the work of that vixen Feng," Old Lady Jia laughed. "She has ever been up to tricks like a very imp. So be quick and disbelieve all her yarns." Goody Liu was in the act of praising the eggs as small yet dainty when Lady Feng interposed with a smile. "They're one tael each. Be quick and taste them," she said. "They're not nice when they get cold." Goody Liu forthwith stretched out the chopsticks with the intent of catching one, but how could she manage to do so? They rolled and rolled in the bowl for ever so long, and it was only after extreme difficulty that she succeeded in shoving one up. Extending her neck forward, she was about to put it in her mouth when it slipped down again and rolled on to the floor. She hastily banged down the chopsticks and was going herself to pick it up, when a servant who stood below got hold of it and took it out of the room. Goody Liu heaved a sigh. "A tail," she soliloquized, "and here it goes without a sound." Everyone had long ago abandoned all idea of eating, and gazing at her, they enjoyed the fun. "Who has now brought out these chopsticks again?" Old Lady Jia went on to ask. "We haven't invited any strangers or spread any large banquet. It must be that vixen Feng who gave them out. But don't you yet change them?" The servants standing on the floor below had indeed had no hand in getting those ivory chopsticks. They had, in fact, been brought by Lady Feng and Yuan, but when they heard these remarks, they hurried to put them away and to change them for a pair similar to those used by the others, made of black wood inlaid with silver. "They have taken away the gold ones," old goody Liu shouted, "and here come silver ones. But after all, they are not as handy as those we use." "Should there be any poison in the viands," Lady Feng observed, "you can detect it as soon as this silver is dipped into them." "If there is poison in such viands as these," old goody Liu added, "why those of ours must be all arsenic. But though it be the death of me, I'll swallow every morsel." Seeing how amusing the old woman was, and with what relish she devoured her food, Elder Lady Jia took her own dishes and passed them over to her. She then likewise bade an old matron take various viands and put them in a bowl for Peng Er. But presently the repast was concluded, and old Lady Jia and all the other inmates adjourned into Tan Chun's bedroom for a chat. The remnants were, meanwhile, cleared away, and fresh tables were laid. End of section 30. Section 31 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2 by Cao Xueqin, translated by Henry Bencraft Joly, Chapter 40, Part 2. Old Goody Liu watched Li Wen and Lady Feng sit opposite each other and eat. Putting everything else aside, she sighed, "What most takes my fancy is the way things are done in your mansion. It isn't to be wondered at that the adage has it that propriety originates from great families." "Don't be too touchy," Lady Feng hastily smiled. "We all make fun of you just now." But barely had she done speaking when Yuan too walked in. "Oh, Goody Liu," she said laughingly, "don't be angry. I tender you my apologies, Venerable Dame." "What are you saying, miss?" Oh, Goody Liu rejoined, smiling. "We've caused our dowager lady to get a little distraction, and what reason is there to be angry? From the very first moment you spoke to me, I knew at once that it was intended to afford merriment to you all. Had I been angry at heart, I wouldn't have gone so far as to say what I did." Yuan then blew up the servants. "Why," she shouted, "don't you pour a cup of tea for the old dame?" "That sister-in-law," promptly explained old Goody Liu, "gave me a cup a little while back. I've had it already. But you, miss, must also have something to eat." Lady Feng dragged Yuan into a seat. "Have your meal with us," she said. "You'll thus save another fuss by and by." Yuan readily seated herself. The matrons came up and added to the number of bowls and chopsticks, and the trio went through their meal. "From all I see," smiled Goody Liu, "you people eat just a little and finish. It's lucky you don't feel the pangs of hunger. But it isn't astonishing if a whiff of wind can puff you over. A good many eatables remained over today. Where are they all gone to?" Yuan inquired. "They haven't as yet been apportioned," the matrons responded. "They're kept in here until they can be given in a lump to them to eat." "They can't get through so many things," Yuan resumed. "You had as well therefore choose 2 bowls and send them over to that girl Ping in your mistress Secunda's rooms." "She has had her repast long ago," Lady Feng put in. "There is no need to give her any." "With what she can't eat herself," Yuan continued, "she can feed the cats." At these words, a matron lost no time in selecting 2 sorts of eatables, and taking the box, she went to take them over. "Where's Hsüeh gone to?" Yuan asked. "They're all in here, having their meal together," Li Wen replied. "What do you want her for again?" "Well, in that case, never mind," Yuan answered. "Zheren isn't here," Lady Feng observed, "so tell someone to take her a few things." Yuan, hearing this, directed a servant to send her also a few eatables. "Have the partition boxes been filled with wine for, by and by?" Yuan went on to ask the matrons. "They'll be ready, I think, in a little while," a matron explained. "Hurry them up a bit," Yuan added. The matron signified her assent. Lady Feng and her friends then came into Tan Chen's apartments, where they found the ladies chatting and laughing. Tan Chen had ever shown an inclination for plenty of room. Hence, that suite of 3 apartments had never been partitioned. In the center was placed a large table of rosewood and dali marble. On this table were laid in a heap every kind of copy slips written by persons of note, several tens of variable ink slabs, and various specimens of tubes and receptacles for pens figured also about, the pens in which were as thickly packed as trees in a forest. On the off side stood a flower bowl from the Rouyi, as large as a bushel measure. In it was placed, till it was quite full, a bunch of white chrysanthemums, in appearance like crystal balls. In the middle of the west wall was suspended a large picture representing vapor and rain, the handiwork of Mi Xiangyang. On the left and right of this picture was hung a pair of antithetical scrolls, the autograph of Yan Lu. The lines on these scrolls were, "Wild scenes are to the taste of those who leisure love, and springs and rookeries are their rustic resort." On a table figured a large tripod. On the left stood on a blackwood cabinet a huge bowl from a renowned government kiln. This bowl contained about 10 Buddha's hands of beautiful yellow and fine proportions. On the right was suspended on a Japanese lacquered frame a white jade sonorous plate. Its shape resembled two eyes, one by the side of the other. Next to it hung a small hammer. Peng Er had become a little more confident and was about to seize the hammer and beat the plate, when the waiting maids hastened to prevent him. Next, he wanted a Buddha's hand to eat. Tanchen, choose one and let him have it. "You may play with it," she said, "but you can't eat it." On the east side stood a sleeping divan. On a movable bed was hung a leek green gauze curtain, ornamented with double embroideries, representing flowers, plants, and insects. Peng Er ran up to have a look. "This is a green cicada," he shouted. "This is a grasshopper." But old Goody Liu promptly gave him a slap. "You mean scamp," she cried. "What an awful rumpus you are kicking up. I simply brought you along with me to look at things. And lo, you put on airs." And she beat Peng Er until he burst out crying. It was only after everyone quickly combined in, using their efforts to solace him, that he at length desisted. Only the Jia then looked through the gauze casement into the back court for some time. "The triangular trees by the eaves of the covered passage are growing all right," she remarked. "The only thing is that their foliage is rather sparse." But while she passed this remark, a sudden gust of wind swept by, and faintly on her ear fell the strains of music. "In whose house is there a wedding?" Only Jia inquired. "This place must be very near the street." "How could one hear what's going on in the street?" Madame Wang and the others smiled. "It's our 12 girls practicing on their wind and string instruments." As they are practicing, Dowager Lady Jia eagerly cried, smilingly, "Why not ask them to come in here and practice? They will be able to have a stroll also, while we, on our part, will derive some enjoyment." Upon hearing this suggestion, Lady Feng immediately directed a servant to go out and call them in. She further issued orders to bring a table and spread a red cover over it. "Let it be put," Lady Jia chimed in the water pavilion of the Lotus Fragrance Arbor. "For the music will borrow the ripple of the stream and sound ever so much more pleasant to the ear. We can, by and by, drink our wine in the Xueqin Hall. We'll thus have ample room, and be able to listen from close." Everyone admitted that the spot was well adapted. Dowager Lady Jia turned herself towards Mrs. Hsüeh. "Let's get ahead," she laughed. "The young ladies don't like anyone to come in here, for fear lest their quarters should get contaminated. So don't let us show ourselves disregardful of their wishes. The right thing would be to go and have our wine aboard one of those boats." As she spoke, one and all rose to their feet. They were making their way out when Tanchen interposed. "What's this that you are saying?" she smiled. "Please do sit yourselves, Venerable Senior, and you, Mrs. Hsüeh, and Madame Wang. You can't be going yet? These 3 girls of mine are really nice. There are only 2 mistresses that are simply dreadful," Dowager Lady Jia said smilingly. "When we get drunk shortly, we will go and sit in their rooms and have a lark." These words evoked laughter from everyone. In a body, they quitted the place, but they had not proceeded far before they reached the bank covered with aquatic plants, to which place the boat women who had been brought from Wushu had already punted 2 crabwood boats. Into one of these boats they helped old Lady Jia, Madame Wang, Mrs. Xie, Ogudi Liu, Yuan Yang, and Yue Chuan'er. Last in order, Li Wen followed on board, but Lady Feng too stepped in, and standing up on the bow, she insisted upon punting. Dowager Lady Jia, however, remonstrated from her seat in the bottom of the boat. "This isn't a joke," she cried. "We're not on the river, it's true, but there are some very deep places about, so be quick and come in. Do it for my sake." "What's there to be afraid of?" Lady Feng laughed. "Compose your mind with the ancestor." Saying this, the boat was pushed off with one shove. When it reached the middle of the lake, Lady Feng became nervous, for the craft was small and occupants many, and hastily handing the pole to a boatwoman, she squatted down at last. Ying Chun, her sisters, their cousins, as well as Pao-yü, subsequently got on board the second boat and followed in their track, while the rest of the company, consisting of old nurses and a bevy of waiting maids, kept pace with them along the bank of the stream. "All these broken lotus leaves are dreadful," Pao-yü shouted. "Why don't you yet tell the servants to pull them off?" "When was this garden left quiet during all the days of this year?" Pao-ch'ai smiled. "Why, people have come, day after day, to visit it. So was there ever any time to tell the servants to come and clean it?" "I have the greatest abhorrence," Lin Tai-yü chimed in for Li Yi's poetical words. "But there's only this line in them which I like. Leave the dry lotus leaves, so as to hear the patter of the rain." And here you people deliberately mean again not to leave the dry lotus stay where they are. "This is indeed a fine line," Pao-yü exclaimed. "We mustn't, hereafter, let them pull them away." While this conversation continued, they reached the shoaly inlet under the flower-laden beach. They felt a coolness from the shady overgrowth penetrate their very bones. The decaying vegetation and the withered aquatic chestnut plants on the sandbank enhanced, to a greater degree, the beauty of the autumn scenery. Dowager Lady Jia at this point observed some spotless rooms on the bank, so spick and so span. "Are not these Miss Xie's quarters?" she asked. "Huh?" "Yes, they are," everybody answered. Old Lady Jia promptly bade them go alongside, and wending their way up the marble steps, which seemed to lead to the clouds, they in a body entered the Hangwu court. Here they felt a peculiar perfume come wafting into their nostrils. For the colder the season got, the greener grew that strange vegetation and those fairy-like creepers. The various plants were laden with seeds, which closely resembled red coral beans, as they drooped in lovely clusters. The house, as soon as they put their foot into it, presented the aspect of a snow cave. There was a total absence of every object of ornament. On the table figured merely an earthenware vase, in which were placed several chrysanthemums. A few books and teacups were also conspicuous, but no further knickknacks. On the bed was suspended a green gauze curtain, and of equally extreme plainness were the coverlets and mattresses belonging to it. "This child," Dowager Lady Jia sighed, "is too simple. If you've got nothing to lay about, why not ask your aunt for a few articles? I would never raise any objection. I never thought about them. Your things, of course, have been left at home and have not been brought over." So saying, she told Yuan Yang to go and fetch several bric-a-brac. She next went on to call Lady Feng to task. "She herself wouldn't have them," Lady Feng rejoined. "We really sent over a few, but she refused every one of them and returned them." "In her home also," smiled Mrs. Xie. She does not go in very much for such sort of things. Old Lady Zhao nodded her head. It will never do, she added. It does, it's true, save trouble, but were some relative to come on a visit, she'll find things in an impossible way. In the second place, such simplicity in the apartments of young ladies of tender age is quite unpropitious. Why, if you young people go on in this way, we old fogies should go further and live in stables. You've all heard what is said in those books and plays about the dreadful luxury with which young ladies' quarters are got up, and though these girls of ours could not presume to place themselves on the same footing as those young ladies, they shouldn't, nevertheless, exceed too much the bounds of what constitutes the right thing. If they have any objects ready at hand, why shouldn't they lay them out? And if they have any strong predilection for simplicity, a few things less will do quite as well. I've always had the greatest knack for tidying a room. But being an old woman now, I haven't the ease and inclination to attend to such things. These girls are, however, learning how to do things very nicely. I was afraid that there would be an appearance of vulgarity in what they did, and that even had they anything worth having, they so placed them about as to spoil them. But from what I can see, there's nothing vulgar about them. But let me now put things right for you, and I'll wager that everything will look grand as well as plain. I've got a couple of my own knickknacks, which I've managed to keep to this day, by not allowing Pao-yü to get a glimpse of them, for had he ever seen them, they too would have long ago disappeared. Continuing, she called Yunyang. Fetch that marble pot with scenery on it, she said to her, that gauze screen, and that tripod of transparent stone with black streaks, which we'll find in there, and lay out all three on this table. They will be ample. Bring likewise those ink pictures and white silk curtains, and change these curtains. Yuanyuan expressed her obedience. All these articles have been put away in the eastern loft. She smiled. In what boxes they've been put, I couldn't tell. I must therefore go and find them quietly, and if I bring them over tomorrow, it will be time enough. Tomorrow or the day after will do very well, but don't forget, that's all, Dowager Lady Zhao urged. While conversing, they sat for a while. Presently, they left the rooms and repaired straightway into the Xueqin hall. Wen Guan and the other girls came up and paid their obeisance. They next inquired what songs they were to practice. You better choose a few pieces to rehearse out of those you know best, old Lady Zhao rejoined. Wen Guan and her companions then withdrew and betook themselves to the Lotus Fragrance Pavilion, but we will leave them there without further allusion to them. During this while, Lady Feng had already, with the help of servants, got everything in perfect order. On the left and right of the side of honor were placed two divans. These divans were completely covered with embroidered covers and fine variegated mats. In front of each divan stood two lacquer teapoys, inlaid, some with designs of crab apple flowers, others of plum blossom, some of lotus leaves, others of sunflowers. Some of these teapoys were square, others round. Their shapes were all different. On each was placed a set consisting of a stove and a bottle, also a box with partitions. The two divans and 4 teapoys in the place of honor were used by Dowager Lady Zhao and Mrs. Xie. The chair and 2 teapoys in the next best place by Madame Wang. The rest of the inmates had all alike a chair and a teapoy. On the east side sat old Goody Liu. Below old Goody Liu came Madame Wang. On the west was seated Xu Xiangyun. The second place was occupied by Pao-ch'ai. The third by Tai-yü. The fourth by Yingchun. Tanchen and Sichun filled the lower seats in their proper order. Pao-yü sat in the last place. The 2 teapoys assigned to Li Wen and Lady Feng stood within the third line of railings, and beyond the second row of gauze frames. The pattern of the partition boxes corresponded likewise with the pattern on the teapots. Each inmate had a black decanter with silver inlaid in foreign designs, as well as an ornamented enameled cup. After they had all occupied the seats assigned to them, DavidReader took the initiative and smilingly suggested, "Let's begin by drinking a couple of cups of wine, but we should also have a game of forfeits today. We'll have plenty of fun then. You, venerable senior, must certainly have a good wine order to impose," Mrs. Hsüeh laughingly observed. "But how could we ever comply with it? But if your aim be to intoxicate us, why, we'll all straightway drink 1 or 2 cups more than is good for us and finish." "Here's Mrs. Hsüeh beginning to be modest again today," Audiobooks smiled. "But I'd expect it's because she looks down upon me as being an old hag." "It isn't modesty," Mrs. Hsüeh replied, smiling. "It's all a dread lest I shouldn't be able to observe the order and thus incur ridicule." "If you don't give the right answer," Madame Wang promptly interposed with a smile, "you'll only have to drink a cup or 2 more of wine, and should we get drunk, we can go to sleep, and who will, pray, laugh at us?" Mrs. Hsüeh nodded her head. "I will agree to the order," she laughed. "But, dear senior, you must, after all, do the right thing and have a cup of wine to start it." "This is quite natural," Audiobooks answered laughingly, and with these words, she forthwith emptied a cup. Lady Feng, with hurried steps, advanced to the center of the room. "If we are to play at forfeits," she smilingly proposed, "we'd better invite Sister Yuan to come and join us." The whole company was perfectly aware that if DavidReader had to give out the rule of forfeits, Yuan would necessarily have to suggest it. So the moment they heard the proposal, they, with common consent, approved it as excellent. Lady Feng, therefore, there and then dragged Yuan over. "As you are to take a part in the game of forfeits," Madame Wang smilingly observed, "there's no reason why you should stand up." And turning her head round, "Bring over," she bade a young waiting maid, "a chair and place it at your mistress Secunda's table." Yuan, half refusing and half assenting, expressed her thanks, and took the seat. After partaking also a cup of wine, drinking rules, she smiled, resemble very much martial law. So, irrespective of high or low, I alone will preside. Anyone, therefore, who disobeys my words will have to suffer a penalty. Of course, it should be so, Madame Wang and the others laughed. So, be quick and give out the rule. But before Yuan had as yet opened her lips to speak, old Liu left the table and waving her hand. "Don't," she said, "make fun of people in this way, for I will go home." "This will never do," one and all smilingly protested. Yuan shouted to the young waiting maids to drag her back to her table, and the maids, while also indulging in laughter, actually pulled her and compelled her to rejoin the banquet. "Spare me," old Liu kept on crying, "spare me." "Anyone who says one word more," Yuan exclaimed, "will be fined a whole decanter full." Old Liu then at length observed silence. "I'll now give out a set of dominoes," Yuan proceeded. "I'll begin from our venerable mistress and follow down in proper order until I come to old Liu, when I shall stop. So as to illustrate what I meant just now by giving out a set, I'll take these 3 dominoes and place them apart. You have to begin by saying something on the first, next to allude to the second, and after finishing with all 3, to take the name of the whole set and match it with a line. No matter whether it be from some stanza or roundelay, song or idiom, set phrases or proverbs, but they must rhyme. And anyone making a mistake will be mulcted in 1 cup. This rule is splendid. Begin at once, they all exclaimed. I've got a set, Yuan pursued. On the left, is the piece heaven, that is 12 dots. Above head stretches the blue heaven. Elder Lady Jia said. Good, shouted everyone. In the center is a 5 and 6, Yuan resumed. The fragrance of the plum blossom pierces the bones on the bridge. 6, Old Lady Jia added. There now remains, Yuan explained, one piece, the 6 and 1. From among the fleecy clouds issues the wheel-like roseate sun. Elder Lady Jia continued. The whole combined, Yuan observed, forms the devil with disheveled hair. This devil clasps the leg of the Zhonghui devil, Old Lady Jia observed. At the conclusion of her recitation, they all burst out laughing. Capital, they shouted. Old Lady Jia drained a cup. Yuan then went on to remark, I've got another set. The one on the left is a double 5. Bud after bud of the plum bloom dances in the wind, Mrs. Hsüeh replied. The one on the right is a 10 spot, Yuan pursued. In the 10th moon, the plum bloom on the hills emits its fragrant smell, Mrs. Hsüeh added. The middle piece is the 2 and 5, making the unliked 7, Yuan observed. The spinning damsel star meets the cowherd on the eve of the 7th day of the 7th moon, Mrs. Hsüeh said. Together they form heir strolls on the 5 mounts, Yuan continued. Mortals cannot be as happy as immortals, Mrs. Hsüeh rejoined. Her answers over, the whole company extolled them and had a drink. I've got another set, Yuan once more exclaimed. On the left are distinctly the distant dots of the double A's. Both sun and moon are so suspended as to shine on heaven and earth, Cheng Yun ventured. On the right are a couple of spots, far apart, which clearly form 1 and 1, Yuan pursued. What time a lonesome flower falls to the ground, no sound is audible, Cheng Yun rejoined. In the middle there is the 1 and 4, Yuan added. The red apricot tree is planted by the sun and leans against the clouds, Cheng Yun answered. Together they form the cherry fruit ripens for the 9th time, Yuan said. In the imperial garden it is pecked by birds, Cheng Yun replied. When she had done with her part, she drank a cup of wine. I've got another set, Yuan began. The one on the left is a double 3. The swallows, pair by pair, chatter on the beams, Pao-ch'ai remarked. The right piece is a 6, Yuan added. The marsh flower is stretched by the breeze even to the length of a green sash, Pao-ch'ai returned. The centerpiece is a 3 and 6, making a 9 spot, Yuan pursued. The 3 hills tower half beyond the azure skies, Pao-ch'ai rejoined. Lumped together they form a chain-bound solitary boat, Yuan resumed. Where there are wind and waves, there I feel sad, Pao-ch'ai answered. When she had finished her turn and drained her cup, Yuan went on again. On the left, she said, there is a heaven, a morning fine and beauteous scenery. But alas, what a day for me, Tai-yü replied. When this line fell on Pao-ch'ai's ear, she turned her head round and cast a glance at her. But Tai-yü was so nervous lest she should have to pay a forfeit that she did not so much as notice her. In the middle, there's the color of the embroidered screen, that is, 10 spots, 4 and 6. It's beautiful, Yuan proceeded. Not even Hong Niang to the god's window comes, any message to bring, Tai-yü responded. There now remains a 2 and 6, 8 in all, Yuan resumed. Thrice see the jade throne when let in to perform the court ritual, Tai-yü replied. Together they form a basket suitable for putting plucked flowers in, Yuan continued. The fairy wang smells nice, as on it hangs a peony, Tai-yü retorted. At the close of the replies, she took a sip of wine. Yuan then resumed. On the left, she said, there's a 4 and 5, making a different combined 9. The peach blossoms bear heavy drops of rain, Yingchun remarked. The company laughed. She must be fined, they exclaimed. She has made a mistake in the rhyme. Besides, it isn't right. Yingchun smiled and drank a sip. The fact is that both Lady Feng and Yuan were so eager to hear the funny things that would be uttered by old goody Liu that they with one voice purposely ruled that everyone answered wrong and fined them. When it came to Madame Wang's turn, Yuan recited something for her. Next followed old goody Liu. When we country people have got nothing to do, old goody Liu said, a few of us too often come together and play this sort of game. But the answers we give are not so high-flown, yet as I can't get out of it, I'll likewise make a try. It's easy enough to say what there is, one and all laughed. So just you go on and don't mind. On the left, Yuan smiled. There's a double 4, that is, man. Goody Liu listened intently. After considerable reflection, it's a peasant, she cried. One and all in the room blurted out laughing. Well said, Dowager Lady Zhao observed with a laugh. That's the way. All we country people know, Goody Liu proceeded, also laughing, is just what comes within our own rough and ready wits. So, young ladies and ladies, pray don't poke fun at me. In the center, there's the 3 and 4, green matched with red, Yuan pursued. The large fire burns the hairy caterpillar, Goody Liu ventured. This will do very well, the party laughed. Go on with what is in your line. On the right, Yuan smilingly continued. There's 1 and 4, and it's really pretty. A turnip and a head of garlic, Goody Liu answered. This reply evoked further laughter from the whole company. Altogether is a twig of flowers. Yuan ended laughing. The flower dropped, and a huge melon formed, Goody Liu observed, while gesticulating with both her hands by way of illustration. The party once more exploded in loud merriment. But reader, if you entertain any curiosity to hear what else was said during the banquet, listen to the explanation given in the next chapter. End of section 31.
Section 32 of The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Yuqing in Singapore. The Dream of the Red Chamber, Book 2, by Cao Xueqin. Translated by Henry Bencraft Joly. Chapter 41, Part 1. Chia Pao-yü tastes tea in the Longcui Monastery. Old goody Liu gets drunk and falls asleep in the Yihong court. Old goody Liu, so the story goes, exclaimed, while making signs with both hands, the flower dropped and a huge melon formed, to the intense amusement of all the inmates, who burst into a boisterous fit of laughter. In due course, however, she drank the closing cup. Then she made another effort to evoke merriment. To speak the truth today, she smilingly observed, my hands, my feet are so rough, and I've had so much wine that I must be careful, or else I might, by a slip of the hand, break the porcelain cups. If you have got any wooden cups, you'd better produce them. It wouldn't matter then if even they were to slip out of my hands and drop on the ground. This joke excited some more mirth, but Lady Feng, upon hearing this, speedily put on a smile. Well, she said, if you really want a wooden one, I'll fetch you one at once. But there's just one word I'd like to tell you beforehand. Wooden cups are not like porcelain ones. They go in sets, so you'll have to do the right thing and drink from every cup of the set. I just now simply spoke in jest about those cups in order to induce them to laugh. Old Goody Liu, at these words, mused within herself. But who would have thought that she actually had some of the kind? I've often been to the large households of village gentry on a visit, and even been to banquets there and seen both gold cups and silver cups, but never have I beheld any wooden ones about. Ah, of course, they must, I expect, be the wooden bowls used by the young children. Their object must be to inveigle me to have a couple of bowlfuls more than is good for me, but I don't mind it. The wine is, verily, like honey, so if I drink a little more, it won't do me any harm. Bringing this train of thought to a close, "Fetch them," she said aloud. "We'll talk about them by and by." Lady Feng then directed Feng Er to go and bring the set of 10 cups made of bamboo roots from the bookcase in the front inner room. Upon hearing her orders, Feng Er was about to go and execute them when Yuan smilingly interposed. "I know those 10 cups of yours," she remarked. "They are small. What's more, a while back you mentioned wooden ones, and if you have bamboo ones brought now, it won't look well, so we'd better get from our place that set of 10 large cups, scooped out of whole blocks of aspen roots, and pour the contents of all 10 of them down her throat." "Yes, that would be much better," Lady Feng smiled. The cups were then actually brought by a servant at the direction of Yuan. At the sight of them, old Goody Liu was filled with surprise as well as with admiration. Surprise, as the 10 formed one set, going in gradation from large to small, the largest being amply of the size of a small basin, the smallest even measuring 2 of those she held in her hand. Admiration, as they were all alike, engraved in perfect style, with scenery, trees, and human beings, and bore inscriptions in the grass character, as well as the seal of the writer. "It will be enough," she consequently shouted with alacrity, "if you give me that small one." "There's no one," Lady Feng laughingly insinuated, "with the capacity to tackle these. Hence it is that not a soul can pluck up courage enough to use them. But as you, old Sam, asked for them, and they were fished out, after ever so much trouble, you're bound to do the proper thing and drink out of each, one after the other." Old Goody Liu was quite taken aback. "I daren't," she promptly demurred. "My dear lady, do let me off." Dowager Lady Jia, Mrs. Hsüeh, and Madame Wang were quite alive to the fact that a person advanced in years as she was could not be gifted with such powers of endurance, and they hastened to smilingly expostulate. "To speak is to speak, and a joke is a joke, but she mayn't take too much," they said. "Let her just empty this first cup and have done." "Ah, mi tuofu," ejaculated old Goody Liu. "I'll only have a small cupful, and put this huge fellow away, and take it home and drink at my leisure." At this remark, the whole company once more gave way to laughter. Yuan had no alternative but to give in, and she had to bid a servant fill a large cup full of wine. Old Goody Liu laid hold of it with both hands and raised it to her mouth. "Gently a bit," old Lady Jia and Mrs. Hsüeh shouted. "Mind you don't choke." Mrs. Hsüeh then told Lady Feng to put some viands before her. "Goody Liu," smiled Lady Feng, "tell me the name of anything you fancy, and I'll bring it and feed you." "What names can I know?" old Goody Liu rejoined. "Everything is good." "Bring some eggplant and salt fish for her," Dowager Lady Jia suggested with a smile. Lady Feng, upon hearing this suggestion, complied with it by catching some eggplant and saltfish with 2 chopsticks and putting them into old Goody Liu's mouth. "You people," she smiled, "daily feed on eggplants, so taste these of ours and see whether they've been nicely prepared or not." "Don't be making a fool of me," old Goody Liu answered smilingly. "If eggplants can have such flavour, we ourselves needn't sow any cereals, but confine ourselves to growing nothing but eggplants." "They are really eggplants," one and all protested. "She's not pulling your leg." Old Goody Liu was amazed. "If these be actually eggplants," she said, "I've uselessly eaten them so long. But, my lady, do give me a few more. I'd like to taste the next mouthful carefully." Lady Feng brought her, in every deed, another lot, and put it in her mouth. Old Goody Liu munched for long with particular care. There is, it's true, something about them of the flavour of eggplant, she laughingly remarked. Yet they don't quite taste like eggplants. But tell me how they are cooked, so that I may prepare them in the same way for myself. There's nothing hard about it, Lady Feng answered, smiling. You take the newly cut eggplants and pare the skin off. All you want then is some fresh meat. You hash it into fine mince and fry it in chicken fat. Then you take some dried chicken meat and mix it with mushrooms, new bamboo shoots, sweet mushrooms, dried beancurd paste, flavoured with 5 spices, and every kind of dry fruits, and you chop the whole lot into fine pieces. You then bake all these things in chicken broth until it's absorbed, when you fry them to finish in sweet oil, and adding some oil made of the grains of wine, you place them in a porcelain jar and close it hermetically. At any time that you want any to eat, all you have to do is to take out some and mix it with some roasted chicken, and there it is all ready. Old Goody Liu shook her head and put out her tongue. My Buddha's ancestor, she shouted. One wants about 10 chickens to prepare this dish. It isn't strange, then, that it has this flavour. Saying this, she quietly finished her wine. But still she kept on minutely scrutinizing the cup. Haven't you yet had enough to satisfy you? Lady Feng smiled. If you haven't, well, then drink another cup. Dreadful, eagerly exclaimed old Goody Liu. I shall be soon getting so drunk that it will be the very death of me. I was only looking at it as I admire pretty things like this, but what a trouble it must have cost to turn out. Have you done with your wine? Yuan laughingly inquired. But, after all, what kind of wood is this cup made of? It isn't to be wondered at, old Goody Liu smiled, that you can't make it out, miss. However could you people who live inside golden doors and embroidered apartments know anything of wood? We have the whole day long the trees in the woods as our neighbours. When weary, we use them as our pillows and go to sleep on them. When exhausted, we sit with our backs leaning against them. When, in years of dearth, we feel the pangs of hunger, we also feed on them. Day after day, we see them with our eyes. Day after day, we listen to them with our ears. Day after day, we talk of them with our mouths. I am therefore well able to tell whether any wood be good or bad, genuine or false. Do let me then see what it is. As she spoke, she intently scanned the cup for a considerable length of time. Such a family as yours, she then said, could on no account own mean things. Any wood that is easily procured wouldn't even find a place in here. This feels so heavy as I weigh it in my hands that if it isn't aspen, it must, for certainty, be yellow cedar. Her rejoinder amused everyone in the room, but then they perceived an old matron come up. After asking permission of Dowager Lady Jia to speak, the young ladies, she said, have got the Lotus Fragrance Pavilion, and they request your commands as to whether they should start with the rehearsal at once or tarry a while. I forgot all about them, old Lady Jia promptly cried with a smile. Tell them to begin rehearsing at once. The matron expressed her obedience and walked away. Presently became audible the notes of the panpipe and double flute, now soft, now loud, and the blended accents of the pipe and life. So balmy did the breeze happen to be, and the weather so fine, that the strains of music came wafted across the arbours and over the stream, and, needless to say, conduced to exhilarate their spirits and to cheer their hearts. Unable to resist the temptation, Pao-yü was the first to snatch a decanter and to fill a cup for himself. He quaffed it with one breath. Then, pouring another cup, he was about to drain it, when he noticed that Madame Wang too was anxious for a drink, and that she bade a servant to bring a warm supply of wine. With alacrity, Pao-yü crossed over to her, and, presenting his own cup, he applied it to Madame Wang's lips. His mother drank 2 sips, while he held it in his hands, but on the arrival of the warm wine, Pao-yü resumed his seat. Madame Wang laid hold of the warm decanter and left the table, while the whole party quitted their places at the banquet, and Mrs. Hsüeh too rose to her feet. Take over that decanter from her, Dowager Lady Jia promptly shouted to Li Wan and Lady Feng, and press her aunt into a seat. We shall all then feel at ease. Hearing this, Madame Wang surrendered the decanter to Lady Feng and returned to her seat. "Let's all have a couple of cups of wine," old Lady Jia laughingly cried. "It's capital fun today." With this proposal, she laid hold of a cup and offered it to Mrs. Hsüeh, turning also towards Xiangyun and Pao-ch'ai. "You two cousins," she added, "must also have a cup. Your cousin Lin can't take much wine, but even she mustn't be let off." While pressing them, she drained her cup. Xiangyun, Pao-ch'ai, and Tai-yü then had their drink. But about this time old goody Liu caught the strains of music, and, being already under the influence of liquor, her spirits became more and more exuberant, and she began to gesticulate and skip about. Her pranks amused Pao-yü to such a degree that, leaving the table, he crossed over to where Tai-yü was seated, and observed laughingly, "Just you look at the way old goody Liu is going on." "In days of yore," Tai-yü smiled, "every species of animal commenced to dance the moment the sounds of music broke forth. She is like a buffalo now." This simile made her cousins laugh. But shortly the music ceased. "We've all had our wine," Mrs. Hsüeh smilingly proposed, "so let's go and stroll about for a time. We can after that sit down again." Dowager Lady Jia herself was at the moment feeling a strong inclination to have a ramble. In due course, therefore, they all left the banquet and went with their old senior for a walk. Dowager Lady Jia, however, longed to take goody Liu along with her to help her dispel her ennui, so promptly seizing the old dame's hand in hers, they threaded their way as far as the trees, which stood facing the hill. After lolling about with her for a few minutes, "What kind of tree is this?" she went on to inquire of her. "What kind of stone is this? What species of flower is that?" Old goody Liu gave suitable reply to each of her questions. "Who would ever have imagined it?" she proceeded to tell Dowager Lady Jia. "Not only are the human beings in the city grand, but even the birds are grand. Why, the moment these birds fly into your mansion, they also become beautiful things and acquire the gift of speech as well." The company could not make out the drift of her observations. What birds get transformed into beautiful things and become able to speak? They felt impelled to ask. "Those perched on those gold stands under the veranda with green plumage and red beaks are parrots. I know them well enough," goody Liu replied. "But those old black crows in the cages there have crests like phoenixes. They can talk too." One and all laughed, but not long elapsed before they caught sight of several waiting maids who came to invite them to a collation. "After the number of cups of wine I've had," old Lady Jia said, "I don't feel hungry. But never mind, bring the things here. We can nibble something at our leisure." The maids speedily went off and fetched 2 teapoys, but they also brought a couple of small boxes with partitions. When they came to be opened and to be examined, the contents of each were found to consist of 2 kinds of viands. In the one were 2 sorts of steamed eatables. One of these was a sweet cake made of lotus powder, scented with sunflower, the other being rolls with goose fat and fir cone seeds. The second box contained 2 kinds of fried eatables, one of which were small dumplings, about an inch in size. "What stuffing have they put in them?" Dowager Lady Jia asked. "They're with crabs inside," hastily rejoined the matrons. The road mistress, at this reply, knitted her eyebrows. "These fat, greasy viands for such a time," she observed. "Who'll ever eat these things?" But finding, when she came to inspect the other kind, that it consisted of small fruits of flour, fashioned in every shape, and fried in butter, she did not fancy these either. She then, however, pressed Mrs. Hsüeh to have something to eat, but Mrs. Hsüeh merely took a piece of cake, while Dowager Lady Jia helped herself to a roll. But after tasting a bit, she gave the remaining half to a servant girl. Goody Liu saw how beautifully worked these small flower fruits were, made as they were in various colors and designs, and she took, after picking and choosing, one which looked like a peony. "The most ingenious girls in our village could not, even with a pair of scissors, cut out anything like this in paper," she exclaimed. "I would like to eat it, but I can't make up my mind to. I had better pack up a few and take them home and give them to them as specimens." Her remarks amused everyone. When you start for home, Dowager Lady Jia said, I'll give you a whole porcelain jar full of them, so you may as well eat these first, while they are hot. The rest of the inmates selected such of the fruits as took their fancy, but after they had helped themselves to one or two, they felt satisfied. Goody Liu, however, had never before touched such delicacies. These were, in addition, made small, dainty, and without the least semblance of clumsiness, so when she and Pang had served themselves to a few of each sort, half the contents of the dish vanished. But what remained of them were then, at the instance of Lady Feng, put into 2 plates and sent, together with a petition box, to Wenkuang and the other singing girls as their share. At an unexpected moment, they perceived the nurse come in with Dajie in her arms, and they all induced her to have a romp with them for a time. But while Dajie was holding a large pomelo and amusing herself with it, she casually caught sight of Pang with a Buddha hand. Dajie would have it. A servant girl endeavored to coax Pang to surrender it to her, but Dajie, unable to curb her impatience, burst out crying. It was only after the pomelo had been given to Pang and that the Buddha's hand had, by dint of much humouring, been got from Pang and given to her, that she stopped crying. Pang had played quite long enough with the Buddha's hand, and had, at the moment, his 2 hands laden with fruits, which he was in the course of eating. When he suddenly besides saw how scented and round the pomelo was, the idea dawned on him that it was more handy for play, and, using it as a ball, he kicked it along and went off to have some fun, relinquishing at once every thought of the Buddha's hand. By this time Dowager Lady Jia and the other members had had tea, so leading off again Goody Liu, they threaded their way to the Longcui Monastery. Miao Yu hastened to usher them in. On their arrival in the interior of the court, they saw the flowers and trees in luxuriant blossom. Really, smiled old Lady Jia, it's those people who devote themselves to an ascetic life and have nothing to do, who manage, by constant repairs, to make their places much nicer than those of others. As she spoke, she wended her steps towards the eastern hall. Miao Yu, with her face beaming with smiles, made way for her to walk in. We've just been filling ourselves with wines and meats, Dowager Lady Jia observed, and with the josses you've got in here, we shall be guilty of profanity. We'd better therefore sit here, but give us some of that good tea of yours, and we'll get off so soon as we have had a cup of it. Pao-yü watched Miao Yu's movements intently, when he noticed her laid hold of a small tea tray, fashioned in the shape of a peony, made of red carved lacquer, and inlaid with designs in gold representing a dragon ensconced in the clouds with the character longevity clasped in its jaws. A tray, which contained a small multicolored cup with cover, fabricated at the Cheng kiln and presented to his grandmother. I don't care for Liuan tea, old Lady Jia exclaimed. I know it, but this is old Junmei, Miao Yu answered with a smile. Dowager Lady Jia received the cup. What water is this? She went on to inquire. It's spring water, collected last year, Miao Yu added by way of reply. Old Lady Jia readily drank half a cup of the tea, and smiling, she proffered it to Goody Liu. Just you taste this tea, she said. Goody Liu drained the remainder with one draught. It's good, of course, she remarked laughingly, but it's rather weak. It would be far better were it brewed a little stronger. Dowager Lady Jia and all the inmates laughed, but subsequently each of them was handed a thin, pure white-covered cup, all of the same make, originating from the Quan kiln. Miao Yu, however, soon gave a tug at Pao-ch'ai's and Tai-yu's lapels, and both quitted the apartment along with her. But Pao-yu too quietly followed at their heels. Spying Miao Yu show his 2 cousins into a side room, Pao-ch'ai take a seat in the court, Tai-yu seat herself on Miao Yu's brush mat, and Miao Yu herself approached a stove, fanned the fire, and boiled some water, with which she brewed another pot of tea. Pao-yu walked in. Are you bent upon drinking your own private tea? He smiled. Here you rush again to steal our tea. The two girls laughed with one accord. There's none for you. But just as Miao Yu was going to fetch a cup, she perceived an old Taoist matron bring away the tea things, which had been used in the upper rooms. Don't put that Cheng-Gao teacup by, Miao Yu hastily shouted. Go and put it outside. Pao-yü understood that it must be because old goody Liu had drunk out of it that she considered it too dirty to keep. He then saw Miao Yu produce two other cups. The one had an ear on the side. On the bowl itself were engraved in 3 characters, Calabash Cup, in the plain square writing. After these followed a row of small characters in the true style, to the effect that the cup had been an article much treasured by Wang Kai. Next came a second roll of small characters stating that in the course of the 4th moon of the 5th year of Yuanfeng of the Song dynasty, Su Shi of Meishan had seen it in the secret palace. This cup Miao Yu filled and handed to Pao-ch'ai. End of section 32. Recording by Cao Xueqin in Singapore.